Hello everybody, welcome back to EduTap. I hope you guys are doing absolutely good. In this particular video, my friends, we are going to provide you multiple MCQs which can help you in the upcoming paper 2 of the SEBI Grade A 2025. We all know the importance of paper 2, right? Paper 2 syllabus remains the same in phase 1 and phase 2. You just have to study 6 subjects in paper 2 starting from Commerce and Accounts, Companies Act, Costing, Economics, Finance and Management. Right, so to make sure that you solve multiple MCQs, we are providing you 400 MCQs in 2 separate videos. We have divided 400 MCQs in 2 separate videos. Part 1 of this particular series is already done. You can watch the recording on the YouTube channel of EduTap. Part 2 we are starting today. Let's practice the examination level so that we can increase our bar and we can clear phase 1 easily. Right, before I start, my friend, EduTap is currently having multiple good courses for SEBI. If you are targeting SEBI Grade A 2025, then you can definitely take the live crash course, which will include the live classes plus the summary sheet and multiple quizzes plus mocks also. Right, but if you only want to practice mocks and quizzes subject wise, paper wise, then definitely you can go for the test series also. We have 2 variants of test series, phase 1+2 test series and phase 2 test series. So if you want to practice phase 1+2 syllabus, then go with phase 1+2 test series. Otherwise you can go forward for phase 2 test series as well. You can visit our website, which is edutap.in, and on this particular website you will come to know that what are the most updated discounts which we are offering to you. That's it. Now let's start this video, my friends. Before I start, this is a recorded video. You will enjoy all the sessions, you will enjoy all the questions. So all the very best, give your best, and I will meet you at the last end of this particular video. That's it. Let's start this video now.
Chalo. So starting with the first question. So this is the first question in front of you. A very easy question. So we are going to start with the easy question. Then we are going to go to the tough question so that you have the idea that how you can answer the different types of questions, the easy questions, the moderate questions, the difficult questions. So starting with the first question, which of the following best describes the law of supply? So I hope you know that what is the law of supply. Okay, the law of supply is quite important from the examination perspective. So starting with the first question about the law of supply. So which of the following best describes the law of supply? So the law of supply, I hope you know that the law of supply shows the direct relationship. It shows the direct relationship between the price and the quantity supplied. Okay, it shows the direct relationship between the price and the quantity supplied. So if the price is increasing, the supply will increase. If the price is decreasing, the supply will decrease. Okay, so there is a direct relationship between the price of a commodity and the quantity supplied of that commodity. So there is ceteris paribus means other things remaining constant. Okay, so here, yes, the answer is E. So all the other statements, they are saying the different things, but the last statement is talking about the law of supply, that there is a direct relationship between the price of a commodity and the quantity supplied of that commodity, ceteris paribus, other things remaining constant. So that is the law of supply. So law of supply, here you can see that as the price is increasing, as the price of the commodity is increasing, the supply will increase. As the price is decreasing, the supply will decrease. Okay, so there is extension of supply. There is extension of supply. As the price is increasing, supply will increase. There is contraction of supply. As the price is decreasing, supply will decrease. Okay, so this is the idea. Now there is also law of demand. That is also very important from the examination perspective. Law of demand says that there is inverse relationship between price of a commodity and the quantity demanded. If the price is increasing, demand will decrease. If the price is increasing, demand will decrease. If the price is decreasing, demand will increase. Now coming to the second question, I hope you will be easily able to answer this question also. So you have to use a little logic of yours also in this question. So which of the following will cause a rightward shift of the supply curve of a product? So there is the shift. So this is the supply curve. So this is the supply curve. And here we see that if the price is increasing, the supply will increase. Okay, now supply curve, what will cause the rightward shift in supply curve? That means at the same price, the supply will increase. So what can cause the increase in supply at the same price? So an increase in cost of raw material. If the raw material cost is increasing, the profits will decrease. So supply will decrease. So no, this cannot cause the rightward shift. A new technology that reduces the production cost. If the new technology is introduced that is reducing the production cost, that means cost of production is reducing. The cost of production is reducing, that means profits will increase and the producers will want to supply more at the same price. So yes, this seems like the answer, but let's see the other options also so that we are very sure. Increase in regulations. If there are more regulations, that means there is more like restrictions on the supply, or there is more restrictions on the production, so this can reduce the supply. Natural disasters will reduce the supply. Decrease in number of producers can reduce the supply. So only the new technology that reduces the production cost can increase the supply as it provides more profits. So B is the right answer. Very good, everyone has given the right answer. So you can see that there can be shift, there can be rightward shift. Okay, there can be rightward shift or there can be leftward shift. There can be increase in supply or decrease in supply at the same price because of different reasons. The increase in supply can be because of the favorable natural conditions, fall in input prices, improved technology, the lower product taxes or the less costly regulations. While the decrease in supply, the supply can decrease because of poor natural conditions, rise in input prices, that means the cost of production is increasing, decline in technology or higher product taxes or more costly regulations. Now coming to the next question, an increase in petrol prices. If petrol prices are increasing, the demand for car will decrease. The decrease in demand for car. So if the petrol prices are increasing, there is more cost of running this car. So if the petrol prices are increasing, the demand for car can reduce. This can lead to what kind of effect in the demand curve of the car? So this is the demand curve of the car. As the price of car increases, the demand decreases. Okay, but here with the increase in petrol prices, the price for car is same, but with the increase in petrol prices, the demand for car is reducing. The demand for car is reducing. Okay, so the reduction in demand for car, this will cause leftward shift. This will cause leftward shift in demand curve of car. It is not causing the movement. Movement is, see, I hope you know that this is the demand curve. If the price is decreasing, there will be increase in demand. So this is the rightward movement. While if price is increasing, the demand will decrease. This is leftward movement. So movement is when the price is changing, and with the change in price of the commodity, the demand of the commodity is changing. The shift happens when at the same price of the car, at the same price of the commodity, the change in demand is happening. Okay, so the right answer here is D. You have to read all the statements carefully, then you have to answer. That's why I am saying that read the statements carefully and do not have this kind of confusion. Okay, so basically with the decrease in price or with the increase in price of petrol, with the same price of car, there will be decrease in demand for the cars. So this causes leftward shift in the demand curve of car. So this is the answer. D is the answer. Okay. So there can be shift in the demand curve. Okay, there can be shift in the demand curve. Rightward shift, that means at the same price, there is increase in demand, there is increase in price, there is increase in demand. Okay, at the same price, there is increase in demand. That causes rightward shift. Okay, this can be because of greater popularity of the product. Population is increasing, so demand is increasing. Income is increasing, so demand is increasing. Price of substitute or price of complements, this we will discuss in the coming slides more. But if the complement, the petrol and cars are used together, so if the price of petrol is increasing, the demand for car will reduce. If the petrol price is decreasing, if the price of complement is decreasing, the demand for the car will increase. This is the idea. Okay, so movement is caused by the price, of the same product, but the shift is caused by the other factors, Now coming to the next one. So I hope this is very much clear, and we will discuss about the substitutes and complements more when we discuss about the cross elasticity of demand. But at the same price of, let's say we are talking about cars, so at the same price of cars, the demand of cars can increase because of more income of the people, or because of more population, because of more popularity of cars, or because of the increase in income. As well as at the same price of the car, the demand for car can reduce with the taste of cars reducing, population reducing, or income reducing. Okay, so at the same price, the demand for cars can also reduce. Now, when the price of movie tickets increase by 10%, the quantity of tickets demanded decrease by 25%. The demand for movie tickets in this case is what? And the price elasticity of demand is what? So that you have to tell. So I hope you know that the price elasticity of demand, what is the formula of price elasticity of demand? So the formula of price elasticity of demand is percentage change in price. With the percentage change in price, there is percentage change in demand. So if there is percentage change in price, if there is 10% increase in price, so there is 25% fall in demand. With the increase in price, the demand is falling. So the price elasticity of demand is 2.5. And the negative sign shows that with the increase in price, the demand is falling. So 2.5 is the price elasticity of demand, and the price elasticity of demand, if it is greater than 1, that means there is elastic demand. There is elastic demand that can change easily. Okay, there is elastic demand. So that's why the answer is C here. Very good. So the demand for movie ticket in this case is elastic, as the demand can change a lot with the slight change in the price, and the price elasticity of demand is 2.5. The negative sign shows that if the price is increasing, the demand is decreasing. Okay, so very good. Now, the price elasticity of demand, percentage change in demand with the percentage change in price, and the elastic demand is when there is price elasticity of demand that is greater than 1. With the percentage change in price, there is greater change in demand. The price elasticity of demand is less than 1. That means price elasticity of demand is less than 1 when the percentage change in price is higher in comparison to percentage change in demand. When the demand is not changing by much. Okay, when the demand is not changing by much with the change in price, with the percentage change in price, so then the price elasticity of demand is less than 1. That means demand is not changing by much with the change in price. Okay, as well as the price elasticity of demand is equal to 1 when the percentage change in price is equal to percentage change in demand. The price elasticity of demand is equal to 0. That means there is no change in demand with the change in price. The price elasticity of demand is equal to infinite. That means with the percentage change in price, there is infinite change in demand. Okay, now the percentage change in demand means change in demand divided by original demand multiplied by 100. Percentage change in price is your change in price divided by original price multiplied by 100. Okay, so if we write it, if we open it further, so change in demand divided by original demand multiplied by change in price. So this 100 is getting crossed out and we are taking it above. So with price divided by change in price. So this is the formula. Okay, change in demand divided by original demand multiplied by price divided by change in price. Okay, so this is another formula for the elasticity of demand. Now, coming to the next question, try to answer this question. If income increases by 20%, so income is increasing by 20%, and with the increase in income by 20%, the demand is increasing from 50 to 70. Find the income elasticity of demand. So here you have to find the income elasticity of demand. What is the formula of income elasticity of demand? With a percentage change in income, there is percentage change in demand. Okay, so with the change in income, there is change in demand. With the increase in income, if the demand is increasing, this is for the normal goods. This is for the normal goods. With a percentage change in income, that is 20%, there is change in demand. Change in demand divided by original demand multiplied by 100. So that shows the percentage change in demand. So change in demand is by 20. Original demand is by 50 multiplied by 100. So this is 40%, we can say. 40% is the percentage change in demand divided by 20% change in income. So the income elasticity of demand is how much? The income elasticity of demand is how much? I hope you were able to answer this question. The income elasticity of demand is 2 here. Okay, so the answer is D. Yes, correct, Sandeep. The answer is D here. Okay, so basically the percentage change in income, with the percentage change in income, there is percentage change in demand. Percentage change in demand means change in demand divided by original demand multiplied by 100. So change in demand is 20 divided by original demand of 50 multiplied by 100. So that is 40%. So percentage change in demand is 40%. Percentage change in income is 20%. So the income elasticity of demand is 2. Income elasticity of demand is 2. So you can see that if the income elasticity of demand is greater than 1, that means it is for the luxury goods. If the income elasticity of demand is less than 1 but greater than 0, this is usually for the necessary goods. Inferior goods have negative income elasticity of demand. Inferior goods have negative income elasticity of demand, as the inferior goods, they have less than 1 or less than 0 income elasticity of demand. Okay, so for the normal goods, the income elasticity of demand is greater than 1. For the normal goods, the income elasticity of demand is greater than 0, we can say, greater than 0. So normal goods can be luxury goods, or the normal goods can be the basic or necessity goods. For the luxury goods, the income elasticity of demand is greater than 1, but for the basic or necessity goods, the income elasticity of demand is less than 1 but greater than 0. So that means normal goods have a positive income elasticity of demand. Okay, so there is a positive income elasticity of demand for normal goods. For luxury goods, greater than 1. For basic or necessity goods, less than 1 but greater than 0. So positive income elasticity of demand for the normal goods. Now inferior goods, for the inferior goods, the income elasticity of demand is negative, is less than 0. That is the idea. Chalo, a commodity has positive income elasticity of demand but negative price elasticity of demand. That means with the increase in price, the demand is decreasing, but with the increase in income, the demand is increasing. This is for which kind of good? Is it for inferior good? Is it for normal good? Is it for given good? Which kind of good is it? Try to think about it. With the increase in price, the demand is decreasing, but with the increase in income, the demand is increasing. With the increase in income, the demand is increasing. With the increase in price, the demand is falling. Which kind of good is it? It is an inferior good, or it violates the law of demand. So it is a given good, it is a normal good, it has constant total expenditure, it is a normal good. Very good, very good. It is a normal good, because for the normal goods, if the price is increasing, the demand will fall. For the normal goods, if the income is increasing, the demand will increase. Okay. In the case of inferior goods, in the case of given goods, if the income is increasing, the demand should fall. Okay. So basically, it is the normal good. For the normal good have a positive relationship with the income and they have a negative relationship with price. Inferior goods, or even the inferior goods, they have negative relationship with income and they have negative relationship with price. Given goods, they have negative relationship with income but they have positive relationship with price. So remember this. Okay, so this is what you have to remember. This is a table that you have to keep in mind. So that is the idea. Now moving forward with the next question. X and Y are goods. Are what kind of goods? Are they unrelated goods, complement goods, substitute goods? If the cross elasticity of demand, is positive 0.5. Now with the price of X rising, if there is percentage increase in price, if there is percentage change in price of X, there is percentage change in demand of Y. Okay, with the price of X increasing, the demand of Y is increasing. So what is this kind of good? First of all, the cross elasticity of good, is it a substitute good or the complementary good? So first of all, you must know that what kind of good it is. What kind of good it is. So basically, if the X and Y, they have cross elasticity of demand equal to 0.5, positive 0.5. Positive cross elasticity of demand is in case of substitute goods. That means if the price of Coke is increasing, the demand for Pepsi will increase. Okay, so substitute goods, they have positive cross elasticity of demand. So either C or E can be the answer. Now if the cross elasticity of demand is 0.5 and there is a percentage change in price by 10%, price is changing by 10%, so demand will change by how much? Demand of Y. If the price of X is changing by 10%, demand of Y will change by 5%. Okay, because 10% multiplied by 0.5 multiplied by 10%, so that is equal to 5%. 5% is the percentage change in demand of Y. So the answer here is E. Okay, so cross elasticity of demand, it is equal to percentage change in price of X with the percentage, with the percentage change in price of X with the percentage change in price of Coke. There is percentage change in demand of Y. There is percentage change in demand of Pepsi. So if the price of Coke is increasing, the demand for Pepsi will increase. So cross elasticity of demand is positive, okay, in the case of substitute goods. So substitute goods, you can see they have positive more than 0, they have positive cross elasticity of demand. Complement goods, they have negative cross elasticity of demand, and the unrelated goods, they have 0 cross elasticity of demand. Cross elasticity of demand shows that with the percentage change in price of Y, there is percentage change in demand of X. Okay, so this is the idea. And here the cross elasticity of demand was 0.5. So with the percentage change in price by 10%, there is 10% change in price. So the change in demand, the percentage change in demand was 5%. That was the idea. Chalo, now coming to the next question. If you have understood about the cross elasticity of demand, if you remember about the income elasticity of demand, so you will be easily able to answer this question. So try to answer this question. So if the cross elasticity of demand is positive and the income elasticity of demand is negative, then which of the following can be inferred from this given information? So cross elasticity of demand is positive and the income elasticity of demand is negative. Cross elasticity of demand is positive when the goods are substitute goods, and the income elasticity of demand is negative. The income elasticity of demand is negative in case the good is inferior good. Okay, so remember this very clearly, that cross elasticity of demand is positive when there are substitute goods. Cross elasticity of demand is negative when there are complementary goods. Okay, the inferior goods, they have the negative income elasticity of demand. The inferior goods, they have the negative income elasticity of demand. So the cross elasticity of demand is positive, so substitute goods, and X has a negative income elasticity of demand, so it is an inferior good. So the answer here is B. Okay, so basically cross elasticity of demand is positive for the substitute goods and income elasticity of demand is negative for the inferior goods. This is the idea. The goods are not complementary, they are substitute goods. The cross elasticity of demand is positive, so they are substitute goods. Okay, Himanshu, is it clear? If the cross elasticity of demand is positive, the goods are substitute goods, and if the income elasticity of demand is negative, the good is inferior good. Chalo. Now, when a small fall in price with a small decrease in price, there is a small or smaller fall in quantity supplied. So the elasticity of supply is, with a small fall in price causes a smaller fall in quantity supplied. So with a slight percentage change in price, there is very small percentage change in supply. Okay, so with the decrease in price, the supply is decreasing, but by a smaller percentage. So there will be less than 1. The elasticity of supply will be inelastic. The elasticity of supply will be inelastic, less than 1. Yes, very good. So this is the idea. Usually, see, supply can be inelastic for the agricultural products. For the agricultural products, the supply is inelastic because the supply cannot change for the agricultural products very easily. Okay, so if the price is increasing, the supply can increase very slightly, or if the price is decreasing, the supply can be decreased from the market very slightly. For the manufactured products, with the increase in price, supply can increase more drastically, and with the decrease in price, the supply can decrease more drastically. So for the agricultural products, there is inelastic supply. With the increase in price, the supply can increase very slightly. With the decrease in price, the supply can decrease slightly from the market. For the manufactured products, there is elastic supply. With the increase in price, the supply can increase more drastically, and with the decrease in price, the supply can decrease more drastically. This is the idea. So there is elastic supply for manufactured products and such. Now, according to P. Sweezy's king demand curve theory of oligopoly, what is the nature of the demand curve in the upper and lower sections of the king demand curve? So there is a king demand curve, there is a king demand curve. Now, in the case of king demand curve, what is the scenario in the upper and lower section? What is the case for the upper and lower section? So according to P. Sweezy's King demand curve, the upper section of demand curve is elastic. Not perfectly elastic. It is elastic in nature, while the lower part is inelastic. So the upper section is elastic. The upper section is elastic, and the lower section is inelastic. So the answer here should be C. Okay. So basically, the option C is the answer. The upper section is elastic. That means if a firm is increasing its price, the demand will decrease by a lot. While the lower portion is inelastic, as the firm, if it is decreasing the price, the demand will not increase by much. Okay. If it is decreasing the price, the demand will not increase by much. So upper portion is elastic, while the lower portion is comparatively inelastic. So if the firm is increasing the price, the demand can fall by a lot. While if the firm is decreasing the price, the demand will change slightly only. So upper section of the King demand curve has a higher price elasticity, is more elastic, while the lower part of the King demand curve is less elastic. Okay. So this is the idea. Due to the kink in the demand curve, due to this change in the elasticity of the demand curve, at the kink there is discontinuity in the marginal revenue. Okay, so the demand curve is also known as average revenue curve. The demand curve is also the average revenue curve, and with the average revenue curve there is marginal revenue curve. Now because of the discontinuity, because of this kink, the marginal revenue curve is discontinuous. Okay, I hope you have studied this in your classes, in your sessions and such. And if you have not studied this, then do study about the King demand curve. Okay, so this is a revision session, so I'm just trying to revise the important concepts, but you need to know that there is the elastic demand curve. The upper part of the demand curve, the upper part of the average revenue curve for the oligopoly, for the King demand curve is elastic, while the lower part is inelastic. And the upper part, for the upper demand curve there is marginal revenue, for the lower demand curve there is another marginal revenue, and due to this King demand curve there is discontinuity in marginal revenue curve. So this is the idea. Now the greater difference between the elasticity, the greater the upper part is elastic, the lesser inelastic, or the more the inelastic the lower part is. So the greater the difference between the elasticities, the more elastic the upper part is, the more inelastic the lower part is, the more there will be discontinuity between the marginal revenue curves. That is the idea. Chalo. Now coming to the next question. Under the perfect competition, if a firm's price equals marginal cost but is more than average total cost, the firm is having which of the following situation? So basically the firm's price is equal to marginal cost. Now in the perfect competition, the price is equal to average revenue is equal to marginal revenue. So price is equal to marginal cost, that means marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. So here we have the equilibrium. Where the MR is equal to MC. MC cuts MR from below, let's say. So there is the condition of equilibrium. Now the price is greater than, now it is more, the price is equal to marginal cost and is more than the average total cost. So average revenue, the price is equal to average revenue, and the price is greater than average total cost, so average revenue is greater than average cost. So when the per unit of revenue is greater than per unit of cost, so there is the supernormal profits. Okay, so remember that when the average revenue is more than the average cost, then the average total cost, there is supernormal profits. When the average revenue is equal to average cost, there is normal profits. When the average revenue is less than the average cost, there is loss. Okay, so this is the scenario. I hope this is very much clear that in which condition there are the supernormal profits, normal profits, or losses. But in all these conditions, the MR should be equal to MC. And the MC should cut MR from below. So this is the equilibrium condition, and at the equilibrium point there can be loss, there can be normal profit, there can be supernormal profits in the short run in the perfect competition. Okay, so if the average revenue, if the average revenue is greater than the average total cost, this is the case of supernormal profits. So in all these conditions, in the losses, in the supernormal profits, in the normal profits, the MR should be equal to MC, the marginal revenue should be equal to marginal cost, and the MC should cut MR from below. Okay, and in all these like if the equilibrium is being met, then the average cost should be equal to average revenue for the normal profits, the average revenue should be greater than the average cost for the supernormal profits, and average revenue is less than the average cost. The average revenue is less than the average cost where the losses are there. This is the idea. Moving forward to the next question, in the long run equilibrium of a perfectly competitive firm. Now this is the situation. In the short run, there can be supernormal profit, there can be normal profit or losses in the short run in the perfect competition. But in the long run, what should be the situation that you have to tell me? Let's see how many of you are able to answer this. In the long run equilibrium of a perfectly competitive firm, which of the following holds true? In the long run equilibrium of a perfectly competitive firm, which of the following holds true? In the long run also, the MR should be equal to MC. The MC cuts MR from below, but in this condition, the equilibrium that is being met, at the equilibrium point, the normal profit should be there, where the average revenue is equal to average cost, and there is the minimum of average cost. There is minimum of average cost that is achieved. Okay. So in the long run, in the perfect competition, there is only normal profits that can be earned. In the long run, at the equilibrium, only normal profits can be earned, and the production in the perfect competition in the long run is at minimum of average cost. So the MC is equal to MR. That means there is the equilibrium situation where the MC is equal to MR and there is average total cost at the minimum point. So D is the right answer here, because the average total cost or average cost should be at minimum point in the perfect competition in the long run equilibrium. Okay, so this is a very unique condition, and this is only possible in the perfect competition. At the long run equilibrium, in the perfect competition, always the average total cost is at minimum, and this is only true in the perfect competition. Okay, so remember this. So here you can see that in the long run, the firms will be earning just the normal profits, and the equilibrium will be at where the MR is equal to MC, and the MC cuts MR from below, as well as here the normal profits are being earned. That means average revenue is equal to the average cost, and the average total cost is at minimum point. So this is minimum. Okay, average cost is at minimum. Chalo. Now coming to the next point, that is which of the following correctly matches a market structure with one of its key features. So try to answer this question. Which of the following correctly matches a market structure with one of its key features? So perfect competition, there is a single seller and no close substitute. This is not true. In the perfect competition, there are large number of sellers and there are close or there are perfect substitutes. Monopoly has a single seller, not many buyers. A single seller, many buyers, and sellers are selling homogeneous products. So there is a single seller, not multiple sellers. So there is a single seller which is selling a product. Okay. So monopoly doesn't seem perfectly correct because there is a single seller. Many buyers can be possible, but there is a single seller. So it should not be sellers, it is a seller. Oligopoly has a few large firms with mutual interdependence. Monopolistic competition has many sellers with differentiated products. This is correct. Monopolistic competition has many sellers with slightly differentiated or with differentiated products. Okay, duopoly has two sellers. Okay, so this is the idea. So D is the perfect answer here. Okay, the D is the perfect answer here. The D is the perfect statement that is correct. So D is the answer. Perfect competition, many sellers, homogeneous product, that is perfect substitutes of each other, free entry and exit. Monopolistic competition, many sellers, differentiated product, some control over price because of the differentiated product. Oligopoly, few large firms that have a large market share. Independent decision making, may have homogeneous or differentiated product. Monopoly, single seller, unique product, high barriers to entry are there. Next, in monopolistic competition, firms produce where MC is equal to MR, but still operate with excess capacity even in long run. Because of which of the following? So in monopolistic competition, firms are producing at the equilibrium point where the MC is equal to MR, MC cuts MR from below, but still operate with excess capacity even in the long run. There is excess capacity. So first of all, I hope you know that in the monopolistic competition, this is the demand curve that is also known as average revenue curve. This is the marginal revenue curve that is below the average revenue curve, and here is the equilibrium where the MR is equal to MC. And at this equilibrium point, there is the price that is determined. through the average revenue curve, okay. So this is the equilibrium quantity, this is the equilibrium price, where the MR is equal to MC. Now, after seeing this diagram, after knowing about the monopolistic competition, firms restrict the prices to keep output high? No. The price output, this is determined by the equilibrium point. Price is equal to marginal cost? No. Marginal cost is here, the price is here. The price is not equal to the marginal cost. Okay, so this is wrong. Firms face in the monopolistic competition, firms face a downward sloping demand curve. This is correct. Average revenue is above the MR. This is correct. Average revenue is above the MR. So this seems correct. Let's see the other statements also. MC is below the MR at equilibrium. No, MC should be equal to MR na, at the equilibrium. At the equilibrium, MC should be equal to MR. Okay. And the firms face perfectly elastic demand. In the monopolistic competition, is there a perfectly elastic demand? No, the perfectly elastic demand is only in the perfect competition. So this is wrong. Average revenue and marginal revenue are identical. Average revenue and marginal revenue are not identical. Average revenue is more than the marginal revenue in monopolistic competition. Okay. So this is also wrong. MR is always above AR. No, MR is always below the AR in the monopolistic competition. So all the statements are incorrect. Only the B statement is correct. Okay. And here you can see that at the equilibrium point, see, even in the monopolistic competition, there are only normal profits that can be earned in the long run. In normal profits means here the average revenue is equal to the average cost. But the minimum of average cost is not achieved in the monopolistic competition because there is a downward sloping demand curve. Okay. So in the perfect competition as well as in the monopolistic competition, in both these competition, there is normal profits only that can be earned in the long run because of the free entry and exit. So there are only normal profits that can be earned in the long run. But in the perfect competition, because there is a perfectly elastic demand curve, there is a horizontal demand curve, so the production is at minimum of average cost in the long run. But in the monopolistic competition, because there is a downward sloping demand curve, so the production is not at the lower of the average cost curve. The production is not at lower of the average cost curve. So there is excess capacity that is present in the monopolistic competition. Okay. So at the equilibrium point, the production is not at the minimum of the average cost curve. Now, coming to the next question, which of the following statements is correct? Yes. Which of the following statement is correct about the relationship between AR, MR and price across the market structures? So try to answer this question. Which of the following statement is correct? In the monopoly, this is the diagram. This is the average revenue. This is the marginal revenue. This is the demand curve. So AR is equal to price. See, always AR is equal to price. Average revenue is equal to price. Average revenue curve is equal to demand curve. But in the monopoly, as well as in the monopolistic competition, the average revenue curve is higher than the marginal revenue curve. So this is not correct. Perfect competition, average revenue is greater than marginal revenue? No. In the perfect competition, average revenue, price, marginal revenue are all equal. So this is wrong. In monopolistic competition, the demand curve is equal to average revenue curve. Below that is marginal revenue curve. Average revenue is also the price. The average revenue is equal to price and the average revenue is more than marginal revenue. This seems correct, right? The C seems correct because the average revenue is equal to price. Average revenue is always equal to price in all the competition. And in the monopolistic competition, average revenue is greater than the marginal revenue. Okay. In perfect competition, average revenue is less than the MR. No. The MR is equal to AR. Okay. In oligopoly, in the king demand curve also, the average revenue or the demand curve are higher than the marginal revenue. So marginal revenue is always equal AR. No. Marginal revenue is below the AR. Okay. So this was wrong. Only C is the correct statement. Okay. So here you can see that for different market structures, this is for perfect competition where the demand is equal to marginal revenue is equal to average revenue is equal to price. In the monopolistic competition and in in monopoly, in both, demand curve is downward sloping, demand curve is equal to average revenue curve, and the marginal revenue curve is below the average revenue curve. In the king demand curve, you can see that for oligopoly there is a king demand curve where this is the demand curve, average revenue curve, and for the average revenue there is the marginal revenue that is below the average revenue, and there is discontinuity in the marginal revenue. Chalo. Now coming to the next question, try to answer this question. I hope you know about the different models under the oligopoly. And from the different models, the question has come in the SEBI Grade A in the previous years, in the PFRDA Grade A also. So in which of the following market model, each firm expects that the rival will keep its price constant irrespective of its own decision about the pricing, with a perpetual disequilibrium that is present in the model. So in the model, it is assumed that I can change my price, the other firm will keep its price constant, but there is perpetual disequilibrium in this model. So this is Cournot duopoly model, Chamberlain duopoly model, Sweezy duopoly model, Bertrand duopoly model, Edgeworth duopoly model. In which of the model it has been assumed that I can change my price, the other firm will keep its price constant, but there is no equilibrium that is achieved. There is perpetual disequilibrium. This is in the case of Edgeworth. Okay. So basically Cournot has said that I can change my output, the other firm will keep its output constant. So in the Cournot duopoly model, there are two firms. One firm thinks that I can change my output, the other firm will keep its output constant, but there is equilibrium that is achieved. In the Bertrand model, there are two firms. One firm thinks that I can change my price, other firm will keep its price constant, and there is equilibrium that is achieved. In the Edgeworth duopoly model, where there are two firms, it is thought that I can change my price, the other firm will keep its price constant, but there is perpetual disequilibrium because there is limited production capacity. Okay, so that's the idea. Now coming to the next question, Dash rejects the assumption of independent action by competitors. Okay, so I have given you certain important points about the models, so you can read the important points for all the models. Like for the other models also, Chamberlain, Sweezy, there will be those lines that will be given in the coming slides. We will be discussing about that in the coming slide, but here I've provided you the material in brief so that you can know about the important points in brief. Okay, like in the Bertrand, there is unlimited production capacity, there is stable equilibrium. In the Edgeworth, there is perpetual disequilibrium, there is limited production capacity. So there are important points that have been summarized here for you. Now coming to the next question, try to answer this question. Dash rejects the assumption of independent actions by competitors. That means this particular model rejects the assumption that the competitors are taking the steps independently and they are unaware about the step that the other firm will take. Okay, like in the Cournot, in the Bertrand, it was assumed that I can change my output or I can change my price, the other firm will keep its price constant or will keep its output constant. But here the model assumes that there is no independent action. The firm know that if I'm changing my price or if I'm changing my output, the other firm will also change the price or output, or other firm can also change the price or output. So he says, this particular model says that the firms do in fact recognize their interdependence and their interdependent steps or the actions. Firms, when changing their own price or output, recognize the direct and indirect effects of their decisions on the other firm. And by recognizing the full effects of change in the firm's output or price, the firm recognizes that the other firm can also change the price or output, and that's why with the recognition of the mutual interdependence, there is a stable industry equilibrium with monopoly price and monopoly output. So this model was given by Chamberlain duopoly model it is. Okay, this is the Chamberlain duopoly model. So basically Chamberlain has said that maximum joint profits can be achieved and a stable equilibrium can be achieved with the monopoly price with the monopoly output if the firms recognize their mutual interdependence and the firm take the actions in that manner that they are recognizing their mutual interdependence. Okay, so even without any collusion, even without any agreement, even without any collusive agreement, still the maximum joint profits can be achieved. The monopoly price, monopoly output can be produced if the firms recognize their interdependence and they recognize that if they are changing their price or output, it can affect the other firm also. Sweezy, Hall and Hitch, they have talked about the king demand curve. Okay. Now, Chamberlain, here you can read the complete or the detailed information about the Chamberlain, like there are pages and pages of the Chamberlain theory, but that much you do not have to cover. So here is the summary about the Chamberlain. duopoly model that you can read. Okay, if you want to know more about the Chamberlain duopoly model, you can search it in Google. A lot of information has been provided, or if you have the course, you can read it in the course, but this is the summarized information about the Chamberlain duopoly model. Now coming to the next one, next question. According to Kuhn's duopoly model, which of the following statement is most accurate regarding the behavior and equilibrium of firms in a duopolistic market? In the duopolistic market where there are only two firms. See, Kuhn's duopoly model has said that a firm will change its output thinking that the other will keep its output constant. Firm A is changing its output thinking that the firm B will keep its output constant. Now the firm A and firm B is meeting the equilibrium. They are able to have the profits, but the joint profits. So the firms individually are maximizing their profits, but the joint profits in the market are not maximized. Now the firms are producing how much? So the firms produce 1 upon n plus 1. Okay, that means each firm produces 1 upon n plus 1. N is the number of firms. So if there are two firms, so 1 upon 2 plus 1. So each firm is producing 1/3. Each firm is producing 1/3. Okay. So each firm fully anticipates the rival's output reaction? No. The firm assumes that the other firm will keep its output constant. Could equilibrium results in each firm producing half of the total output? No. Each firm, if there are two firms, each firms are producing 1/3 only. Each firm assumes the rival's output remains constant, leading to an eventual equilibrium where each produces 1/3 of the total market output. This is correct. Each firm assumes that the rival will keep its output constant, leading to an eventual equilibrium where each produces 1/3 of the total market output, because there is the formula that is given 1 upon n plus 1. Okay. So n is the number of firms. So this is the idea. The earliest duopoly model was developed by French economist Augustin Cournot in 1838. Here it was said that each firm acts on the assumption that its competitor will not change its output. I can change my output, the other competitor will not change its output. This is the idea. A stable equilibrium is reached under the Cournot model where each firm is producing 1 upon n plus 1. So each firm is producing, if there are two firms, if there are two number of firms, so each firm is producing 1/3. Okay, the Stackelberg model was developed by the German economist Heinrich von Stackelberg. This is an extension of the Cournot model. It is assumed by von Stackelberg that one duopolist is sufficiently sophisticated, is intelligent, and recognizes that the other competitor is acting on the Cournot assumption. Okay, so here the Stackelberg says that the sophisticated firm will become the leader and the naive firm will be the follower. Okay, so you can read more about it, but this is the basic idea. Now coming to the next question. So I hope this is clear, and here there is a sophisticated firm and there is a naive firm. The naive firm has the Cournot assumption that I can change my output, the other firm will keep its output constant. Sophisticated firm knows that the other firm is working on the Cournot assumption and can lead the other firm according to the intelligence, or because the sophisticated firm is sophisticated, that knows the behavior of the other firm. So it can lead the market. It is the leader. Now coming to the next question. If the market value of all final goods and services produced within a country during a year is 200 lakh crore. So the market value of all the final goods and services that is produced within a country, that is GDP at market price, all the goods and services, all the final goods and services produced in the country during a year, the market value of all the goods and services. So this is GDP at MP. Now we have been given the indirect taxes, we have been given the subsidies. You have to calculate GDP at FC. GDP at FC. So from market price to factor cost, from market to factory, deduct the indirect taxes, add the subsidies. So GDP at MP is 200 lakh crore, deduct the indirect taxes 15 lakh crore and add the subsidies 5 lakh crore. So here GDP at FC will be 190 lakh crore. Very good, 190 lakh crore. So answer here is B. Answer here is B. So if you have to go from the market price to factor cost, just deduct the indirect taxes, add the subsidies. If you have to go from factory to market, add the indirect taxes, deduct the subsidies. This is the answer. This is the idea. Okay. Next is, if India's GDP is 250 lakh crore and income earned by Indians from abroad is 20 lakh crore while income earned by foreigners in India is 10 lakh crore, what is India's GNP? So GDP is given, Now you have to calculate the GNP. So from domestic to national, add the factor income from abroad, deduct the factor income to abroad. So add the net factor income from abroad. Okay. So from domestic to national, add the net factor income from abroad. So now the information has been given. You just have to put. See, if you know about the concept, you will be able to easily answer if a numerical come. If a numerical come, it will be a direct numerical. You can answer that if you know the concepts. So GDP is 250. Factor income from abroad, how much we have earned from abroad, 20 lakh crore. How much we have given to foreigners, for factor income to abroad that we have given to foreigners, that is 10. So here GNP is 260 lakh crore. That is C is the answer. Okay? कोई confusion किसी को? Any confusion anyone? So if you have to go from domestic to national, add the net factor income from abroad. Net factor income from abroad is factor income from abroad minus factor income to abroad. This is the idea. Okay? Chalo. So this is the formulas that you have to keep in mind. From factor cost to market price, add the indirect taxes, deduct the subsidies. From domestic to national, add the net factor income from abroad. From net to gross, add the depreciation. From net to gross, add the depreciation. Chalo. Now coming to the next question, try to answer this question. See, I have given you this question because if you are able to solve this question, that means you know the whole concept that is involved in the income method, that is involved in the conversion in the national income chapter. So this one question is testing your 3 or 4 concept knowledge. Okay, so try to answer this question. Take your time, take the 1 minute time and try to answer this. So here you have to calculate GDP at FC. Through the formula directly, you can calculate. Through the income method, you can calculate NDP at FC. NDP at FC, compensation of employees plus profit plus interest plus rent plus mixed income of self-employed. So compensation of employees is to 2500, mixed income is 7500, profits are 700, interest is 350, rent is 400. Okay, so here if you add this up, you are getting 11,000. So this is 10,000, this is 11,000, 450. Now you have the NDP at FC. You have to go to GDP at FC because you have to calculate GDP at FC, right? So from the net to gross, you have to go from net to gross. So you have the NDP at FC, you have the NDP at FC, you have to calculate GDP at FC as per the formula. Okay. So from net to gross, add the depreciation. So in 11,450, add the depreciation, that is 70, that is given 70. So what is the answer here? The answer is 11,520. So the answer here is D. Okay. Got it? So the answer here is D. Chalo, this is the formula. So for your income method, this is the formula, that is compensation of employees, rent plus interest plus profit plus mixed income. Profit is divided into 3 parts: dividend, undistributed profit and corporate tax. So if profit is directly given, add the profit. Okay, then ignore the dividend and the other parts because in the profit itself, the dividend is already added. The corporate tax, the undistributed profit is already added. But if the profit is not given, then you can add the dividend and undistributed profit and the corporate tax if they are given. Okay, so that's the idea. Now the value added method, through the value added method, you can calculate GVA at MP, value of output minus intermediate consumption, value of output minus intermediate consumption. So through the value added method, you are calculating GVA at MP. You are seeing the value addition that is happening in the intermediate goods. So value of output minus intermediate consumption. So this is the value addition that has happened. Value of output is 100 minus intermediate consumption of 20. So the value addition that has happened is 80 rupees. On the intermediate goods, the value addition that has happened is this. So gross value addition at market price is calculated through value of output minus intermediate consumption. This shows value added method. Okay, this is the expenditure method where we are adding all the expenditure that is happening on the domestic products, all the expenditure that is happening on the domestic products. So these are the 3 methods for calculating your national income or domestic income. This is your expenditure method, income method, value added method. Okay, the formulas have been given here. I hope you already know about the formulas, but if you are not aware about the formulas, you can remember the formulas from here. The expenditure method adds all the expenditure, the private final consumption expenditure, government final consumption expenditure, gross domestic capital formation, that is investment, plus net exports. This is your expenditure method that calculates GDP at MP. Value added method calculates GVA at MP. Value of output minus intermediate consumption, it shows the value addition on the intermediate goods. This is your income method. Okay, now coming to the next question, try to answer this question. So you can convert your GDP at market price into the GVA at basic price. Okay, so GDP at market price, this shows the expenditure side, this shows the consumer side, while the GVA at basic price, this shows the supply side. This shows the supply side or the producer side. So if you have to convert between GDP at MP and GVA at basic price, or GVA at basic price and GDP at MP, so how the conversion will happen? So basically the formula is GVA at basic price is equal to GDP at market price. So GVA and GDP means the same. GVA basically says that we are seeing the value addition side, we are seeing the supply side. GDP means that we are seeing the expenditure side or we are seeing the consumer side. So GVA sees the producer side, GDP sees the consumer side, but they are like GDP and GVA can be interchangeably used. Now basically we have to convert the basic price into market price. So in the basic price, add the net product taxes. In the GVA, you have to add the product taxes and deduct the product subsidies. Okay, so you have to add the net product taxes. Got it? Because in the market price, we are paying all the taxes. We are paying the product taxes. We are paying the goods and services tax and such. So in the market price, actually you have to add the net product, like you have to include the net product taxes. So if you have to convert, this is the basic formula that you have to keep in mind, that if you want to convert your GVA at basic price to GDP at market price, add the net product taxes. Add the product taxes and deduct the product subsidies. Okay. Product taxes like the goods and services tax, custom duty, excise duty and such. While the product subsidies, they are like the subsidies that are given on each unit. Chalo. So this is the formula that you have to keep in mind. In the NSO document also, National Statistical Office, when it releases the data, it also shows that GVA at basic price, in this, add the net product taxes, net product taxes basically to get to the GDP at market price. So in the GVA at basic price, add the net product taxes to get to the GDP at market price. No, that is from the factor cost. Factor cost is different. Okay, factor cost is different. When you are going from, so there are three things. There is factor cost, basic price and market price. If you are going from factor cost to market price, add the indirect taxes, deduct the subsidies. If you are going from basic price to market price, add the product tax, deduct the product subsidy. So add the net product tax. Got it? Pulkit, is it clear? Now, if you have to go from factor cost to basic price, if you have to go from GVA at factor cost or GDP at factor cost to GVA at basic price, add the net production taxes. Add the production taxes, deduct the production subsidies. Add the production taxes, deduct the production subsidies. Production taxes, they are like the land revenue, stamp duty, registration fee and such. Production subsidies, they are the subsidies that are independent of the volume of production, like the subsidies like the Kisan Samman Nidhi, that is given to the farmers irrespective of how much they are producing. They will get rupees 6,000 each year. Okay. So basically the production subsidies, the production taxes, they are independent of the volume of actual production. The production subsidies, they are independent of the volume of actual production. While the product taxes and the product subsidies, they depend on per unit of product. Okay. And they are levied on per unit of product. Chalo, these are the formulas that you have to keep in mind. Okay, what is the formula for GDP deflator? So we have discussed the formula for GVA at basic price to GVA to GDP at market price, add the net product taxes. We have discussed that GVA at factor cost can be converted to GVA at basic price by adding the net production tax. This is net product tax. Okay, so there is difference. GVA at basic price can be converted into GDP at market price by adding the net product tax. GVA at factor cost can be converted into GVA at basic price by adding the net production taxes. Chalo, now coming to the next formula, GDP deflator. So this is easy question. Such a question can come in your phase 1, even in your phase 2. Such a question can come where directly GDP deflator formula has been asked. So nominal GDP divided by real GDP multiplied by 100. So this is the GDP deflator formula. So nominal GDP divided by real GDP multiplied by 100. Do not get confused when there are so many of the multiplication division sign that has been shown. Just focus on the correct formula and try to answer that. Yes. So the B is the answer, that GDP price deflator, it is the nominal GDP divided by real GDP multiplied by 100. Direct, easy formula. Okay. Next, coming to the last second question. So which of the following statements is or are considered for calculating the national income? Try to answer this. So all the addition of value, that means all the value addition to the intermediate goods by a firm in the production process is included in value added method. So in the value added method, we are adding the value addition that is happening on the intermediate goods. So this is in the value addition method, absolutely correct. All the expenditure made on goods and services produced in the domestic territory during a year is included in expenditure method. So all the expenditure that we are doing, on the goods that are domestically produced. So is this included in expenditure method? Yes, all the expenditure that we are doing on the goods and services produced in the domestic territory. So this is included in expenditure method. This is the expenditure method. All the income generated by factors of production and transfer payments, are they included in income method? While calculating the national income? No. Why? Because transfer payments, they are not included in national income. They are never included in national income. Okay, so third one is wrong, because the transfer payments, they are known as unilateral payments. They are the unilateral payments, like the unemployment allowances, old age pension. So they are unilateral payments. They are transfer payments that are not included in national income. National income only includes the earned income, where you are providing your service, where you are providing your factor services, you are getting the factor payment. So the national income only includes the income of the factors of production. It does not include unilateral payment. It does not include transfer payment, that are the unilateral payments like unemployment allowances, old age pension and such. So first and second were correct. Third was wrong. Got it? Yes, very good everyone. Now, so these are the different methods. Value added method sees the value addition, the addition of value to the intermediate goods. Income method, it adds all the income that is earned, that is the earned income. So income method only includes the earned income. It does not include the transfer payments, the unilateral payments. Okay. Expenditure method adds all the expenditure that is happening on the goods produced in the domestic territory. So all the expenditure that is being done on the goods and services produced in the domestic territory, that is included in expenditure method. Now, coming to the last question for today, try to answer this question. So consider the following statements and try to tell that which of the following statement is correct. Okay, so which of the following statement is correct? So net domestic product is usually lower than the gross domestic product. This is correct because the gross domestic product includes the depreciation. It includes the depreciation, while the net domestic product does not include the depreciation. So net domestic product is usually lower than the gross domestic product because the GDP includes the depreciation in the GDP. If you are going from the NDP to GDP, if you are going from the net to gross, you are adding the depreciation. So in the GDP, the depreciation is added. So it is greater than the NDP. So this is correct. GNP calculation, gross national product, it includes all the income generated by the normal residents of our country. So GNP includes all the income generated by the normal residents of our country which are living in India for more than 182 days and their economic interest, their economic activity, their productive activity is happening in India. So GNP includes all the income of the normal residents who are living in India for more than 182 days, their economic interest, their production activity is happening in India. So GNP calculation takes into account the income of Mr. John, who is a US citizen who is working in India as a guest faculty for 3 months for only 90 days. So no. Mr. John, if he was living in India for more than 182 days, then his income would have been added in GNP. But right now he is not a normal resident of India because he is not living in India for more than 182 days. Okay, so this is second is incorrect. So GNP includes the income of the normal residents who is living in India for more than 182 days and their economic interest, their production activity, their productive services are in India. GDP calculation takes into account the goods produced in Mumbai, in India. So all the goods that are produced in India by whoever, we don't care. We only care that the goods should be produced in India. So they are included in GDP. So the GDP calculation takes into account the goods produced by a foreign company based in Mumbai, based in India. So yes, GDP includes all the production that is happening in India. So 3 is correct. So C is the answer. Everyone gave the answer C and that is absolutely correct. So this is it. We have discussed the 25 questions, the 25 MCQs for today. I hope you enjoyed the session and do tell me that out of 25, how many questions you have given the right answer of. Okay, so after 25, how much marks you have got, so that you have to tell me in the comment section below. So this is it for today. Thank you everyone. Thank you for joining. I hope you have got 15 plus right now. That is a safe score. But if you have got 20 plus, that means you have a good hold of the topics. But if you have got 15 plus, that means you are in the right direction, you are studying well, but you have to revise more. Okay, so 15 plus is a safe score, but 20 plus is a very, very good score. Okay, so do tell me in the comment section below that how much score you have got, and this is it for today's session. So starting with the first question in front of you, this is from the classical and Keynesian theory, and which of the following summarizes the essential contrast between the classical and Keynesian views of the equilibrium. So first of all, I hope you know about the classical theory and the Keynesian theory, and the most important part in the classical and Keynesian theory is the assumptions that you have to focus on. So classical economists, they believed in flexible wages. While the Keynesian economists, they said that the wages are sticky in nature. There are sticky wages. Okay, so the Say's law, both assume the Say's law and flexible wages. No, only the classical economists believed in the Say's law and the flexible wages. Both accept the underemployment equilibrium. So no, classical economists always believed in full employment. Classical focuses on supply determined, Keynesian on demand. So yes, classical focuses on supply, while the Keynesian focuses on aggregate demand on the demand. So this seems correct. The C seems correct. Okay. Classical is aggregate demand driven and Keynesian are aggregate supply driven. No. Classical are supply driven while the Keynesians are demand driven. Okay. Both believe monetary factors dominate the real activity. The classicals believe that the monetary variables, the nominal variables, they do not affect the real variables. So no, classicals do not believe this. So all of the above statements are incorrect. Only the C is correct. Okay. So here the answer is, very good Sandeep, the answer is C here. So you can read about the different assumptions that are there in the classical theory. The classicals believed in flexible wages and the flexible prices, and there is automatic adjustment, and there is always full employment. In the economy, and the output is being produced at the full employment level. The economy is self-adjusting. There is self-adjusting mechanism. That means even if there is any kind of disruption that is coming, but at last the full employment will be achieved, and there is equilibrium between the saving and investment because of the interest rate. Okay, there is no problem of general unemployment because always there is full employment that is present in the economy. Money has only passive role. Monetary variables or the nominal variables can only affect the other monetary variables or nominal variables. The monetary variables cannot affect the real variables. Okay, so this is the idea. Now the Keynesians, they believe that the aggregate demand is the important factor on which economic decisions depend upon. Prices and especially wages, they respond slowly. They are sticky in nature. Okay, so here you can see that the Keynesians, they had different assumptions. Now coming to the next question, try to answer this question. Suppose the intended saving exceeds the investment at the current interest rate in the classical loanable fund market. Okay, so in the market, the saving is greater than investment at the current interest rate. So what is the adjustment path to restore the saving and investment at full employment? So first of all, the classical economists believed that the saving is equal to investment at the equilibrium interest rate. Okay, now if saving is greater than investment, first of all, saving is greater than investment currently, so what will happen? That the interest rate will decrease. At the lower interest rate, there will be more investment. At the lower interest rate, there will be less saving. So savings will decrease and the investment will increase until there is equilibrium that is achieved, right? So basically, as per the classical theories, the saving is equal to investment according to the interest rate, okay, on the basis of the equilibrium interest rate. So saving is equal to investment. Now, if the saving is greater than investment, both these factors depend upon interest rate as per the classicals. So if the saving is greater than investment, so decrease the interest rate. At the lower interest rate, savings will decrease and the investment will increase until they both are equal. So what should be the answer here? The prices fall to increase real balances? No, here we are talking about the classical no-neighbor fund market. We are talking about the loans. We are talking about the saving and investment. So here we will talk about the interest rate because the savings and investment depend upon the interest rate. So interest rate will fall, reducing the savings and increasing the investment. So the higher savings will reduce and the investment will increase until they become equal. So B is the right answer here. Okay. So here B is the right answer. Now, even if you do not know about the loanable fund theory, then also use your basic understanding to answer that if the interest rate, at the current interest rate, if the saving is more than investment, so the interest rate, what should happen to it? It should decrease so that the savings can decrease and can become equal to the investment. Okay, so this is the loanable fund theory, or this is the saving and investment. At the higher interest rate, you will save more, but at the higher interest rate, there will be less investment that will happen. Let's say the interest rate is high currently, that at the higher interest rate, saving is greater than the investment. So interest rate will be decreased so that the saving decrease and the investment increase until they become equal at this interest rate. Okay. Now, next is under the classical assumptions, a rise in price level with fully flexible money wages lead to which outcome? So basically, as you know that under the classical theory, the nominal variables, the monetary variables, the money variables, they cannot affect the real variables. That means if the price level, that is a nominal variable, if the price level is changing, it cannot affect the real variables. So delete all the options that in which output, employment or the supply is changing. So employment falls, no. Output falls, no. Output rises, no. Employment and output decrease, no. Investment is shifting, so investment depends upon interest rate. Interest rate is not discussed here, so no. So nominal wage. So basically, if the price level is increasing with the higher price level, the nominal wages will increase so that the real wages remain constant. Okay. So if the price level is increasing, nominal wages will increase so that the real wages remain constant. Real wages are not changing. So nominal wages rise proportionately to the price level. So if the price level is increasing, nominal wages will increase in the same proportion so that the real wages unchanged, real variables are unchanged, real wages unchanged, employment is unchanged, output is unchanged. So this is the answer. Okay, so you should know about the classical dichotomy. Classical dichotomy states that if the price level is changing or monetary variables are changing, there will be no effect on the real variables. That is the idea. Okay, so this is the answer. C is the answer here. So here you can see that it is considered that the price level cannot affect the output. The price level or the nominal variables, the monetary variables cannot affect the real variables. The output is always at the full employment level. So the output is always at the full employment level as per the classical theory. Next is the intercept of the consumption function. So this is your consumption function. In this, what does this intercept stands for? So first of all, you should know that what is the intercept. A is the intercept here, and this A is what? Is it the induced consumption? Is it the marginal propensity to save, or is it the marginal propensity to consume, or marginal average propensity to consume, or autonomous consumption? Which of the following is denoted by this autonomous consumption? You should know this. This is a basic equation of the consumption function that you should know about. Okay, so very good, I'm getting the answer C, and absolutely correct. The answer is absolutely correct. So consumption function is this, where A is the autonomous consumption, A is the autonomous consumption, B is your marginal propensity to consume, and Y is your income level or disposable income, we can say. So consumption depends upon the disposable income, consumption depends upon the income level. Now here A is the autonomous consumption, that does not depend upon the level of income. B is your marginal propensity to consume, that shows that with the change in income there is change in consumption. So the part of the consumption that depends upon the level of income, that is shown by MPC, marginal propensity to consume. So the intercept or the A is your autonomous consumption, autonomous consumption. So this is your autonomous consumption, that is even at zero level of income there is some consumption that is happening. So this consumption does not depend upon the level of income. Whatever is the level of income, this will remain autonomous consumption. So A in the consumption function, A is the autonomous consumption, B is your marginal propensity to consume, that shows with the change in income consumption is changing, and Y is your level of income. Okay. Chalo, now coming to the next question. If the consumption function is given as 20 plus 0.8y, investment is given as 40, you have to find the equilibrium level of income. You have to find the equilibrium level of income. So here you should know, yes, very good. Here you should know that the equilibrium is where the saving is equal to investment, and from the consumption function you can derive the saving function. Okay, so the autonomous consumption is the negative autonomous dis-saving, or is the negative in the saving function. So the intercept in the consumption is the negative intercept, or is the negative in the saving function. So your autonomous consumption is the autonomous dis-saving, that is happening. The MPC, now the MPC plus MPS is equal to 1. The marginal propensity to consume plus the marginal propensity to save is equal to 1. So basically we can take that MPS. What will be the MPS? It will be 1 minus MPC. So 1 minus MPC, MPC is 0.8, MPC is 0.8. So 1 minus 0.8 is 0.2, that is MPS. So MPS is 0.2 and Y. So this is your saving function. Saving function is the negative autonomous consumption, or the autonomous dis-saving, we can say. So that is negative 20 plus the MPS. MPS is 1 minus MPC. So MPS is 0.2 multiplied by Y. So this is your saving function that can be derived from the consumption function. Your autonomous consumption is the autonomous dis-saving. Your MPC, 1 minus MPC, is MPS. So we have found the saving function. The saving is equal to investment is equal to, is where there is equilibrium income, is where there is equilibrium income. So I'm getting the answer A. What is the answer here? Okay, the answer here is, it should be D. So your saving is equal to investment. Saving is minus 20. So saving function is given now. So just keep the saving is equal to investment. Saving is equal to investment. Saving is minus 20 plus 0.2y is equal to investment 40. So this negative 20 will plus 40. So 40 plus 20, 0.2y. So this will be 60. This will be 60. Okay. So 0.2y is equal to 60. 0.2y is equal to 60. So this will go here. So it will be 300. Okay. So this is the idea. So you derive the saving function as negative 20 plus 0.2y is equal to, so saving is equal to investment. Investment is 40. So this you will take here. So 40 minus this will go in plus 20, 0.2y. So 60 divided by 0.2. So here the answer, the equilibrium level of income is 300. The equilibrium level of income is 300. So answer here is D. Very good, everyone. The answer here is D. So equilibrium level of income is where the saving is equal to the investment. So saving is equal to investment is the level where there is equilibrium level of income, that is 300. Okay. Now, the equilibrium is also where the aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. Aggregate demand is consumption plus investment. Aggregate supply is consumption plus saving. So consumption is cut out. So at the equilibrium level of income, the investment is equal to saving. Or at the where the saving is equal to investment, there we have equilibrium level of income. Okay. Now, which of the following statement given above or given below is correct. That you have to state. So according to Keynes, relative income is the determinant of consumption. Consumption depends upon relative income. No. As per Keynes, consumption depends upon the current income, the current absolute income, or the current absolute disposable income. According to Dusenberry, consumption of an individual depends on the relative income. So the J.S. Dusenberry has given the relative income hypothesis, where it has been said that the consumption depends upon the relative income. According to life cycle hypothesis, this states that individuals seek to smooth the consumption throughout their lifetime, so they borrow when they have less income. So in their initial years, when you are just starting your job, you are just starting working, so you are borrowing the money to sustain yourself. But when you earn more, then you save the money, for your future, as well as you pay your past borrowing, you pay your education loan and such. Okay, so this seems correct. Life cycle hypothesis states this. Kuznets consumption function. Now the Kuznets has given the consumption function where there is no autonomous consumption, so consumption starts if the income is 0, consumption is 0. So the Kuznets consumption function starts from the origin. Yes. Marginal propensity to consume is high. Yes, in the consumption function given by Kuznets, the marginal propensity to consume, that is the slope, is high, and the APC is constant. It is not decreasing. The APC, as per Kuznets consumption function, the APC is constant with increase in income. So this is wrong, because the APC is not decreasing, it is constant. So only the C statement is correct. All the other statements are wrong. That's why the answer here is C. The answer here is C. Chalo. Any confusion here, anyone? So Keynes, the current absolute level of disposable income, absolute level of disposable income, it affects the consumption. As per J.S. Dusenberry, the consumption depends upon the relative income. As per Kuznets, the consumption function is BY. So there is no autonomous consumption. So at the 0 level of income, there is 0 consumption. Okay, the APC is constant with increase in income. Now, life cycle hypothesis. So when you are just starting to earn, you are consuming more than your income. Your income is lower than your consumption. Okay, so you are taking loans, or you are taking the money from your parents and such. So when you earn more, then you save to repay your earlier loans and to spend in the future when you retire. Now, coming to the next question, if a person's MPC is 0.8, what is the MPS and the value of investment multiplier? So a very easy question. If you know about the MPS, if you know about the formula of the investment multiplier, you will be easily able to answer this question. So try to answer this question, okay? Anyone? Very good, Himanshu. Correct. Yes, correct. So MPC is your MPC plus MPS is equal to 1. So if the MPC is 0.8, how much will be the MPS? It will be 0.2 to make it equal to 1. So MPS is 0.2. Now investment multiplier, your investment multiplier is equal to 1 upon MPS, or it is equal to 1 upon 1 minus MPC. Okay, so your MPS is equal to 1 minus MPC, right? So the investment multiplier is 1 upon 1 minus MPC, or 1 upon MPS. So MPS is 0.2, so the investment multiplier will be 5. So MPS is 0.2, investment multiplier is 5. So the answer here is C. Okay, any confusion, anyone? Chalo, very good, Sandeep, correct. Chalo. So remember that always the MPS is equal to 1 minus MPC, and the investment multiplier is equal to 1 upon 1 minus MPC, or that is 1 upon MPS. Now tell me, if the MPS is increasing, what will happen to the investment multiplier? Will it increase or decrease? If the MPS is increasing, the investment multiplier should decrease. Okay, and if the MPS is decreasing, the investment multiplier should increase. While if the MPC is increasing, what should happen to investment multiplier? If the marginal propensity to consume is increasing, the investment multiplier should increase, while if the MPC is decreasing, investment multiplier should decrease. Okay, so remember this. So here the MPS is equal to the MPS is equal to 1 minus MPC. Okay, and the investment multiplier is 1 upon 1 minus MPC or 1 upon MPS. Chalo. Now coming to the next question, if the marginal efficiency of capital is greater than the rate of interest, the firms will postpone investment, increase investment, decrease investment, invest regardless of the profitability, or borrow less. What will happen? What will happen? If the marginal efficiency of capital, this is the expected rate of profitability. This is expected rate of profitability. If the expected rate of profitability is greater than the rate of interest, then the investors, the firm should invest more. Then the firm should invest more. This is the idea. Okay, so B is the right answer here. Very easy question. If you know about the marginal efficiency of capital, what does it mean, then you will be easily able to answer this question. If the expected rate of profitability is higher than the rate of interest, then there will be more investment that will happen. Okay, so persons with saving, or the persons with the money, they can invest in the machinery, equipment if the expected rate of profit is 25%, or they can lend his savings to others at the current interest rate. Okay, or let's say if you want to do the investment, if the marginal efficiency of capital is greater than the rate of interest, so you are borrowing at 15% while you are investing the money at, like, your investment is gaining you 25%. So the cost of borrowing is less than the profitability that you are having. Okay, so this is the idea, that marginal efficiency of capital is the expected rate of profit. If the expected rate of profit is greater than the market rate of interest, then there will be more investment that will take place. So if an entrepreneur does not invest his own savings but has to borrow, the borrowing is at 15% while the profit is at 25%. So interest rate is lower than the expected rate of profitability. So there will be more borrowing that will happen to invest more to gain higher profits. This is the idea. So investment will increase. Okay, so if the marginal efficiency of capital is greater than the cost of borrowing is greater than the interest rate, there will be more investment that will happen. Now coming to the next question, that which of the following statements is incorrect in context of the accelerator theory? Accelerator theory basically says that to increase the level of output or to increase the level of income, there is investment that is required in the country. There is net investment that is required. Okay, there is the accelerator coefficient, that by how much there is more investment that is required, that depends upon capital to output ratio. That depends upon the capital to output ratio. That is your V. Okay, so basically to increase the level of income, to increase the level of output, the capital stock has to be increased by the proportion of capital to output ratio. So to increase the level of output, there is investment that is required, net investment that is required, and this V shows the capital to output ratio. Okay, now as per the accelerator theory, there are certain assumptions. So which of the following is incorrect in regards to the assumptions of the accelerator theory? So there is no excess capacity in consumer goods or firms or units. Yes, the investment will happen when the consumer goods industries, they do not have the capacity. So to produce more output, they have to buy more machines, tools, equipments. They have to do more investment. So there is no excess capacity in the consumer good firms. This is correct for the accelerator theory. There is no surplus capacity in investment goods industries. No, this is incorrect. There must be surplus capacity in the investment good industry. Then only there can be more machinery, tools, equipments. There can be more capital stock that can be bought. So there should be some surplus capacity in the investment good industry, in the capital good industry. Okay, so this is incorrect. There is constant capital output ratio that has been assumed. So this was also wrong. So here the answer is 2 and 3, because you had to tell that which of the following statements is or are incorrect. So 2 and 3 is the answer. Got it? 2 and 3 is the answer. So here the answer is C. Anyone who gave the right answer? No. Got it? So remember the assumptions under the accelerator theory, that there is no excess capacity in consumer good industry while there is surplus capacity in investment good industry. The nature of demand is permanent. That's why you are buying more machinery, tools, equipments. To increase the output, you are buying more machinery, tools, equipment, because the nature of demand is permanent. Okay, so you need the machine, tools, equipments to continue production for the future also. Now capital output ratio is assumed to be constant, so there is constant capital output ratio. Availability of resources are there. Elastic credit supply. If you want more credit, you can get more credit for the machinery, tools, equipments and such. Now, as I have told you that to increase the level of output, there is investment that is required, the net investment that is required, and V is the capital to output ratio, that is also known as accelerator coefficient. Now, coming to the next question, try to answer this question now. If autonomous consumption rises while MPC remains constant, what happens to the consumption curve? So you know about the consumption curve. This is the consumption curve that has the equation that consumption is equal to autonomous consumption plus induced consumption, that is MPC multiplied by income. Okay, so if the autonomous consumption is increasing, while the MPC, while the slope is same, the B is the slope, that is the MPC. If the slope is same, if the MPC remains constant and the autonomous consumption is increasing, then what should happen and what will happen? Try to think about it. If the intercept is increasing, if the autonomous consumption is increasing while the slope is same, so there will be a upward parallel shift. Very good. There will be a shift upward in parallel. Okay, because the slope is same. So there will be parallel lines. The parallel lines have same slope and there is autonomous consumption that is increasing. So there is upward shift. Okay, so B is the right answer. Very good, Sandeep. So here, if the autonomous consumption increases, there is shift upwards, the parallel shift upwards. If the autonomous consumption is decreasing, there is parallel shift downwards. Okay. If let's say MPC is increasing, autonomous consumption is same, but the slope is increasing. So the MPC will rotate upwards. Because the slope has increased, so the MPC will rotate upwards from the same intercept, because the autonomous consumption is, let's say, same. From the same intercept, there is MPC, the slope that has increased. So the MPC will become, if the MPC is increasing, if the slope is increasing, so the consumption function or the consumption curve will become steeper if there is increase in MPC. If the MPC is increasing, the consumption function will become steeper. Okay. Now coming to the next question, try to answer this question. If the government expenditure and taxes each increase by 50 crores with MPC equal to 0.8, the national income will have total effect of how much? So you can solve it in two manners. Let me inform you about both the manners in which you can solve it. So first of all, with the change in government expenditure, there is change in income. So that is 1 upon 1 minus MPC. With the change in tax, there is change in income. That is minus MPC divided by 1 minus MPC. Okay. Because the tax is given, lump sum tax is given. Lump sum tax and the government expenditure, both. Government expenditure is increasing by 50 crores. Tax is also increasing by 50 crores. So there is lump sum tax that is present. The tax is not in proportion. It is not in percentage. The tax is in lump sum amount. Okay. So this is the formula for the lump sum tax. So now 1 upon MPC, 1 upon 1 minus MPC. 1 minus MPC is 0.2. So with the increase in government expenditure, the income is increasing by 1 upon 0.2. That is by 5. Okay, that is by 5. So if the government expenditure is 50 crores, the income is increasing by 5 times. That is 5 5 0 25, 250 crores. Income is increasing by 250 crores. But there is tax also that is being levied. So minus MPC. So minus 0.8 divided by 1 minus MPC. 1 minus MPC is 0.2. Okay. So with the increase in tax, the income is decreasing. With the increase in tax, the income is decreasing by 4 times. So with the increase in tax of 50 crores, the income will decrease by 4 times. So 5 4s are 20. So income is decreasing by 200 crores. The income is decreasing by 200 crores. So there is increase in income. With the increase in government expenditure, there is increase in income of 250 crores. With the increase in taxes, there is decrease in income of 200 crores. So in total, the income is changing by 50 crores. The income is increasing by 50 crores only. So this is the idea, that with the change in income, with the change in government expenditure, there is change in income. The formula is 1 upon MPS or 1 upon 1 minus MPC. So 1 upon MPS was 1 upon 0.2. So the income was changing by 5 times. With the change in government expenditure, income was changing by 5 times. With the change in tax, there is lump sum tax of 50 crores. So there is change in tax. With the change in tax, there is change in income by this formula. So 0.8 divided by 0.2. So there is negative. Okay. With the increase in income, with the increase in tax, income should decrease. With the increase in tax, income should decrease. So the income is decreasing by 4 times. So income is increasing by 5 times. Income is increasing by 5 times with the increase in government expenditure, but income is decreasing by 4 times with the increase in tax. Okay. So the change in income, the absolute change in income is 1. The absolute change in income is 1 times. So if there is 50 crore of change in government expenditure and taxes, so income should increase by 50 crores. Income should change by the same. Got it? So answer here is B. This is also known as balanced budget multiplier, where the government expenditure and the taxation, they are changing in the same direction, they are changing in the same amount. So if the government expenditure is increasing by 50 crores and the taxes are also increasing by 50 crores, so the income will increase by 1 time. That means income will increase by 50 crores. Okay. So but balanced budget multiplier is 1. Balanced budget multiplier is 1. So this is balanced budget multiplier, that is 1. So if the government expenditure is increasing by 50 crores and in the same proportion the taxes are also increasing by 50 crores, so income will also increase by 50 crores only. So this is balanced budget multiplier, where the balanced budget multiplier is 1. Okay. So income is increasing by 1 time. So this is balanced budget multiplier. Any confusion, anyone? Any confusion anyone has in this? So this is your balanced budget multiplier. No confusion? Chalo. Here you can see, you can like solve it further if you want to do it. I have shown you the overall idea. Now coming to the next question, which statement best differentiates the classical and the Keynesian theories of the demand for money? Okay. So classical theory basically states that the people demand money for which purpose? For transaction purpose. So people demand money for medium of exchange, while the Keynesian theory states that the people demand theory for transaction purpose, for the speculative purpose, for the precautionary purpose also. Okay. So people demand money for various reasons. So this is the idea. So here the classical theory viewed money as a function of transactions only. So demand for money. So here the demand for money, the answer here should be what? C. Very good. Okay. The answer here should be C. Okay. That is, classical theory viewed money as a function of transactions only. Classical theory says that the people demand money for transactions only as a medium of exchange. Money only has the function of medium of exchange, that money helps in transaction in the medium of exchange. While Keynes included the speculative purpose also and precautionary motive also, that other than transaction there is also the speculative motive and there is also the precautionary motive. So C is the right answer here. Yes, correct. Very good. Okay. So this is the basic idea. You have to remember this, that in the demand for money, as per the classical theory, the demand for money is for the transaction purpose. It is the people demand the money only for medium of exchange. While as per the Keynesian theory, the people demand the money for transaction purpose, for speculative purpose, as well as for precautionary purpose. Speculative purpose and precautionary purpose, that means money have to be used in the future. For speculative reasons, for the precautionary reasons, so money is being used as store of value. Transactionary purpose means money is being used as medium of exchange. So Keynes says that the money can be used as medium of exchange for transactions or for store of value. So money can have the store of value, or money can be used as a store of value to store the value for the future, for the precautionary purposes or for the speculative purposes. While the Cambridge economist said that the demand for money is only for the store of value, only for the store of wealth and such. Okay. So different economists have given the different ideas. So classical theory viewed money as having only the function of transactions, that is only for medium of exchange. Okay. While Keynes said that other than the transactions, the money can be used for speculative purposes, precautionary purposes. So C is the answer. Now coming to the next question, that Keynes liquidity preference theory. According to Keynes liquidity preference theory, the increase in equilibrium interest rate is due to which of the following? So if the equilibrium interest rate is increasing, this is because of which of the following? So try to answer this. So under the liquidity preference theory of Keynes, there is money supply. The supply of money is decided by RBI, or the money supply is decided by the banking system and the RBI and such. So money supply is decided externally, while this is your demand for money. That depends upon the rate of interest. Okay, if there is higher rate of interest, you will demand less money because you will want to invest the money. If there is lower interest rate, you will demand more money. You will demand more money. Okay, so this is the idea, that this is your money supply and this is the demand for money. Demand for money depends inversely on the rate of interest. Okay, demand for money depends inversely on the rate of interest. At the higher rate of interest, you will invest more and hold less money. At the lower interest rate, you will hold more money, because at the lower interest rate there is not much benefit that you are getting by investing. Okay, so at the lower interest rate you will not invest much, you will hold the money with yourself, so that when in the future the interest rate increases, then you can invest. Okay, so now here what is happening, that the equilibrium rate of interest, where the demand for money is equal to supply for money, now the equilibrium rate of interest can increase because of which reasons? The equilibrium interest rate can increase if the money supply is decreasing. Then the equilibrium rate of interest can decrease, or the equilibrium rate of interest can, the equilibrium interest rate can increase when the money supply is decreasing, when there is decrease in money supply, or when there is increase in demand for money, So this is the idea. Okay, so this is money supply. This is the demand for money. This is the equilibrium rate of interest. If the demand for money is increasing, then the rate of interest can increase. If the demand for money is increasing, then the rate of interest can increase. Or when the money supply is decreasing, then the interest rate can increase. Okay, so 2 and 3 is the right answer here, and B is the right answer. Yes, very good. So this is the idea. So when the money supply is decreasing, then the interest rate can increase. When the demand for money is increasing, then the interest rate can increase. So this is the idea. Now, which of the following statements best describe the Cambridge cash balance approach, where we have discussed? See, in the Cambridge cash balance approach, in the Cambridge economists said that demand for money, the people demand the money for store of value, and the demand for money depends upon your nominal income. The demand for money depends upon your nominal income. That is, the demand for money depends upon the price level and the real income. Okay, combined. So your real income, let's say 100 units is the real income multiplied by the price, that is 10. So your nominal income is 1000 rupees. That 100 units have the price 10. So your nominal income is 1000 rupees. So demand for money depends only on price level? No. Demand for money not only depends on price level, it also depends upon real income. And it is used for transactions only? No. Cambridge cash balance approach said that the demand for money is for store of value. The money is used not for transactions purposes, or the money is demanded not for transaction purposes, but to store the value of money. The demand for money is interest sensitive and speculative in nature. So this was not discussed by the Cambridge economists. The Cambridge economists said that the demand for money depends upon the nominal income. Okay, function of money as a store of value, correct. Demand for money depends on nominal income, this is correct. Okay, so the medium of exchange, function of money as a medium of exchange, this was said by classical economists, not by the Cambridge economists. Cambridge economists always believe that the demand for money is for store of value, and the demand for money depends on nominal income. This is the idea. So C is the right answer here. This is the right answer. So basically, as per the cash balance theory, as per the Cambridge economist, they placed emphasis on the function of money as a store of value, while the Fisher and the classical economists said that the demand for money is as a medium of exchange. And the Cambridge economists said that the demand for money is for store of value, and the demand for money depends upon the nominal income. Okay, next, which of the following components are excluded from M4 measure of money supply? So M4, there are different measures of money supply: M1, M2, M3, M4. M3 is the measure of money supply that we use in India, that is used by RBI to measure the money supply in our country. Okay, so M3 is the measure of money supply that is used in India. Okay, so now, which of the following components are excluded from M4 measure of money supply? M4 is what? It is M3 plus total deposits with post office saving organization. So M3 is your M1 plus time deposits. M1 is your currency with public plus demand deposits plus other deposit. So currency with public, demand deposits, time deposits, total deposits with post office saving bank, all of this is included in the M4. Only the national savings certificates are excluded from the M4 because the certificates, the documents, the bonds, these are excluded from the money supply, or this is excluded from the M4. Okay, so national savings certificates, this is excluded from M4. So D is the answer here. Okay, so M3 is your M4 is your M3 plus total deposit of post office saving organization excluding the national savings certificate. Okay, so M4 is your M3 plus total deposits with post office saving organization excluding the national saving certificates, so national saving certificates are excluded. Now coming to the next question, which of the following statements is correct in regard to IS curve? IS curve, it shows the combination of the interest rate and the level of income where the goods market is at equilibrium, where the aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. Okay, so in regards to the IS curve, which of the following statements is correct, that you have to answer. IS curve shows that the level of national income increases when the rate of interest is increasing. IS curve is upward sloping, showing the equilibrium in the goods market. IS curve shifts because there are changes in autonomous variables. So which of the following is correct, that you have to answer. Okay, so IS curve shows the level of national income that increases. So the national income will increase, the equilibrium level of national income will increase when the interest rate is decreasing, not increasing. So when the interest rate is decreasing, then the equilibrium level of national income will increase as per IS curve. So first is wrong. IS curve is upward sloping? No, IS curve is downward sloping. It shows the equilibrium in the goods market, but the IS curve is downward sloping. So this is also wrong. The IS curve shift because of the autonomous variables? Yes, the IS curve shift because of the autonomous variables. Okay, so basically this is at the same rate of interest. Let's say government expenditure is increasing, so the equilibrium level of income will increase. Autonomous consumption is increasing, so the equilibrium level of national income can increase. Net exports are increasing. Autonomous investment, that is independent of the rate of interest, at the same rate of interest, if the autonomous investment is increasing or net exports is increasing or lump sum tax are decreasing, then the equilibrium level of national income can increase and the IS curve will shift rightwards. So with the increase in government expenditure, with the increase in autonomous consumption, with the increase in autonomous investment, with the increase in the net exports, with the decrease in lump sum taxes, there can be rightward shift in IS curve because the equilibrium level of income is increasing at the same rate of interest. If the government expenditure is decreasing, if the autonomous consumption is decreasing or autonomous investment is decreasing at the same rate of interest, if the autonomous net exports basically are decreasing or the taxes, lump sum taxes are increasing, then the equilibrium level of income will decrease and IS curve can shift leftwards. Okay, so this is correct. The first and second statements were wrong because rate of interest should decrease to increase the level of income and the IS curve is downward sloping. So only the third statement is correct. So only the E is the answer. Okay, now so IS curve, it shows the combination of rate of interest and level of income where the goods market is at equilibrium, where the aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. Okay, and the IS curve shift rightwards when there is increase in these variables, increase in autonomous consumption, increase in autonomous investment, increase in autonomous government expenditure, or decrease in autonomous taxes. Okay, now IS curve is dash if the elasticity of investment demand So IS curve is dash if the elasticity of the investment demand curve is high and the investment multiplier is high. So if the elasticity, if the investment demand is more elastic with the rate of interest, means if the rate of interest is decreasing, investment demand is increasing more, and if there is high multiplier, in this case the IS curve will be steep or flat. Okay, or horizontal or vertical. On the contrary, if the IS curve is the IS curve will be dash if the investment demand curve is perfectly inelastic with the rate of interest. If the investment demand is perfectly inelastic, is not changing at all, if the investment is not changing at all with the rate of interest, then the IS curve will also show that the income is not changing at all with the rate of interest. If the investment is not changing with the rate of interest, if the investment demand is perfectly inelastic, is not changing at all with the rate of interest, the IS curve will also be vertical. Okay, IS curve will be vertical. The income will not change with the rate of interest. Okay, so here the IS curve will be vertical if the investment demand is perfectly inelastic with the rate of interest. But if the investment demand is more elastic, if the investment demand is highly elastic or the investment multiplier is also high, the IS curve will be flat. The IS curve will be flat. Okay, so IS curve is flat with the high investment demand elasticity with the rate of interest and high multiplier, and investment demand will be vertical. The IS curve will be vertical if the investment demand is perfectly inelastic with rate of interest. So D is the answer here. Okay, so IS curve is flat when there is more elastic nature of the investment demand. Okay, so basically IS curve will be flat if there is more elastic investment demand with interest rate and there is high multiplier, then there will be flatter IS curve. IS curve will be vertical when the investment is not dependent upon the rate of interest. Okay, now which of the following statements is incorrect in regards to LM curve? Read the statements carefully and try to answer this. Okay, read the statements carefully and try to answer this. Okay, so which of the following statement is incorrect in regards to LM curve? LM curve represents the relationship between national income and rate of interest at which money market is at equilibrium. So yes, LM curve shows the relationship between the level of income and the equilibrium rate of interest where the money market is at equilibrium. So this is correct. LM curve is upward sloping. With the increase in level of income, there is increase in equilibrium rate of interest. So this is also correct. Okay, with the increase in the level of income, there is increase in equilibrium rate of interest. LM curve is vertical. LM curve will be vertical if the demand for money is zero interest responsive. So if the demand for money is not changing at all with the rate of interest, if the demand for money is vertical, LM curve will also be vertical. That is correct. That is correct. Increase in demand for money. So basically, this is your supply for money. This is demand for money. Okay. Demand for money depends upon level of income and rate of interest. So at this level of income, let's say this is the equilibrium rate of interest. This is the equilibrium rate of interest. So this is LM curve. Now, if the level of income is increasing, with the increase in level of income, the demand for money will increase. The demand for money will increase. Okay. With the increase in demand for money, the rate of interest is increasing. With the increase in level of income, the rate of interest, equilibrium rate of interest increases. Now let's say that at the same level of income, okay, the level of income is same. The level of income is same. Because of the external reasons, the demand for money is increasing. If because of the external reasons, level of income is same, the interest rate is at the equilibrium. Because of external reasons, let's say because of the more demand for money, because of the war scenario and such, because of the external reasons, because of the positive expectations for the future, let's say the demand for money is increasing. Okay, so demand for money is increasing currently. If the demand for money is increasing because of the external reason with the same level of income, you can see the equilibrium rate of interest has increased. So equilibrium rate of interest has increased. With the same level of income, the equilibrium rate of interest has increased. So the LM curve will shift leftwards. LM curve is shifting leftwards. So if the increase is happening in the demand for money, let's say because of the positive expectation for the future, the demand for money is increasing currently due to external reasons without any change in level of income. So level of income is same without any change in level of income. If the demand for money is increasing, then there is increase in the equilibrium rate of interest that causes the LM curve to shift leftward. Now this is also correct. Now decline in money supply. Let's say this is your money supply. This is your demand for money. If the money supply, so at the level of income, at this level of income, this is the rate of interest. This is the LM curve. If the money supply is decreasing, if the money supply is increasing, if the money supply is decreasing, at the same level of income, suddenly the money supply has been decreased by the RBI, so the equilibrium rate of interest will increase. Now money supply has been decreased, so the equilibrium rate of interest is increasing. So equilibrium rate of interest is increasing, so LM curve will shift rightwards or leftwards. LM curve will shift leftwards. So LM curve will shift leftward. Okay. So E statement is wrong. E statement is incorrect. So here the E is the right answer. So always remember that the LM curve is upward sloping. It shows that with the increase in income, the equilibrium rate of interest is increasing. With the increase in demand for money, LM curve will shift leftwards. If the demand for money is changing because of external reasons, with the decline in money demand, with the decline in demand for money because of external reasons, the LM curve will shift rightwards. Increase in money supply, LM curve will shift rightwards. Decrease in money supply, LM curve will shift leftwards. Okay, so this is the idea. LM curve is horizontal. When the demand for money is horizontal, LM curve is vertical when the demand for money is vertical. Now try to answer this. Now try to answer this. If the economy is in the liquidity trap, the demand for money is dash and the LM curve is dash. If the economy is in the liquidity trap, that means there is very less rate of interest. At the very less rate of interest, people will hold the money, all the money that they can hold. So demand for money is horizontal. In the liquidity trap, the demand for money is perfectly elastic to the rate of interest. The demand for money is horizontal. It can change absolutely how much ever. So demand for money is perfectly elastic with the rate of interest. So demand for money is perfectly interest elastic. It is perfectly elastic with the rate of interest. And if the demand for money is perfectly elastic, if the demand for money is horizontal, the LM curve will also be horizontal. The LM curve will be horizontal. So here the right answer is B. Okay. So if the economy is in the liquidity trap, the demand for money is horizontal. The demand for money is perfectly elastic with the rate of interest. So demand for money is perfectly interest elastic and the LM curve is horizontal. Okay. So this is the idea. So in the liquidity trap, the demand for money is absolute. There is perfect elasticity in the demand for money. Demand for money is perfectly elastic with the rate of interest. Demand for money can change how much ever. If the demand for money is horizontal, the LM curve is also horizontal. Now, coming to the next question, Irving Fisher's version of the quantity theory of money, which he developed in his book, is the most famous version and represents the classical approach to the analysis of the relationship between quantity of money and the price level. When the economy is in the equilibrium, the money supply is equal to demand for money. So, demand for money, as per the Fisher equation, the demand for money will be which of the following? The demand for money will be which of the following that you have to answer. Okay. So, what will be the demand for money? What will be the demand for money? So here, remember that as per the Irving Fisher, money supply multiplied by the velocity is equal to price level multiplied by transactions. So money supply is equal to demand for money. So instead of money supply, we can write demand for money. So demand for money multiplied by velocity is equal to price level multiplied by transactions. So demand for money is equal to price multiplied by transaction divided by velocity. So demand for money is equal to C. That is, demand for money is equal to price level multiplied by transaction divided by velocity. So as per Fisher's equation of exchange, the Fisher's equation of exchange is written as MVPT. So money supply multiplied by velocity. Velocity is how many times the money is changing hands. Like let's say a unit of money is changing hands 4 times. So that is velocity of money. This is equal to price level multiplied by transactions. Okay. So if there is equilibrium, that means demand for money is equal to supply for money. The demand for money is equal to supply for money. So instead of money supply, we can write demand for money. So that will be equal to price multiplied by transaction divided by velocity. Okay. So this is your demand for money. Now, a leftward shift in the IS curve occurs due to which of the following? If there is a leftward shift in the IS curve, that is because of which of the following? So this is your IS curve. If there is leftward shift in the IS curve, that means at the same rate of interest, the level of income is decreasing. The level of income will decrease because of increase in autonomous consumption? No, increase in autonomous consumption will shift IS curve rightwards. Increase in government expenditure will increase the level of income, will shift the IS curve rightwards. Increase in autonomous taxes. If taxes are increasing, the income will decrease. So yes, it can cause the IS curve to shift leftward. So this can be the answer. Money supply, liquidity preference, the money supply, the demand for money, they affect the LM curve. The liquidity preference, the demand for money, the money supply, they do not affect the IS curve. So these two are invalid. So only C is the right answer. Only C can be the right answer. The increase in taxes shift the IS curve leftward. Okay. So this is the idea, that the increase in autonomous government expenditure, the increase in autonomous consumption, increase in autonomous investment, increase in net exports, decrease in taxes. This causes rightward shift in IS curve. That means at the same rate of interest, the level of income is increasing. Okay. But if there is decrease in autonomous government expenditure, decrease in autonomous consumption, decrease in autonomous investment, increase in taxes, so this can cause leftward shift in IS curve. This can cause leftward shift in IS curve. So leftward shift in IS curve can be caused by increase in autonomous taxes. Okay. Yes. Now try to answer this, that during recession, if the central bank adopts an expansionary monetary policy, so there is an expansionary monetary policy, what happens to the ISLM model? So expansionary monetary policy basically means increase in money supply. The money supply is increasing. There is expansionary monetary policy, so money supply is being increased. The money supply is being increased. So during recession, the central bank, the RBI, adopts an expansionary monetary policy where the money supply is increasing. What happens to the ISLM model? What happens to the ISLM model? So if there is expansionary monetary policy, that means money supply is increasing. This is your IS curve. This is your LM curve. The LM curve is affected by the money supply and demand for money. So if the money supply is increasing, there is greater money supply. So if there is money supply is increasing, greater money supply, so interest rate should decrease. So LM curve at the same level of income, interest rate should decrease. That means LM curve should shift rightward. So whenever the money supply is increasing, LM curve should shift rightwards. This we have already discussed, that if there is increase in money supply, if the money supply is increasing, LM curve should shift rightward. Okay. So with the expansionary monetary policy, that means money supply is increasing. So this is IS curve. LM curve should shift rightwards. So with the rightward shift in LM curve, this is rate of interest, this is level of income. With the rightward shift in LM curve, the interest rate should decrease, level of income should increase. LM curve should shift right. Lowering the rate of interest. Interest rate should decrease and the level of income should increase. So here the right answer is D. Okay. Tanushree, the Finance 360 sessions will be taken by Devanshu sir, as I will not be taking the Finance 360 session for this month. For this month, Devanshu sir will be taking the sessions, Finance 360 sessions. Okay. So the answer here is D. LM curve shift right, because IS curve is not affected by demand for money or supply for money. Okay. Demand for money and supply for money, the money market affects the LM curve. So LM curve shift right with the increased money supply. The LM curve will shift right, lowering the rate of interest and increasing the level of income. So D is the right answer. So this is the idea, that if the money supply is increasing, if there is expansionary monetary policy, money supply is increasing, that will cause the LM curve to shift rightwards. The interest rate will decrease, level of income will increase. Okay. The LM curve will be steeper when there is dash income elasticity of demand for money and dash interest elasticity of demand for money. So LM curve will be steeper. There will be steeper LM curve. Okay, LM curve can be steep or there can be flat LM curve. LM curve will be steeper when there is high or large income elasticity of demand for money and there is small or there is low interest elasticity of demand for money. So when there is large income elasticity and small interest elasticity, so then there is the steeper LM curve. Okay. So C is the answer here. The steeper LM curve is when there is larger income elasticity and lower interest elasticity. Flatter LM curve when there is smaller income elasticity and higher interest elasticity. This is the idea. Now try to answer this. This is the last question. So try to answer this question. When an economy is in a situation where the IS curve becomes perfectly inelastic, the LM curve is upward sloping. Dash is most likely to occur with an expansionary fiscal policy, with increase in government expenditure, and dash will happen in case of an expansionary monetary policy if the money supply is increasing. So what will happen? So basically, if the IS curve is perfectly inelastic, LM curve is upward sloping like it is. So which policy is effective? So if the fiscal policy, if government expenditure is increasing, IS curve will shift rightwards. Because if government expenditure is increasing, IS curve will shift rightwards. So with the IS curve shifting rightwards, the level of income, this is rate of interest, this is level of income. So level of income will increase. So this is increase in level of income. Now, next point is that here we have perfectly inelastic IS curve and we have upward sloping LM curve. If there is, in case of expansionary monetary policy, money supply is increasing, LM curve will shift rightwards. With the rightward shift in LM curve, is there any change in the level of income? No, there is no change in level of income. The equilibrium level of income will remain constant. Okay. So here, the E is the right answer. Got it? Any confusion? So basically, this is your IS curve that is perfectly inelastic, and this is your LM curve. In this case, when the IS curve is vertical, the fiscal policy is effective in changing the level of income, in increasing the level of income. Because with the increase in government expenditure, the IS curve shift rightwards, and the new equilibrium is at the higher level of income. So there is increase in income level. Now the monetary policy, in this case when the IS curve is vertical, LM curve is upward sloping. In this case, the monetary policy is ineffective. Even if there is expansionary monetary policy, money supply is increasing, LM curve shift rightward, the level of income cannot change. The equilibrium level of income cannot change. So no change in level of income. So E is the right answer here. Okay. Any confusion, anyone? So with the vertical IS curve, with the perfectly inelastic IS curve, the fiscal policy is effective while the monetary policy is ineffective. And the fiscal policy is effective in changing the level of output, in changing the level of income. Box below. So let's get started with the first question. So the first question is in front of you. Consider the following statements about the demand pull inflation, and you have to tell that which of the above statements is or are correct. Okay, is or are correct. So try to answer this question. Let's see how many of you are able to answer this question. Read the statements carefully. So when aggregate demand increases in an economy operating below full employment. So if the aggregate demand is increasing and the economy is below the full employment, that means full employment has not been achieved. So with the increase in aggregate demand, there will be increase in prices. Okay, if the demand is increasing, prices will increase, but output will also increase. Because the economy is operating below the full employment. So still the resources are left for increasing the output. Okay. Now this seems correct that when the aggregate demand increases, if the aggregate demand is increasing, the output and price both are going to increase. Once the economy reaches full employment, if there is full employment, that is all the resources have been employed, further increases in aggregate demand lead mainly to increase in price level. So if there is full employment, the output is at full employment level. And now if the aggregate demand is increasing, only the price level can increase because the output is already at full employment level. So here only the prices can increase. Okay, so output will not increase. So this also seems correct that only the prices will increase. Demand pull inflation can occur only when the aggregate supply is falling due to higher wages. What do you think? Now demand pull inflation is the inflation, the prices are rising because of the increase in demand, and if the aggregate supply is falling due to higher wages, this is cost push inflation. That if the cost is increasing with the higher wages, the cost of production is increasing, and with that Aggregate supply is falling, so this is cost push inflation. This is not demand pull inflation. Demand pull inflation is because of increase in demand. Okay, so the third one is wrong, and that's why the correct answer here is, so I hope you are able to answer this correctly. Which of the above statements are correct? The first and second are the correct statements, and the third was wrong. Okay, the third was wrong. Now the demand pull inflation, basically if the demand is increasing, initially the output, the price increases, and with that the output is increasing. With the increase in demand, the prices increases, so this is demand pull inflation, and the output also increases. If the economy is in the full employment level, that means we have achieved the classical range where the economy is at the full employment level. In this case, the output cannot increase further, only the prices can increase. Okay, now the demand pull inflation is because of various reasons that increase the demand, okay, like the expansionary fiscal policy where the government is spending more, so demand is increasing, or monetary expansion, the money supply is increasing, so demand is increasing, population is increasing, so demand is increasing, and such. Okay, now the cost push inflation, it is because of increase in cost of production. So if the cost of production is increasing, that causes the cost push inflation. Cost of production is increasing because wages are increasing, or let's say the rise is there is rising input cost, the raw material price is increasing, and such. Okay, so this is the idea. Now coming to the second question, that in the quantity theory of money, if the money supply doubles while the velocity and the volume of transaction remain constant. So as per Fisher, the quantity theory of money states that money supply multiplied by velocity is equal to price level multiplied by transaction. So if the velocity and transactions are constant, if the money supply is increasing, if it is getting doubled, so what will happen to the price level? Anyone? So what will happen to the price level? So if the money supply is getting doubled, so the price level will also double. So as per the Fisher, as per the classical theory of the quantity theory of money, this is the classical theory which states that the nominal variables, the monetary variables, affect the other nominal variables, affect the other monetary variables. Okay, so if the money supply is increasing, the price level will increase, so price level will double. So if the money supply is getting doubled, the price level will get doubled. Okay, so this is the idea. Now Fisher equation is money supply multiplied by velocity is equal to price level multiplied by transaction. Money supply multiplied by velocity. Velocity is how many times a unit of money is changing hands. Okay, so velocity of money is how many times a unit of money is changing hands. So velocity is considered constant, the output or the transactions. In the quantity theory of money, the Fisher equation, here we take the transactions. Okay, so the transactions are constant, money supply is constant, so velocity is constant. So if the money supply is getting doubled, the price level will get doubled. Okay, so quantity theory of money income version, in the income version we take money supply multiplied by velocity is equal to price level multiplied by income. Otherwise in the Fisher direct equation, that was money supply multiplied by velocity, price level multiplied by transaction. If the transaction is constant, the velocity is constant. If the money supply is getting doubled, the price level will also get doubled. Now coming to the next question, when cost push inflation occurs in an economy, which of the following curve shifts correctly represent the change in equilibrium? So try to answer this question. Let's see how many of you are able to answer this. So basically, if the cost push inflation is happening, if there is the cost push inflation that is happening, that is occurring in an economy, which of the following curve shift correctly represent the change in equilibrium? Okay. Anyone who is able to answer this question? So this is your aggregate demand, this is your aggregate supply. Okay, the supply increases with the price level, the demand decreases if the prices are high. So the demand decreases, so demand curve is downward sloping, supply curve is upward sloping. Here you have the output. Now let's say that there is cost push inflation is coming, that means cost of production is increasing. The cost of production is increasing. With the increase in cost of production, the aggregate supply will shift leftwards. Okay, if the cost of production is increasing at the same price, if the cost of production is increasing, the supply will decrease, the aggregate supply will decrease, the aggregate supply will shift leftward. So the short run aggregate supply curve shift leftward from the short run 1 to short run aggregate supply 2. Okay, so from the short run aggregate supply 1 to short run aggregate supply 2. So there will be a shift in the short run aggregate supply, or aggregate supply will shift. So B is the correct answer, because aggregate demand will not shift. Basically, if the cost of production is increasing, there will be no effect on aggregate demand, but aggregate supply is getting shifted leftwards. Okay, so B is the right answer. Aggregate demand curve shift leftward. No, aggregate demand is not affected by the cost of production. Short run aggregate supply curve shift rightward. No, aggregate supply is not shifting rightward. Supply is not increasing. Supply will get decreased. Supply will get decreased. Okay, aggregate supply will shift leftward. So B is the right answer here. That here you can see that aggregate supply will shift leftward. If the cost of production is increasing, with the higher cost of production, if there is more cost of production, the aggregate supply curve will shift leftward, and there will be decrease in the supply. There will be decrease in the supply, decrease in the output. So coming to the next question, that during the 1970s and 1980s, many economies like the US experienced stagflation. In the case of stagflation, there is increasing inflation and rising unemployment. In this case, what is the effect on the Phillips curve? There will be movement in the Phillips curve, there will be shift in the Phillips curve. Anyone who is able to answer this question? Will there be a shift in the Phillips curve, or there will be a movement in the Phillips curve? Anyone? See, the Phillips curve, the short run Phillips curve is downward sloping. Here we have the inflation, here we have the unemployment. Okay, so if the inflation is increasing, and with the increase in inflation, if there is also the rise in unemployment, or the unemployment is higher, so the Phillips curve will shift rightwards. The Phillips curve will shift rightwards. So in the case of stagflation, when there is rising inflation and there is rising unemployment, so this causes the rightward shift in the Phillips curve. Rightward shift is coming in the Phillips curve. Okay, so the movement in Phillips curve basically shows that if the inflation rate is increasing, the unemployment rate will decrease. If the inflation rate is decreasing, the unemployment rate will increase. So this is movement that shows the inverse relationship between inflation rate and unemployment rate. If the inflation rate is increasing, unemployment rate is decreasing. There is trade-off between the two rates. If the inflation rate is increasing, unemployment is decreasing. But if the inflation is also increasing and the unemployment is also increasing, so this shows rightward shift in Phillips curve. This shows rightward shift in Phillips curve. So the stagflation leads to the rightward shift in Phillips curve when at the higher unemployment level, the inflation rate is increasing, so unemployment rate is high and the inflation rate is increasing. Or we can say that the inflation rate is also increasing and unemployment rate is also increasing. So there is rightward shift in Phillips curve. Okay. Now coming to the next question, try to answer this question. There is not movement, there is shift. Okay. Movement is when the inflation rate is increasing. The movement in Phillips curve is when the inflation rate is increasing and the unemployment rate is decreasing. But here rising inflation, rising unemployment, so that will cause the Phillips curve to shift rightward. So inflation rate is also increasing and unemployment rate is also increasing. Now, coming to the next question, try to answer this question, that which of the following statements about the Phillips curve equation is correct? That you have to tell me. So, Phillips curve equation shows that the inflation is affected by the expected inflation. If we expect that in the future, the prices are going to increase, so right now we will demand more because we expect that in the future the prices are going to increase. So, we demand more right now, and with more demand right now, the prices start increasing. So, the expected inflation leads to the inflation currently. The inflation, as per Phillips curve, the inflation inversely depends upon the unemployment level. So let's say the current unemployment in comparison to the natural rate of unemployment. So natural rate of unemployment is 5%, but current unemployment is 10%. So current unemployment, if it is very high, inflation will be lower. So Phillips curve shows us that if the unemployment is high, the inflation rate is lower. If the unemployment is decreasing, the inflation rate is increasing. So if the unemployment is decreasing, let's say from 10% to 6%, so if the unemployment rate is decreasing, the inflation rate will increase because there is a negative relationship between unemployment and inflation. Okay, the inflation also depends upon the adverse supply shock. If there is adverse supply shock, this is aggregate supply, this is aggregate demand. If there is adverse supply shock, supply is decreasing, so the price will increase, the prices will increase. Supply will decrease, prices will increase. Okay, so adverse supply shock also leads to inflation. So this is the inflation equation. Inflation depends upon expected inflation. So inflation depends positively on the expected inflation. If the expected inflation is increasing, inflation currently will increase. Very good. Naresh, very good. If the adverse supply shocks are there, then the inflation will increase, as well as there is negative relationship between inflation and the cyclical unemployment, that is the changing unemployment. If the unemployment rate is increasing, inflation will decrease. If the unemployment rate is decreasing, inflation will increase. So there is negative relation between cyclical unemployment and inflation. So B is the right answer here. Okay. Now coming to the next question, that which of the following statement correctly describes the rational expectation theory? So rational expectation theory, there is like 2-3 lines that you need to remember from the rational expectation theory. If you remember those 2-3 lines, you will be easily able to answer this question. So rational expectation theory basically states that the people form their expectations on the basis of all the available information, and because the people have all the available information, so they adjust their expectations pretty easily. And so in the long run as well as in the short run, there is no trade-off between the inflation rate and unemployment rate. That means if the inflation rate is increasing, the unemployment rate will not decrease. There is no trade-off between the inflation rate and unemployment rate, as the people, they already know that the inflation is going to increase, so they demand more wages, so there is no effect on the unemployment rate. Okay. So this is the idea, that which of the following statement correctly describes the rational expectation theory. So rational expectation theory basically says that the rational expectation theory assumes that people form their expectations using all the available information and adjust the wages and prices quickly. So if inflation rate is increasing, if the prices are increasing, wages will increase. The cost of production will increase. So if prices are increasing and the cost of production is increasing, so profit will remain stable. So unemployment rate will remain constant. Unemployment rate will remain constant. So if the prices are increasing, even if the prices are increasing, even if the inflation rate is increasing, even if the inflation rate is increasing, the prices are increasing, but the wages will increase, and the profits, because the prices are increasing and with that wages are also increasing, cost of production is also increasing, so profits will remain stable or profits will remain constant. So unemployment rate will remain constant. Okay. So basically your profit or the firm's profit depends upon price for their product minus cost of production. So if price is increasing for the product but cost of production is also increasing, so profits will remain constant, and so unemployment rate will remain constant. So it is assumed by the rational expectation theory that in the short run, in the long run, there is no trade-off between the inflation rate and unemployment rate. There is no trade-off. Even in short run, even in long run, never the inflation rate and unemployment rate, they never have any trade-off. If the inflation rate is decreasing, unemployment rate will not increase as per rational expectation theory. So rational expectation theory assumes that people form expectations using all the available information and adjust the wages and prices quickly, eliminating any trade-off between the inflation and unemployment in the short run or long run. So in the long run as well as short run, there is the unemployment rate that does not depend upon the price level. Okay, so this is the idea, that in the short run or long run, there is no trade-off. There is no trade-off between inflation rate or unemployment rate. So there is no downward sloping Phillips curve, as there is no trade-off between inflation rate and unemployment rate. Now coming to the Friedman's adaptive expectation theory, which of the following best explains the shift of the short run Phillips curve and the shape of the long run Phillips curve? So here you have to tell that as per the adaptive expectation theory. See, adaptive expectation theory says that as the prices are increasing, as the inflation is increasing, the cost takes time to increase. The cost of production, the wages take time to increase because people realize later. So wages take time to increase. They do not immediately increase. So as the prices are increasing, cost of production is same. So profits increase. If the profits are increasing, so there is more production, there is more employment. For more production, there is more employment, unemployment decrease. So in the short run, it is believed by the adaptive expectation theory that wages take time to increase. So in the short run, as the inflation rate is increasing, as the price level are increasing in the economy, the unemployment rate decrease. The unemployment rate decrease. So in the short run, there is trade-off that is present between the inflation rate and unemployment rate. If the inflation rate is increasing, unemployment rate will decrease. If the inflation rate is increasing, unemployment rate will decrease. But in the long run, as people realize that the prices are increasing and the products are becoming expensive, they demand more wages and cost of production increase. So in the long run, as the cost of production is increasing, the production comes back to the previous level, the employment comes back to the previous level, the unemployment come back to the previous level. And so in the long run, there is no change in the unemployment rate, or the unemployment rate is at the natural rate of unemployment. Okay, unemployment rate is at the natural rate of unemployment. Okay, and only the prices can change. So in the short run, Phillips curve is vertical. No, in the short run, Phillips curve is downward sloping. So in the short run, Phillips curve is downward sloping. In the long run, it becomes vertical. In the long run, the Phillips curve is vertical because workers adjust their expectation of inflation. So B is the correct statement here. Okay, so here you can see that in the short run, Phillips curve is downward sloping as per adaptive expectation theory. Okay, Phillips curve is downward sloping in the short run, but in the long run, the Phillips curve is at the natural rate of unemployment. So unemployment rate will not change, only the prices can change. Okay, you can read the theoretical part, but this is the main idea. Now coming to the next question, an economy has been growing steadily for the past 5 years. Stock prices are at record high. Unemployment is at lowest of the level. There is nearly full employment has been achieved. Full employment has been achieved. That means all the resources, all the labor, all the capital, they are fully employed. Potential GDP, that is the GDP that a country can achieve. The potential GDP is equal to actual GDP. That means the country has achieved its potential. The potential GDP is equal to actual GDP. Consumer confidence is very strong. However, in recent months, the inflation has started to rise rapidly. There is prices that are rising. The Monetary Authority has hinted at tightening the monetary policy. That means having a contractionary monetary policy to control this high inflation in the country. And many of the investors are speculating that assets prices are overheated and the economy is becoming overheated. Based on the description, which phase of the business cycle is the economy most likely approaching? Vinay, we are expecting that at the end of this week or by the next week, you will get the results, because this time the phase 2 of the RBI grade B is at a grade is having more days. So maybe that's why the result is getting delayed a little. Okay. But if you are if you think that you have given the phase 1 of the RBI grade B in a good manner, so you can you focus on your preparation for the phase 2. Okay. Now here, which stage it is? This is the peak stage. In the peak, the potential GDP is equal to the actual GDP. There is full employment that has been achieved. Okay, so when the economy is expanding, the production is increasing, and slowly the difference between the potential GDP and the actual GDP is decreasing, because the actual GDP starts increasing. So the difference between the potential GDP and actual GDP starts decreasing, and the economy moves closer towards the potential GDP. There is more employment of the resources, but at the peak, the potential GDP that can be achieved by the country is equal to the actual GDP, because we have achieved the potential, and here the prices are at the highest, the prices are very high, as well as the full employment has been achieved. So this is the peak. Very good, Sonia. This is the peak. So peak is where the economic activities are at the highest level. The potential GDP is equal to the actual GDP. There is no difference between the potential GDP and actual GDP, and the full employment has been achieved at the peak. Okay. Now coming to the next question, read the question carefully. You will be able to answer this question. Not a very difficult question. Such kind of questions, such kind of lengthy questions can come in the SEBI Grade A Phase 1 also. You will realize once you read this question that this question is very easy, but if you see the lengthy question, do not just skip it. Okay. So sometimes if a lengthy question comes, we have the tendency to skip it, but see the question, that which of the following statement best distinguishes a recession from a depression. So I hope you know about the recession and depression. If you know about the recession and depression, you will be able to answer this question. Okay. So there is a contraction phase. Contraction starts from recession, and when the recession deepens, it becomes depression. So if the economy is contracting, there is a recession, and if it deepens, there is depression. Recession is marked by falling prices. Yes, during the recession, demand is less, production is less, prices are less. While depression occurs when prices are rising sharply. No. In the depression also, the prices should be falling. So this is wrong. A recession occurs after a trough. So recession occurs, yes. So recession occurs after the trough. No, after the trough, in the business cycle, after the trough there is recovery. After the trough there is recovery. So this is not correct. Okay. While a depression occurs just before the peak. Depression occurs before the peak. No, depression occurs after the peak, we can say. Okay. Recession is caused by high government spending. So when the government is spending more, when there is more government expenditure, there will be more demand, more production. So no, recession is not caused by high government spending, whereas depression is caused by low inflation. No. A recession involves a moderate decline in GDP. So recession, in this, the production is decreasing, the GDP is decreasing. Yes. Whereas a depression is a prolonged, severe fall in economic activity with high unemployment and widespread business failures. This seems correct. Out of all the options, the D option till now is the best, because the recession involves the moderate fall in economic activities, while the depression, when the recession deepens, then there is depression. That is the prolonged severe fall in economic activity. Okay. There is no difference between recession and depression. No, recession and depression, there is a minor difference. When the recession deepens, it becomes depression. When the recession is severe, it becomes depression. Okay. So recession involves moderate decline in economic activity. When it becomes more severe, it turns into depression. So D is the most appropriate answer here. So D is the answer. So basically, depression is much deeper and longer contraction. Recession refers to moderate decline in economic activity. Okay. Next is, which of the following statements is incorrect regarding the features of the business cycle? So the features of the business cycle, basically business cycles occur from time to time, though they do not show same regularity. So yes, it happens that business cycles happen from time to time, but the irregularity is there. That means sometimes the boom phase is longer, sometimes the depression phase is longer, or recession phase is longer, sometimes the recession phase is shorter. So business cycles occur from time to time, but there is no same regularity, or there is irregularity that is present. Correct. Business cycles are synchronic. Yes, business cycles are synchronic. That means it might start from one industry and can spread to other parts of the companies. It can spread to other parts of the world also. So business cycles are synchronic. It might start from one industry, from one sector, and it can spread to the other parts or other sectors, other industries. So correct. Investment and consumption of durable consumer goods are not affected much by the cyclical fluctuations. So if there is cyclical fluctuations happening, think about it. If there is depression, if there is recession and depression, so production is decreasing, demand is decreasing, production is decreasing, so investment will decrease because there is less investment that will be required. If there is more demand, if there is boom that is happening, if there is more demand, more production, there will be more investment, more machine, tools, equipments that will be required. So investment and consumption of durable consumer goods, TV, sofa, if there is boom that is going on, you have more income, you will demand such kind of things. But if your income is decreasing, you will not demand such kind of luxury goods or the durable consumer goods and such. So investment and consumption of durable consumer goods, they are much affected, they are more affected by the cyclical fluctuations. Okay, so this statement is wrong and you have to find the incorrect statement. So all the other statements are correct, only the C statement is wrong. Only the C statement is wrong here. So business cycles occur from time to time. They are synchronic in nature. The fluctuations occur not only in the level of production, but the fluctuations occur in simultaneously in other variables also. Investment and consumption of durable consumer goods are affected most by the cyclical fluctuations because the investment is very volatile. If the production is increasing, there is more investment. If the production is decreasing, there is less investment that is required. Next, consumption of non-durable goods like the FMCG or the consumption of food and the non-durable goods, they will not be affected much during the business cycles because even if there is boom, it's not like that you will start eating twice or thrice this amount. Okay, so non-durable goods, their consumption is not affected much during the business cycles. Immediate impact of depression and expansion is on inventories of goods. When there is depression, demand is low. With the low demand, there are inventories that start filling up because if there is low demand, whatever is present in the market is not being sold out, so the inventories are getting filled up. If there is expansion, more demand, inventories will get emptied up. Profits fluctuate more than any other type of income. During boom, profits increase very rapidly. During depression, profits decrease. The income, you can understand that the wages, they take time to change, but the profits change very easily. Business cycles are international in character. They might start from one country and they can spread to other countries. Okay, so here the incorrect statement is only C. C was the incorrect statement because the investment and consumption of durable consumer goods are not affected much by the cyclical fluctuation. This is wrong. They are affected much by the cyclical fluctuation. So this was a wrong statement and that's why the correct answer. Chalo, according to Keynes' theory of business cycle, what is the main cause of economic fluctuation in output, income and employment? So as per Keynes, if the production is increasing, if the employment is increasing, if the prices are increasing, if the economy is in the boom, that is because of which factor? If the production is decreasing, if the prices are decreasing, the employment is decreasing, unemployment is increasing. This is because of what? So Keynes has given the most importance to variation in aggregate effective demand. According to Keynes, basically, this is your aggregate supply, this is your aggregate demand. This is the effective aggregate demand, where the aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. So effective aggregate demand is where aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. So this is the effective aggregate demand, where the aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. So here, as the demand increases, so here we have output. As the aggregate demand increases, so there will be more output, more production. So for more output, there will be more production. With more output, more production, there will be more income that will be generated. Okay. So the effective aggregate demand, variation in effective aggregate demand causes the business cycle. They are the main cause of the business cycle. So B is the right answer here. Okay. So basically, as per Keynes, fall in aggregate effective demand. If the demand is falling, production will fall, and there will be recession or depression. If the aggregate effective demand is increasing, production will increase, and there will be boom that will happen, economic expansion that will happen. Now coming to the next question, try to answer this question. Which of the following scenarios correctly illustrates the revenue expenditure or capital expenditure? Revenue expenditure, this is the regular expenditure of the government, or capital expenditure, this is the expenditure that is increasing the asset in the country, or that is decreasing the liability for the government, that is decreasing the liability, the obligation. So cost of maintaining an old building, basically maintenance cost, this is the regular cost. So it comes under the revenue expenditure. It does not come under the capital expenditure. Payment of salaries, it is the regular expenditure. So it comes under the revenue expenditure. Purchase of new factory. If a new factory has been purchased, if the new factory has been built or such, this is capital expenditure, because this is increasing the asset for the government, or this is increasing the asset for a company. So here the C is the right answer. Annual insurance premium, so this is the regular expenditure. Construction of a new office, so this is a revenue expenditure. This is a regular expenditure. Construction of new office building, this is a capital expenditure. If a new office building is being constructed, this is not a revenue expenditure. So only the C is correct, all the others are wrong, and that's why C is the scenario that correctly illustrates the capital expenditure. So C is the answer. Very good. Correct, Himanshu. So revenue expenditure, this is the regular expenditure of the government that does not increase the asset, it does not decrease the liability for the government. While the capital expenditure is the expenditure where the assets are being formed or the liabilities are being reduced. Okay. Now, coming to this question, try to answer this question. If you know about the balance of trade, if you know about the balance of payment, if you know about the visible trade, invisible trade, current account, so you will be able to answer this question. So in the balance of payment, there is current account and there is capital account. In the current account, there is trade in goods, trade in services, and transfer payments. Okay, so try to answer this question. Export of goods, import of goods. So that is trade in goods is happening. Trade in goods is also known as balance of trade or visible trade. Trade in services and transfer payments, they are known as invisibles. Okay, now try to answer. Very good, Himanshu. Absolutely correct. So basically, see, balance of trade, that is, balance of trade is the trade in goods. Okay, is the trade in goods. So balance of trade is your export receipts minus import payments. So export, for the export, we are receiving 180, while the import, for import, we are paying 230. So balance of trade is in deficit because we are receiving less than what we are paying. So there is deficit in the balance of trade of $50 billion. There is no surplus. Net unilateral transfers are negative. So transfer payments are also known as unilateral transfers. So the unilateral transfers, net remittances that we are receiving, net amount is positive. So it is positive, not negative. Current account will necessarily be in surplus. You can see that the balance of trade is in deficit of $50 billion. while the net remittances are in surplus of $35 billion. So there is no surplus that we are seeing here. There is actually the deficit. So current account, because the trade in goods is in higher deficit than the surplus in transfer payments. Okay, we don't know about the trade in services. We will assume that the trade in services is 0. If the trade in services is not given in the data, it is assumed 0. So you can see that the current account, for the current account, there is deficit that is higher. Okay, merchandise trade means trade in goods. Trade in goods, that is balance of trade, is in deficit of $50 billion. So here D is the right statement. Okay, current account includes trade in goods, trade in services, and transfer payment. Loans are not included in current account. It is included, loans, borrowing, it is included in capital account. Okay, so D is the right statement here. Okay, so this is the idea. So D is the right here. D is the answer here. For economics, if you want free source, so you can cover the topics from HL Ahuja. Your macroeconomics topics can be covered through the HL Ahuja. For microeconomics also, you can either follow HL Ahuja or you can follow Anna Kourtsianis. Okay. So this is the idea. These are the free sources, free books that are available. HL Ahuja for macroeconomics, HL Ahuja for microeconomics, or for microeconomics you can also follow Anna Kourtsianis. Anna Kourtsianis is considered better for the microeconomics. Okay, now just focus on the topics that are given in the syllabus, because the books will be bulky, but you just have to cover 3-4 chapters from the books, so that you have to focus. Okay, chalo. Now going to the next question. If the Indian rupee depreciate, if the rupee is depreciating, if the value of rupee is decreasing, what will be the most likely effect on the exporters, importers? So if you know that if the depreciation happens, if the value of rupee is decreasing, which will benefit and who will lose? Who will benefit and who will lose? So during the depreciation, whenever the rupee depreciates, the exporters benefit and the importers, they lose. So this you have to keep in mind, because let's say the value of rupee is decreasing, the rupee is depreciating against dollars. That means the value of rupee is decreasing against dollars, the rupee is becoming weaker against dollars. That means rupee value has decreased, so we can import less with the rupees. With the same rupees we can import less because value of rupees has decreased, so the importers will suffer, while the exporters, because the value of rupees has decreased, the rupee is cheaper now. The rupee is cheaper now for the other countries, because the value of rupee has decreased, so rupee is cheaper now for the other countries. So that means the Indian products are cheaper for the other countries, because our rupee is cheaper for the other countries. That means the Indian products are cheaper for the other countries. So the other countries will demand more of our product. So exporters will benefit. So exporters of IT services, or the exporters, basically they can gain, while the importers, they can face higher cost because the rupee has become weaker. So for the import, we will have to give more rupees to get $1. To get, let's say, 1 liter of oil. For 1 liter of oil, before we were giving $1 at 70 rupees. Now the rupee has depreciated. Rupee is $1 equal to 80 rupees. So we will have to give 80 rupees to get this 1 liter of oil. So we will have to give more. So there it will be higher cost. Okay. So D is the right answer here. So whenever there is depreciation of rupee, the importers, they lose, because we will have to give more rupees. As the value of rupee is decreasing, we will have to give more rupees to get $1 or to get the product that we want from other countries. So before $1 was equal to 70 rupees. Now let's say rupee has depreciated, rupee value is decreasing. So we will have to give 80 rupees to get $1. So the foreign products have become expensive. The crude oil that we are importing by giving the dollars, that has also become expensive for us. We will have to give 80 rupees to get $1 to get, let's say, 1 liter of oil. Before we were only giving 70 rupees. So for importers, the oil has become expensive for India. Okay, while the exporters, they benefit because the rupee is cheaper for the other countries. That means Indian products are cheaper for the other countries. So the other countries, they will demand more of our product. They will demand more Indian product. So the exporters will benefit. This is the idea. So appreciation of rupee, it discourages the exports, encourages the imports, while the depreciation of rupee, when the rupee is depreciating, when the rupee is losing its value, the exports are encouraged from our country while the imports are discouraged. This is the idea. Now coming to the next question, global crude oil prices. So this is the application based question. This is a generic question that is using various of your concepts. If your concepts are clear, then you will be able to answer this question. If you have the basic clarity, you will be able to answer this question. Easy, not a very difficult one. So global crude oil prices have fallen sharply from 100 per barrel to $65 per barrel. So you can understand that the oil is becoming cheaper. This will create this, which of the following is not the likely effect of the on the Indian economy? So which of the following is not the likely effect? India's import bill and current account deficit are likely to decrease. Yes, because oil has become cheaper. So that means the import bill for us will be lesser for the oil. Now in the current account we have trade in goods. In the trade in goods we are importing the oil. Due to the import of oil, we have to pay a lot of dollars. Because of the lesser prices of oil, we can import the oil at cheaper rate. So the current account deficit can decrease. Because we have to pay less for the oil now. Before we were paying $100 per barrel. Now we have to pay $65 per barrel. Okay. Correct. Inflationary pressures in the economy tend to ease. Yes, oil has become cheaper. The Indian rupee is likely to appreciate due to lower demand for foreign exchange. This is possible. This is actually possible, because what is happening that if we have to pay less, then the demand of dollars is less. Okay. Before we were demanding $100 for 1 barrel of oil. Now we will only demand $65 in the international market for 1 barrel of oil. So if the demand of dollars is decreasing in our country, if we have less demand for dollars, there will be less price of dollars, or there is less value for dollars. If we have less demand for dollars, there is less value of dollars against the rupees. Okay, so value of dollars will decrease against the rupees, or the value of rupees is increasing. So this is possible actually. If you have studied the foreign exchange market, this is easy to understand. If you have not, then go through the foreign exchange market, where you will understand that if the demand for dollars is decreasing in India, that means the value of dollars is decreasing in India. If the value of dollars is decreasing against rupees, that means rupee value is increasing against dollars. Okay, so this is possible actually. Government's fuel subsidy burden is likely to decline because oil has already become cheaper. So this is correct. Fiscal deficit is likely to widen due to reduced oil prices. No, if the oil prices are reducing, the government subsidy will reduce. The government will have to spend less. If the government is spending less, the deficit of the government will reduce. So this is wrong. E is the wrong statement. Okay. So deficit is basically the fiscal deficit. I hope you know the formula of fiscal deficit. That is total expenditure minus total receipts excluding borrowing. So if the government is spending less on the subsidy, total expenditure is decreasing. That means fiscal deficit is decreasing. Okay. So E is the right answer here. Chalo. Now, what kind of policy involving raising taxes, in which policy there is increase in taxes and decrease in government expenditure to control the inflation? What kind of policy is it? Is it the monetary policy or fiscal policy? Is it the expansionary fiscal policy, contractionary fiscal policy, expansionary monetary policy, or contractionary monetary policy? A very easy question. Increase in taxes or decrease in government expenditure? Government is decreasing its expenditure or increasing taxes to control the inflation. This is which policy? This is contractionary fiscal policy. Fiscal policy, because this is the policy of the government. Very good. This is the policy of the government, where the government is changing the tax or expenditure. And contractionary government policy, because the government is contracting its expenditure. With the decrease in government expenditure, the demand will decrease in the country. With the decreasing demand, the production will the prices will decrease. If the demand is decreasing, the prices will be controlled. The prices will be stabilized. Okay. So government is increasing the taxes or decreasing the government expenditure to control the inflation in the country. If the government expenditure is decreasing, if the government is spending less, demand will decrease, the prices will stabilize, the inflation will decrease. So contractionary fiscal policy. Now, Which of the following is not a component of non-tax revenue receipt in the Union Budget of India? So in the government budget, there are the receipts of the government. The government is receiving the money in the form of revenue receipt or in the form of capital receipt. So government is receiving the money in the form of revenue receipt or capital receipt. Revenue receipt is basically tax revenue receipt. Government is receiving the tax, through that the government is receiving the money, or the non-tax revenue receipt. This is the regular receipt of the government in the form of non-tax. So dividend, profit from public sector undertakings. So this is the regular receipt of the government. This is non-tax revenue receipt. So dividend, profit, it comes under non-tax revenue receipt. Interest receipts, this also the government receives on the regular basis. The loan that the central government has given to the state government. So if the central government has given loan to the state government, central government is giving interest to the state government, is giving interest to the central government on regular basis. So central government is receiving interest on the regular basis. Fees, fines, charges, penalties, this is also received by government on regular basis. This is also non-tax revenue receipt. Grants received by the government from foreign countries or foreign organization. So grants also come under non-tax revenue receipt. Okay. Borrowings is not under the revenue receipt, it is under the capital receipt. Borrowings are under the capital receipt. So E is not a component of non-tax revenue receipt. Okay. So there are the revenue receipts, that includes tax revenue receipts, where the government is receiving the tax, income tax, corporate profit tax, goods and services tax, excise duty, custom duty, all of that comes under the tax revenue receipt. Non-tax revenue receipt, non-tax basically includes fees, fines, penalties, dividend, interest receipts that the government is receiving, grants that the government is receiving. Capital receipts include the borrowings. Okay, that is increasing the liability for the government, because the government has to return the money. If the government is borrowing the money, government is receiving the money by borrowing the money, so government has to return the money. So this is increasing liability. Or there is decrease in asset. Okay, the government is selling its assets, decreasing the assets to receive the money. So that is capital receipt. Now coming to the next question, easy question, try to answer this question. So a monetary authority would likely implement a contractionary monetary policy where the monetary authority is decreasing the money supply, increasing the interest rate, increasing the repo rate. The monetary authority is increasing the repo rate to increase the interest rate. At higher interest rate, less loans will be taken. There will be less loans, so less demand, less money supply in the economy. Less loans, less money in the economy, so less demand in the economy. So this is in response to which of the following economic condition? An easy question, try to answer this. Very good. Correct, Pratiksha. Correct, Himanshu. So monetary authority would most likely implement a contractionary monetary policy where the monetary authority is decreasing the money supply by increasing the repo rate, by increasing. If repo rate is increasing, interest rate will increase. At higher interest rate, less loans will be taken. So less money supply in the economy, less money in the hands of the people, so less demand by the people, so less prices. Or the prices will be controlled and the inflation will start decreasing. So in the case of high inflation, there is contractionary monetary policy that is adopted. Okay. So in the contractionary monetary policy, the rates are increased. The rates are increased by the monetary authority. Okay. So under the tight, hawkish, contractionary monetary policy, there is increase in the rates so that the demand can reduce in the economy. With lower demand, the inflation will be controlled. Okay. Next is, which instrument of monetary policy is being described in the following lines? It is a form of collateralized lending by the RBI, where RBI lends the money to the commercial banks against the collateral in form of government securities, lowering the rate. If this rate is lowered, the interest rate will decrease in the economy. With the decreasing interest rate, there will be, at the lower interest rate, more loans will be taken. More loans means more money in the economy. So more loans means more money supply in the economy. With more money supply, with more money in the hands of people, people will demand more. So which kind of rate is it? This is, which kind of rate it is? This is the rate at which RBI lends to the commercial banks. So RBI is lending to the commercial banks at repo rate. At repo rate. Repo rate is the rate. Repo rate is the rate at which RBI lends. This is the rate at which RBI lends to the banks. This is the collateralized lending. RBI lend the money to the banks, and banks have to give a collateral in the form of government security. Okay, so the repo rate is the answer. The rest you can read, okay, about the different rates. The CRR is the cash reserve ratio that the banks have to keep with RBI in cash. Then there is SDF, that is the deposit facility of the RBI, under which RBI takes deposits from the banks. Okay. Yes, reverse repo rate. So in the liquidity adjustment facility corridor, there is repo rate, there is SDF rate, and there is MSF rate. Okay. So SDF rate has replaced the reverse repo rate. Before, reverse repo rate was the main deposit rate of the RBI. Now the SDF rate is the main deposit rate of the RBI, under which RBI is taking deposits from the banks. Okay. Before, fixed reverse repo rate was the deposit rate, was the main deposit rate. Now the SDF rate is the main deposit rate of the RBI under the LAF corridor. Coming to the next question, which of the following statements regarding the CRR is or are correct? So you have to tell that which of the following statements regarding the CRR is or are correct. Okay, so CRR is your cash reserve ratio. CRR is the cash reserve ratio. So cash reserve ratio is the percentage of a bank's NDTL, that is CRR is a percentage of the bank's net demand and time liabilities. Net demand and time liabilities, that means net demand and time deposits. Okay, so CRR is a percentage of the net demand and time deposits. CRR is a percentage from the net deposits. CRR is a percentage from net deposits of the bank that the bank have to keep with RBI in cash. So this is correct. CRR is a percentage of a bank's NDTL, net deposits, that must be kept with the RBI, in cash. So CRR can be maintained in form of cash, gold and approved securities? No. CRR can be maintained only in the form of cash. A higher CRR, if the CRR is increased, that means banks have to keep a higher percentage of their deposits with RBI in cash, so the banks will be left with less money to lend. If the banks are keeping more reserves with RBI, the banks will be left with less money to lend. So a higher CRR reduces the liquidity in the banking system. Correct. So 1 and 3 are the right statements. Okay, 1 and 3 are the right statements, and thus the C is the right answer. Any confusion anyone has? Any confusion anyone? Now, suppose India faces persistently high inflation due to demand pull factors. So if the inflation is increasing in the economy, in such a situation, which of the following steps by RBI would be most appropriate? So RBI will purchase the government securities from the banks under the open market operation, and RBI will have to give money to the banks. So in this, the money supply is increasing. With more money supply, there will be more demand, higher prices. So RBI does not want that. So this cannot be possible. RBI should not be purchasing the government securities. RBI should be selling the government securities to take away the money. Okay, RBI should be selling the government securities to the banks, so that the banks have to give money to the RBI, and the money supply reduces with the banks, so that the inflation can reduce. Money supply can reduce, and the demand can reduce, the inflation can reduce. So first is wrong. RBI increases the repo rate. Yes, at the higher repo rate, there will be higher interest rate. At the higher repo rate, there will be higher interest rate. At higher interest rate, less loans will be taken. Less money supply will be there in the economy. Less money supply means less demand. Less demand means prices will be controlled and inflation will decrease. So this is correct. RBI reduces the CRR. If RBI is reducing the CRR, banks have to keep less reserves with RBI. So banks will have more money to lend. So no. If more lending will happen, more money supply means more demand means higher prices. So no, RBI will not do this. Okay, so only the second statement is correct. Only the second statement is correct. Okay. So SLR, statutory liquidity ratio, this is a percentage of the net demand and time liabilities. This is a percentage of the net deposits that the banks have to keep with themselves. Okay, so SLR is a percentage of the net deposits, the net demand and time liabilities that the banks have to keep with themselves in the form of cash, gold, or other government securities so that the banks can use this cash to return the money of the depositors whenever the depositors demand. So if you are going to the bank has to give you the money that you are demanding from the bank from your deposits that you have done. So the bank keeps some cash, gold, or government securities. So bank is keeping some liquid assets in the form of SLR. Okay. So contractionary monetary policy. So in the contractionary monetary policy, the rates are increased. So the contractionary monetary policy, in this, the rates are increased. Okay. At the higher rates, there is less money supply in the economy. Less money supply in the economy means less money in the hands of the people. So there will be less demand. With less demand, the prices will be controlled. The inflation will reduce in the economy. Okay. Now open market operation. So if the RBI is purchasing the government securities from the banks, RBI will be giving the money. So that will increase the liquidity, that will increase the money supply in the economy. More money supply means more demand, that means more prices and more production in the economy, more growth in the economy. Sale of the government securities, if RBI is selling the government securities to the banks, and so the banks will give the money to the RBI. So there is less liquidity with the banks that is left. There is less money supply that is left with the banks. Less money supply means less money supply in the economy means that less demand, prices will be controlled, inflation will be controlled. Okay. So open market operation, it is conducted by the RBI. Chalo, coming to the next question. See, RBI on behalf of the government releases. So RBI on behalf of the government issues the government securities. Through the government securities, the government receives the funds from the investors. Okay. So government security is a debt instrument through which the government is taking debt from the investors. Now this government securities whole process is tackled by RBI. So RBI on behalf of the government is issuing the government securities, that is the debt instrument through which government is taking debt from the investors. Now try to answer this question. So which of the following statements regarding NBFCs is or are correct? NBFCs can accept only time deposits for a minimum period of 12 months and maximum period of 60 months. Okay, so NBFCs cannot accept demand deposits. NBFCs can provide loans and advances, yes, but they do not form a part of the payment and settlement system, yes. NBFCs can provide the loan and advances, but they do not form a part of payment and settlement system. Okay, as the NBFCs, they are not a part of the payment and settlement system, they cannot issue checks drawn on themselves and such. So second is correct. Deposits with NBFCs are not insured. They are not insured by the DICGC. DICGC, that is Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation, only insures the deposits of the banks. The DICGC do not insure the deposits of the NBFCs. So first and third are wrong, and that's why the answer is C. Very good. So NBFCs cannot accept demand deposits. They can only accept time deposits for a minimum period of 12 months and maximum period of 60 months. They are not part of India's payment and settlement system. They can lend, they can provide advances, but they cannot issue checks drawn on themselves. Their deposits are not insured by the DICGC. In the balance of payment, which type of items refers to transactions that are undertaken to cover deficit or surplus in the balance of payment? So if there is balance of payment deficit or surplus, this kind of balance of payment deficit or surplus is covered by which kind of transactions? Errors and omission items, invisible items, autonomous items, accommodating items, or current account items. So which items are covering the balance of payment deficit or surplus? So that is accommodating items. Accommodating items, they are the items. Okay, so let's say there is balance of payment. Let's say there is balance of payment deficit. The deficit of $30 billion. So the foreign exchange reserves will be used to cover this deficit in the balance of payment. So to cover the balance of payment deficit, the foreign exchange reserves will be used so that the balance of payment overall balance becomes zero, and whatever is left in the balance of payment can be settled out. Okay, so to cover the deficit or to cover the surplus in the balance of payment, the foreign exchange reserves are used. If India does not have sufficient foreign exchange reserves, if a country does not have sufficient foreign exchange reserves, so the additional borrowing is done from the multilateral institutions, from the international economic institutions and such. So this kind of transaction that is happening to cover the deficit or surplus in the balance of payment, this is known as accommodating transaction, accommodating transactions. Okay, autonomous transactions, they are independent of the situation in balance of payment. So you are doing the trade in goods, you are doing the trade in services, you are doing the investment in the other countries, or other countries are doing investment in our country for their own profit, for their own benefit and such. So these transactions are autonomous transactions that are independent of the situation of the balance of payment. That is, the autonomous transactions, they are independent of balance of payment, deficit or surplus. Now, under the scale-based regulatory framework introduced by RBI for the NBFCs, there are 4 NBFC layer. Which of the following is correctly matches the NBFC layer with its example? So there are 4 layers. There is base layer for NBFC, middle layer, upper layer and top layer. So the higher the layer is, the more risky the NBFC is, the bigger the NBFC also is, and usually the more risky. So the base layer, deposit taking NBFCs, no. The base layer consists of the non-deposit taking NBFC that have the asset size less than 1000 crores. So base layer NBFCs have the non-deposit taking NBFCs usually. Middle layer NBFCs, no. The NBFC peer-to-peer and NBFC account aggregators, they are part of base layer NBFCs. Okay. Upper layer consists of top 10 NBFCs by asset size. Yes, upper layer consists of the top 10 NBFCs by asset size. So C is the correct statement, and that's why this is the correct match. Upper layer always consists of the top 10 NBFCs by asset size. Top layer is empty. Top layer is ideally empty. It has to remain ideally empty. So when there are very high risks that are coming in the upper layer NBFCs, then the NBFCs can be transferred to the top layer, but the top layer should remain ideally empty. Okay, so it always includes housing finance companies. No, the top layer should ideally remain empty. Base layer consists of NBFC, IFC and the CIC. No, IFC and the CIC NBFCs, they are usually in the middle layer or upper layer. So all the statements are wrong. Only the C statement is correct. Okay. Yes. So base layer shall comprise of non-deposit taking NBFCs that have the asset size below 1000 crores, peer-to-peer NBFC, account aggregator NBFC, such kind of NBFCs, small NBFCs, they come in base layer. Middle layer NBFCs, they are all the deposit taking NBFCs, they come in the middle layer. So all the deposit taking NBFCs, they come in the middle layer, as well as the NBFCs that are the non-deposit taking NBFCs with asset size of 1000 crores or above, they also come in middle layer. Okay. The upper layer, the top 10 eligible NBFCs in terms of their asset size shall always reside in the upper layer irrespective of any other factor. Top layer will ideally remain empty. Okay. Now the NBFC peer-to-peer NBFC account aggregator, they should remain in base layer. NBFC, IFC and the infrastructure finance company, NBFC, CIC, the core investment companies, they are included in the middle layer or upper layer, or they can go to top layer if there is risk that is arising. Okay, but the NBFC, IFC and the housing finance company, the core investment company, they will be included in the middle layer or upper layer. Now coming to the last question for today, try to answer this. A country's fiscal deficit is given, a non-debt creating capital reserves are given, and the interest liabilities are given. So what is the gross primary deficit? If you know the formula of the gross primary deficit, a very easy question is in front of you, but do not get confused with the given information. Just focus on the formula of the primary deficit, and with the formula of the primary deficit, with the basic concept of the primary deficit, you will be able to answer this. So what is the formula of the primary deficit? The primary deficit is equal to fiscal deficit minus interest payments. So primary deficit is equal to fiscal deficit minus interest payments. So fiscal deficit is given at 50,000 crores. Interest payments, interest liabilities are given at 1500 crores. So primary deficit is how much? Primary deficit is how much? 50,000 crores minus 1,500 crores. So that is 48,500 crores. So B is the right answer. Okay. B is the right answer. The government is receiving 10,000 crores through non-debt creating capital receipt. This is just an additional information. It doesn't matter, because in the primary deficit, the fiscal deficit minus interest payments or interest liability, this is the formula that you have to use. So here the P is the right answer. Okay. So don't make any silly mistakes in these kind of questions. You know the formula, put the data in the formula and you will be able to answer it. Don't make any silly mistake. Okay. Revenue deficit is equal to, deficit is whenever the expenditure is more than the receipts. So revenue deficit is revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts. Fiscal deficit is total expenditure minus total receipts excluding borrowing. Primary deficit is fiscal deficit minus interest payments, interest liabilities. Okay. Effective revenue deficit is revenue deficit. Effective revenue deficit is revenue deficit minus the grants for the creation of capital asset. So effective revenue deficit is revenue deficit minus grants for creation of capital assets. If you open up the total expenditure, that is capital expenditure, revenue expenditure, total receipts excluding borrowing, so revenue receipts, and receipts excluding borrowing, so they are non-debt creating capital receipt. So the capital receipts excluding borrowing is basically non-debt creating capital receipts. Okay. Now revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts, they are revenue deficit. Revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts is revenue deficit. So the fiscal deficit includes the revenue deficit plus capital expenditure minus this minus sign. So minus non-debt creating capital receipt. And the fiscal deficit, it is equal to total borrowing requirement, because fiscal deficit is equal to total expenditure minus total receipts excluding borrowing. So if we are excluding the borrowing, so only borrowing is left to cover the fiscal deficit. So that is the idea. So fiscal deficit is equal to total borrowing requirement.
Approach. So let us begin. So let us begin with question number 1. And by the way, let me tell you that today we are going to cover the banking system questions. ठीक है, तो आज banking system करेंगे, फिर धीरे धीरे financial markets में भी जाएंगे, and we are going to cover miscellaneous components also. So this is class 1. This is we are going to cover in class 2, and ये class 3 होगा. ठीक है हमारा. तो हर class के लिए हम कोशिश करेंगे that जो भी डिफरेंट चैप्टर्स हैं उसमें से कुछ एरियाज को डिस्कस कर पाए, सो दैट बेसिकली वी आर एबल टू गेट बेस्ट आउटपुट out of this series, right? So that is the agenda. So let us begin and let us move on to question number 1. Which of the following activities falls within the permissible scope of small finance bank but is explicitly prohibited for a payment bank? Yes. So mark your answers. So option number A, issuing ATM or debit cards. Option B, accepting deposits up to a limit of rupees 2 lakh. Option C, issuing credit cards and accepting term deposits. Option D, providing payment and remittances services. And option E, being licensed and regulated by the RBI. So what is going to be the correct answer to this question? Please read the question carefully. It is saying within the permissible scope of finance bank but prohibited for the payment bank. What is going to be the correct answer? Prohibited for a payment bank. Are payment bank prohibited from issuing ATM cards? The answer is no. They are allowed to do so. So how can A be the answer to this question? So the correct answer to this question is going to be which one? Basically, the correct answer is going to be the C option. Why? Because basically these small finance banks that are there, they can accept term deposits. They can accept, basically they can issue the credit card also. But when we talk about the payment banks are not allowed to issue credit card, right? And they are also not allowed to issue term deposit. They are allowed to accept demand deposits, but term deposit facility is not there. So that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So that is going to be the correct answer. For question number 1, C is the correct answer. Now moving on to question number 2. An NRI earns a salary in USD and wishes to save this money in an Indian bank. Their primary objectives are to hold the money in USD, to mitigate exchange rate risk, to ensure the interest earned is tax free in India, and retain full repatriability of both principal and interest. Which account category is appropriate for the specific needs? NRE account, NRO account, FCNR account, WASRO account, or LORO account? So what is going to be the answer? Let me see your answers. Yes. For question number 2. Mark your answers for question number 2. Read the question carefully. He earns a salary in USD and wishes to save this money in Indian bank. Mahakal is writing B. What about others? What about others? Please participate. Whatever you think is the correct answer, just write it in the chat box. Yes, basically, if we read the options, so first of all, the first objective of this NRI is that he wants to hold the fund in USD, right? So basically, when he is saving his money into an Indian bank account, usually what happens is that this money gets converted into rupee and then it gets saved into Indian bank account. But that is not the objective of this NRI. The objective of this person is that basically he wants to hold the fund in USD only. So what type of account among these options is going to provide the facility through which basically he can hold the fund in the USD only, that is in US dollar, and he will get the interest, whatever interest that is there, that will be tax free, and money is also repatriable. So most of you, I would say, would be confused between A option and C option, right? So basically the correct answer is going to be the C answer, right? C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Why not A? Because when we talk about non-resident external account, basically, right, these type of accounts, basically over here the money that is saved, it is in Indian rupee only, right? It is in Indian currency only. But if you talk about FCNR account, right, if you talk about FCNR account, in this case what basically happens, the money that is going to get saved, it is going to get deposited, it will allow it to basically to hold these funds in the US dollar only, right, which is basically the foreign currency, right? So that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So that is the idea. I hope it is clear to you why A is not going to be the correct answer. और बाकी NRO तो आपको पता ही होगा, राइट? NRO is basically it is used for managing the Indian income only. तो ये तो foreign income के लिए होता ही नहीं है, ठीक है? This is for the Indian income only. But NRE is for the foreign income. But the difference is that basically the money that is coming from abroad, it is going to get deposited in the Indian bank account in Indian currency, that is INR. But FCNR में क्या है, that money is coming to the Indian bank, right, from abroad, but it is getting saved, it is getting hold in the bank in terms of the foreign currency, right? And this is the objective of this person, and that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question. I hope it is clear to you, right? Now let us move on to the next one. जो लोग D और E बोल रहे हैं यार ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता, because these type of accounts are for the banks, right? They are not used by the individuals. ठीक है, इसको बैंक यूज करते हैं, जो nostro vostro account होते हैं, right? So that is the idea. They are basically for interbank accounts, right? They are interbank accounts. It is not for individuals. So D और E तो आंसर होगा ही नहीं. So इन तीनों में से होना था, C is going to be the correct answer. Now let us move on to question number 3. ये भी सेम कंसेप्ट सही है. Let us try to revise it. A Bank of Baroda opens an account with JP Morgan Chase, which is a foreign bank. ठीक है, तो Bank of Baroda क्या हो गया? Which is the Indian bank. It opens an account with the JP Morgan Chase, which is a foreign bank, right? So it is a foreign bank in New York. And this account is denominated in USD. So this account is denominated in what? It is denominated in US dollar. ठीक है. How is this account classified from the perspective of the Bank of Baroda? Vostro account, Loro account, NRE account, Nostro account, or FCNR account? So what is going to be the answer to this question? Question number 3. Tell me. I'm reading your answers. For question number 3, what is going to be the correct answer? Mahakal is writing A. Shrishmat is writing D. What about others? Please participate. Okay, so basically the correct answer to this question is going to be the D option. Why D option? Because basically here the domestic bank is opening the account with a foreign bank, right? So it is going to be a Nostro account. Nostro का मतलब क्या होता है? वैसे याद रख सकते हो, बहुत easy है याद रखना. Nostro basically means our account with you, तो यहां पर क्या हो रहा है, हमारा जो अकाउंट है यानी कि बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का जो अकाउंट है वो यू के साथ है। यू का क्या यहां क्या मतलब है, इट इज बेसिकली द फॉरेन बैंक, राइट। सो आवर अकाउंट इज यू, विच बेसिकली मींस द बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा अकाउंट is getting opened in the foreign bank, right? And in which currency? It is going to be in foreign currency only. But let us say scenario change कर लेते हैं। मान लो ये जो जेपी मॉर्गन का अकाउंट है, राइट, जेपी मॉर्गन का जो बैंक अकाउंट है वो बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में चेंज हो जाता, ओपन हो जाता है। इन विच करेंसी? लेट अस से इन इंडियन करेंसी। अब ये क्या हो जाएगा? इन दिस केस व्हाट इज इट इज गोइंग टू बी, इन दिस केस इट इज गोइंग टू बी वॉस्ट्रो अकाउंट, ठीक है। सो वॉस्ट्रो अकाउंट को कैसे याद रख सकते हो? दिस इज वी, राइट। अब वी को वाई बना लो और वाई से बना याद रख लो यूआर। तो योर अकाउंट विद अस, ठीक है। बहुत ही इजी चीजें हैं, बहुत ही सिंपल कंसेप्ट है। सो वॉस्ट्रो में वी है, वी से वाई बना लो, वाई से हो गया यू, एंड योर अकाउंट विद अस। इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? दैट द फॉरेन बैंक्स अकाउंट is basically getting opened in our country, in our domestic bank, right? In which currency? In the domestic currency only, which is in INR. That is going to be the idea. और लोरो अकाउंट तो हमें पता है ये तो थर्ड पार्टी बैंक से होता है, राइट? तो ये तो इसका आंसर होगा ही नहीं। सो ए और डी में कंफ्यूजन हो सकती थी, एंड डी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन। आई होप इट इज क्लियर टू यू। आगे चलते हैं। क्वेश्चन नंबर 5। A borrower takes 3 loans. A loan against goods in a warehouse where the bank holds the warehouse keys. A loan against a car where the borrowers continue to drives the car. A loan against life insurance policy where the borrower transfers the right to receive the policy money to the bank. Match these with the correct mode of charge. Option A, pledge, hypothecation, assignment. Option B, hypothecation, pledge, mortgage. Option C, pledge, assignment, hypothecation. Option D, bank's lien, hypothecation and pledge. And option E, mortgage, pledge and assignment. So mark your answers. Which of the following is going to be the correct option? ध्यान से पढ़ो and यहाँ देखो क्या कहाँ ट्रांसफर हो रहा है, what are the different type of rights, right, that are associated, and based on that mark the correct option. I will see your answers. So write your answer in the chat box. Yes, everybody, please participate. Yes, Mahakal, I have already done that in the previous questions. Yes, everybody, write your answers. Read the question carefully and write your answers. Option A is a loan against goods in a warehouse where the bank holds the warehouse keys. तो ये क्या होगा? A loan against goods in warehouse where the bank holds the warehouse keys. मतलब क्या हो गया है? पोजेशन के बारे में कुछ ना कुछ हुआ है. Try to relate that. If you don't know, simply write I don't know. It's not mandatory to give, the wrong answer. क्योंकि एग्जाम में आपके पास चॉइस होगी, नेगेटिव मार्किंग भी है वहां. Okay, so let us try to answer this. So the first line is that basically a loan against goods in a warehouse where the bank holds the warehouse keys, right? So what does it mean? First of all, tell me, is this asset movable or immovable? Right? This is a movable assets because it is about goods, right? So first of all, the asset is movable. तो अगर मैं movable assets की बात करूं तो इसका मतलब है ये mortgage तो हो ही नहीं सकता, ठीक है, बिकॉज मॉर्गेज इमूवेबल के लिए होता है. नाउ व्हाट इज हैपनिंग बेसिकली, हु इज हैविंग, इज द पोजेशन गेटिंग ट्रांसफर्ड और नॉट? द आंसर इज यस, बिकॉज द बैंक हैज द कीज ऑफ द वेयर हाउस, विच बेसिकली मीन्स दैट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस गुड्स व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, द बैंक इज हैविंग द एक्सेस, राइट? द बैंक इज हैविंग द पोजेशन ऑफ दिस गुड, द पोजेशन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस मूवेबल एसेट. सो व्हाट इट इज गोइंग टू बी, व्हाट डू वी कॉल इट? वी कॉल इट प्लेज. तो फर्स्ट वाली सिचुएशन क्या होगी? प्लेज होगी, राइट? अब सेकेंड ऑप्शन पढ़ते हैं. अ लोन अगेंस्ट अ कार where the borrower continues to drive the car. Now what does it mean? Has the possession got transferred? The answer is no. The possession is with the I would say borrower only, right? Because he has taken the car but he is still driving the car. So what is going to happen in this case, right? So car is a movable asset. The answer is yes. Now is the possession getting transferred? The answer is no. Possession has remained with the borrower only. So what is this going to be? This what do we call it? This type of mode of charge, this is going to be hypothecation. right? The third is a loan against a life insurance policy where the borrower transfers the right to receive the policy money to the bank. तो ये क्या होगा? ये तो बहुत easy है, सबसे easy ये identify करना, because it is something that is based upon what? The loan is taken against what? The loan is basically taken against the books, right? The assets that are there in the book. For example, आपकी life insurance policy हो सकती है. For example, it can be different type of invoices also, जिनको आपने as a security use किया and based on that you have taken the loan, right? So what it is going to be? It is going to be basically the situation of assignment. The mode of charge is going to be assignment. So which of the following is going to be the correct answer? It is going to be the A option. Pledge, hypothecation and assignment. So that is how basically you have to reach the answer. I hope it is clear to you. ठीक है? Very, I would say बेसिक क्वेश्चन ही था. इट वाज नॉट अ डिफिकल्ट वन. बहुत ही एक बस आपको एक सिचुएशन दे दी थी. बेस्ड ऑन दैट यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई दैट विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग मोड ऑफ चार्जेस इज इट, राइट? नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 6. A check is dated 1st of January 2025. The account holder gives it to a supplier on May 10 to 2025. The supplier presents it to the bank on May 15, 2025. How would the bank classify this check? तो ये कौन से तरह का चेक होगा? स्टेल चेक, पोस्ट डेटेड चेक, एंटीडेटेड चेक, अकाउंट पे चेक और ऑर्डर चेक. So what type of check it is going to be? Mark your answers. I'm reading your answers. Somebody is asking lane. Lane क्या होता है? Lane is the legal right. Banker's lane. You're asking about lane, right? Banker's lane क्या होता है? It is a legal right to claim the asset. Legal right का क्या मतलब है कि tomorrow if the borrower is not going to pay the loan, if the borrower is not able to pay the loan, what is going to happen? The bank has a legal right that he can basically have the claim over the asset. So that is a legal right. But यहाँ पर कोई हम legal, ना ही हम legal term की बात कर रहे हैं, ना ही किसी right की बात कर रहे हैं, right? तो lane यहाँ पर इसलिए नहीं आएगा. तो pledge और lane में थोड़ी confusion हो सकती है, but lane is the right to claim. ठीक है? प्लेज इज बेसिकली विद रिस्पेक्ट टू पोजेशन. कि पोजेशन जैसे कि गोल्ड हो गया, मान लो आपने गोल्ड लोन लिया, ठीक है? तो गोल्ड में आप क्या करते हो? आप अपना पोजेशन जो गोल्ड का है वो जाके बैंक को दे देते हो, उसके अगेंस्ट आप लोन लेते हो. सो दैट इज अ प्लेज. बट लेन का मतलब है राइट टू क्लेम, दैट टुमारो इफ द पर्सन इज नॉट एबल टू pay that certain amount, that then the bank will be able to have right to have claim over that asset. For example, मान लो आपने FD कराई है बैंक के साथ, ठीक है? तो अब जब तक आपने मान लो इस एफडी के अगेंस्ट लोन ले लिया, यू हैव टेकन द लोन अगेंस्ट दैट एफडी, राइट? नाउ टिल द टाइम यू डोंट रीपे द लोन टू द बैंक, व्हाट डज इट मीन? दैट यू कैन नॉट प्ले अराउंड दिस एफडी, यू कैन नॉट विड्रॉ दिस एफडी, यू कैन नॉट ब्रेक दिस एफडी. ये एफडी बैंक पे रहेगी और कल को अगर आप लोन नहीं रीपे करते हो, बैंक हैज द राइट टू हैव क्लेम ओवर दिस एफडी, राइट? दैट इज व्हाट द बैंक्स लेन मीन. सो आई होप इट इज क्लियर टू यू. तो ये यहां पर नहीं होगा बिकॉज ऐसा कोई हमने सिचुएशन या ऑप्शन आपको दिया नहीं है. सो टेल मी रिगार्डिंग दिस वन. Stale dated check. Okay. So question number 6. Somebody is writing C, B and B. So what is going to be the correct answer? So basically सबसे पहले इन चेक्स की बात कर लेते हैं, ठीक है? सबसे पहले बात करते हैं स्टेल चेक की. Now स्टेल चेक का क्या मतलब होता है? At what time it is presented? It is basically presented after a certain period, right? Usually 3 months होता है. So basically it is the one that is presented after a certain period, right? इसके बारे में बाद में बात करूंगा, ठीक है? इसमें बाद में फिर से आऊंगा, बट उससे पहले मुझे बात करनी है पोस्ट डेटेड चेक की. पोस्ट डेटेड चेक का क्या मतलब होता है? दैट इज डेटेड फॉर अ फ्यूचर डेट, राइट? डेटेड फॉर अ फ्यूचर डेट. इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द एंटीडेटेड चेक, व्हाट डू मीन बाय एंटीडेटेड चेक, राइट? एंटीडेटेड चेक बेसिकली मीन्स दैट इट इज डेटेड अर्लियर देन द एक्चुअल डेट ऑफ चेक, राइट? अर्लियर देन द एक्चुअल डेट ऑफ चेक. And if you talk about account pay check तो अलग ही चीज होती है, right? It basically tells us that how the check is paid, right? For example, it basically tells about the fact that the money has to be paid directly to the pays account, right? And if you talk about the order check, it talks about whom to pay it, because it says that basically the check money has to be paid to a specific person. तो ये दोनों तो हो ही नहीं सकते, ठीक है? They do not talk about the validity of the check, ठीक है? तो आंसर होगा तो इन तीनों में से एक ही होगा. ये चीज तो पक्की है. Now if you talk about stale dated check, what did I tell you? That it is presented after a certain period only, right? So over here if you see, the check is dated on 1st of January 2025. ये check के ऊपर date है, right? And the question says that the account holder gives it to a supplier on basically 10th of May. ठीक है, तो डेट क्या है इसके ऊपर? 1st of January. दिया कब? 10th of May को. And the supplier is present with the bank on 15th of May. So what it is going to be? It is going to be a stale dated check, right? It is going to be a stale check because the check is dated on 1st January and presented on 15th January, which is more than 3 months later, right? So that is what the stale check means basically, because it is presented after a certain period only, which is usually the period of around 3 months, right? So that is why A is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 7. Which of the following rights allows the bank to retain possession of a borrower's goods or securities like an FD until a debt is cleared, but does not automatically grant the right to sell them without the separate agreement? So what it is going to be? Question number 7. अब ये भी बताया यार, ये तो मैंने अभी आपको समझा ही दिया, जस्ट मैंने आपको बताया, तो ये तो मुझे इससे करेक्ट आंसर चाहिए सबको. क्वेश्चन नंबर 7. Yes, very good, Vartika. What about others? Write your answers, whatever you think is the correct answer. Just now I told you that what do we mean by it. पिछले क्वेश्चन में एक्सप्लेन किया मैंने आपको. Yes, so it is going to be the E option, right? It is going to be the E option. Yes. Great, great. So what is lien? What did I tell you? That it is basically legal right or claim, right? So that is the idea. So that is why it is going to be the correct option. Okay. So ये मैं आपको ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन कर चुका, तो यहाँ पर हम एक्सप्लेनेशन नहीं देखेंगे बिकॉज इन टर्म को अभी हमने किया. यहाँ पर सेट ऑफ थोड़ी किसी को नई टर्म लग रही होगी. सेट ऑफ का मतलब क्या होता है कि बैलेंस को ऑफसेट करना, राइट? नेट क्रेडिट प्रोवाइड करना. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ देर इज अ बैंक एंड देर इज अ सर्टेन टाइप ऑफ बोरोअर, right? And let us say this borrower has a deposit of rupees 10 in the bank, and this borrower has taken the loan from the bank of rupees 20, right? And the interest that the borrower has to pay is basically 10 rupees only. ठीक है, this is the interest that he has to pay along with the principal amount, right? So what the bank can do, bank will say that instead of giving the entire amount, what you can do, we will offset the amount, because it will say that we will deduct the deposits, क्योंकि कुछ पैसा आपका ऑलरेडी यहाँ जमा है, तो हम क्या करेंगे, इससे आपके इंटरेस्ट को इससे डिडक्ट कर लेंगे, एंड व्हाट इज द फाइनल अमाउंट दैट यू विल हैव टू पे, द 20 रुपीज ओनली. ठीक है, तो जो ट्रांजेक्शन होती है, इट गेट्स ऑफसेट, राइट? व्हाट यू विल हैव टू पे एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, यू विल हैव टू पे द नेट अमाउंट ओनली. That is the idea. That is what we understand by offsetting. So A तो इसका आंसर होगा नहीं. हाइपोथिकेशन में आपको ऑलरेडी बता चुका हूं. मॉर्गेज जो होता है, मॉर्गेज इज स्पेसिफिकली विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द immovable assets, right? And if you talk about the lane is going to be the correct answer. So that is going to be the idea, right? Now let us move on to the next one. Question number 8. What is the primary distinction between special drawing facility and the ways and means advances extended to state government? Ways and means advances is a collateral free loan, while special drawing facility is a collateralized advance granted against government securities. SDF is collateral free advance, while WMA is collateralized advance against government securities. Both are collateral free, but WMA has a higher interest rate. WMA is a long term mismatch, while SDF is a short term mismatch. State government must exhaust their WMA limit before they can avail the SDF. So what is going to be the correct answer? Primary distinction. Very basic question. So tell me. for question number 8. See, if we talk about WMA, right, which is basically the loans that are taken by the government from the RBI in order to meet the temporary mismatch with respect to their funds, right? So if you talk about normal WMA, right, if you talk about normal WMA, so normal WMA are non collateralized, collateral free होते हैं, उसमें collateral देना पड़ता है. No doubt कि special WMA जो होते हैं वहां पे collateral देना पड़ता है, right? But in case of normal WMA there are no collaterals are there, right? तो यहाँ पर कुछ special हमने लिखा नहीं है. We are talking in general about WMA, right? So it is going to be collateral free. But when we talk about special drawing facility, right, when we talk about special drawing facility, as a part of this one, basically the collateral is involved, and that is the primary, I would say, difference between the WMA and the, I would say, SDF. And in SDF, what type of collateral is used? Basically that is the government securities against which the loan is taken by the government, right? So that is the primary idea, that is the primary distinction, and that is why A is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 9. Sorry, ये C नहीं होगा, right? A होगा इसका आंसर, not the C1. ठीक है, so that is my mistake, typo हो गया, we will correct it. Now question number 9th. Which wholly owned subsidiary of RBI is mandated to manage and operate the financial messaging platform SFMS that underpins critical systems like RTGS and NEFT also? So tell me, what is going to be the correct answer? Which of the following subsidiary of RBI performs this function? Question number 9th. ये तो बहुत बेसिक क्वेश्चन है. आई वॉन्ट एवरीवन टू आंसर. Yes, very good, Vartika. So the correct answer is going to be which one? It is going to be basically the C option, right? Why? Basically when we talk about Bharatiya Reserve Bank Note Mudan Private Limited, it basically performs the role of note printing. ठीक है, इसका रोल होता है note printing. When we talk about RBI Technology Private Limited, REBIT, right? तो इसका क्या function होता है? It basically primarily deals with cyber security, right? So all such basically functions are played by the REBIT that are related to cyber security. That is the primary role. If we talk about RBI Innovation Hub, that basically deals with innovation. ठीक है, जैसे कि public tech platform for frictionless credit, one of the innovations of, I would say, RBI Innovation Hub only, right? And this innovation is done keeping in mind the inclusion also. ठीक है, तो innovation है inclusion, ये दो चीजों को combine करता है RBI Innovation Hub. If we talk about the last one, which is DICGC, what it does, it of course provide insurance with respect to your deposits, right? Up to what amount? Up to rupees 5 lakh, right? But when we talk about IFTAS का रोल क्या होता है? It basically provides state of art infrastructure. That is the idea. And you can see these are the functions, for example SFMS, NEFT, RTGS, इन सबको ऑपरेट करने में IFTAS का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है, right? And that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question. I hope it is clear. Now the next one, question number 10. A term loans principal payment is overdue. If the overdue period is 45 days, how will the account be classified under the special mention account framework? This question is related to your NPAs. ठीक है, उससे related है. तो tell me the answer. Is it going to be SMA 0, 1, 2, substandard asset, or is it going to be NPA? Is it going to be categorized as NPA? So tell me, how will the account be classified under special mention account if the overdue period is 45 days? Tell me. Question number 10. Yes, everyone. Okay, so let us talk about these categories, right? तो सबसे पहले क्या आती है? If you talk about the special mention accounts, so basically सबसे पहले क्या आते हैं? SMA 0. SMA 0 में कितना overdue days होते हैं? the overdue days is basically, the period is basically 1 to 30 days, right? That is the overdue period. If I talk about SMA 1, SMA 0 हो गया, so SMA 1 में कितना हो गया? It is from 31 to 60 days, right? If I talk about SMA 2, so SMA 2 में कितना होता है? It is going to be 61 to 90 days, right? Now when it is more than 90 days, what it is going to become? It will become NPA, right? It will be classified as NPA. And what do you mean by substandard asset? Substandard का मतलब होता है when, and you know, when it is classified as NPA, right? When it is overdue for 90 plus days, right? And I would say then only if we can consider it as a substandard asset. ठीक है? तो substandard asset नहीं हो सकता, NPA नहीं हो सकता, ज़्यादा confusion यहाँ हो सकती है. So B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? Because it is for 45 days, which falls within this specific period of 31 to 60 days only. Right? So for question number 10th, B is going to be the correct answer. And most of you are given the correct one only. Now let us move on to question number 11. The RBI compiles a quarterly housing price index. What is the base year for this index, and what price index formula is used for its compilation? So what is going to be the base period, and what is going to be the price index formula? Base year and price index formula. So mark your answers. Yes, everyone. Question number 11th. ये तो बहुत फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन है, या आता है या नहीं आता है. Question number 11th. Okay, so basically the correct answer is to this question is going to be A option only. तो इसमें कोई explanation की जरूरत नहीं है. This is just an index और इसका ये base year है 2010 to 11, and this is the, I would say, price index formula that is used, which is last payers price index formula, right? This is something that you need to remember. Factual information है, right? And that is it. Now let us move on to the next one, question number 12, which is regarding the NBFCs. So the RBI employs the principal business criteria or 50-50 test to determine an NBFC's primary activity for classification. So what does this test entail? इस test का क्या purpose है? What do you mean by this 50-50? At least 50% of the NBFC's assets must be from the financial asset and 50 from the income from these assets. NBFCs must have been operational for at least 50 months and have a net owned fund of at least 50 crore. 50% of your board members must be independent director and 50% of your lending must be to priority sectors. It must invest 50% of the asset in government securities and derive 50% of its income from interest. And it must have a capital CAR of at least 50% and tier 1 capital of at least 50%. ये तो बहुत easy question है यार. If you have covered NBFC's basics, you should answer it. Question number 12. Quickly mark your answers for question number 12. Yes, so basically for this question A is going to be the correct answer, right? So thing is that basically when earlier the NBFCs were categorized, so RBI used to say that, the RBI or the government used to say that any entity that is not given license by RBI, license of bank by the RBI, but still that company engages in different kinds of lending and I would say deposit business type activity, then it will be categorized as NBFC. But फिर RBI को क्या लगा और government को क्या लगा कि that there are different type of small entities also. For example, I would say there are real estate developers and other such type of entities that are involved in the business of lending and borrowing. ठीक है, lending and deposit. The point is that basically RBI cannot categorize these entities also as a type of NBFCs, because this lending and deposit is not their principal activity. It is not their primary activity of the business. तो फिर RBI को लगा कि यार ऐसा क्या करें कि मतलब हमारे पास एक ऐसा क्राइटेरिया हो कि जिससे कोई भी अगर एक कंपनी, if there is a company that is involved in this lending and business activity but is not registered at bank and we are able to categorize it as NBFC, तो ऐसा क्या क्राइटेरिया लेके आया, तो तब आरबीआई लाया ये 50-50 टेस्ट, राइट? नाउ व्हाट इज द 50-50 टेस्ट? दिस 50-50 टेस्ट सिग्निफिकेंस इज बेसिकली इट डिफाइंस द प्रिंसिपल एक्टिविटी ऑफ अ बिजनेस टू बी कैटेगराइज एज अ एनबीएफसी, ठीक है? तो अगर एक एनबीएफसी है, अगर कोई ऐसी कंपनी है whose at least 50% of the assets are in financial assets and 50% of the income is coming from these financial assets, then what it is going to be? Then we can say that basically this type of companies primary business activity is with respect to the lending and deposit only, which is the financial activity, right? And then we can categorize as a certain type of entity as a NBFC, non-banking finance company, right? So and that is why this provision was later on added, and this is 50-50 test, a very important criteria that defines that basically a certain type of entity can be considered as a NBFC or not. Now moving on to question number 13. According to scale-based regulation framework, which type of NBFCs will always reside in the middle layer NBFCs? It will always be reside in the middle layer. So tell me. Question number 13. Mark your answers. If you don't know, simply write I don't know. Okay. So the correct answer with respect to this question is going to be the B option, right? So B is going to be the correct answer to this question, and for this purpose what you need to do, you just need to remember this scale based regulation कि आपको पढ़ना ही पड़ेगा अगर if you are preparing this NBFC chapter, right? So what you need to remember, for example, we have this base layer, we have this middle layer, we have this upper layer and the top layer as a part of this scale based regulatory framework, ठीक है? तो top layer होती है ये empty रहती है, यहां पर सिर्फ वही कंपनीज ऐड होंगी जो अपर लेयर से यहां पर आ जाएंगी, दैट आर बेसिकली dealing with extreme form of risk, right? जिनको they are data basically prone to extreme systematic risk that can only be added as a form of top layer. तो अगर मान लो वो रिस्क कम हो जाता है तो फिर टॉप लेयर से उस कंपनी को हटा के किसी और लेयर में शिफ्ट कर दिया जाएगा. So this is something companies that are there as a part of this top layer, they are not permanent, right? Now if you talk about rest of the layers, if you talk about base layer is basically include NBFCs which are non-deposit taking with asset size below 1000 crore. For example, it can include NBFC P2P, account aggregator, right? Non-operating financial holding companies, and those NBFCs that are not having public deposits and customer interface, that can be added as a part of it. If you talk about middle layer, basically you can see it over here that it includes NBFC deposit taking, right? And other type of NBFCs basically who others asset sizes of INR 1000 crore and above, right? So that is going to be the category which will fall under the middle layer, right? And what it is going to include, it will include, I would say, standalone primary dealers. It will include, I would say, IDFs also, which is infrastructure development finance, NBFCs, right? It will include CIC also, it will include housing finance companies also, and apart from that it will include NBFCs, IFCs also, right? So this is going to be in the middle layer. Now apart from that we have the upper layer also, which have specific parameters based on which we decide that whether they are going to be that a certain type of NBFC is going to be as a part of this layer or not, right? So these are the different areas, and based on that, if we talk about our question, it is regarding the middle layer. So yes, SPDs, which is standalone primary dealers and infrastructure debt finance companies, they are going to be a part of it. So B is going to be the correct answer. Now let us move on to the next one. Question number 14. Nidhi companies, also known as mutual benefit companies, are regulated by which authority? Nidhi companies, also known as mutual benefit companies, are regulated by which authority? A. RBI, B. SEBI, C. IRDAI, D. Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and E. respective state government. So mark your answers. I'm reading your answers in the chat box. Yes. Okay, so the correct answer with respect to this question is going to be Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now, what do we mean by Nidhi companies? Nidhi companies are basically they are incorporated as public limited companies. और ये क्यों बनाई है Nidhi companies? Basically, in order to cultivate the habit of, basically saving among the individuals. ठीक है? So basically, these Nidhi companies basically they also provide loans and they also accept deposits. ठीक है? But the point is that they provide loans and deposit to its members only. राइट और एक निधि कंपनी बनने के लिए कम से कम इसमें 200 मेंबर्स होने चाहिए. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट? एंड they are basically regulated under Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now some facts you need to remember about Nidhi company. For example, basically they cannot get engaged in chit fund activities, right? They do not allow to open saving account also. Saving account open करना permitted नहीं है. They give loans to the members only. And if I talk about the current account also, right? Current account, मैंने उल्टा बोल दिया, slip of tongue. So current account open करना is not allowed. Saving account open करना allowed है, but there are different type of restrictions that are associated with it. फॉर एग्जाम्पल देर इज इंटरेस्ट रेट कैपिंग कि यार इससे ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं मिलेगा आपने अगर यहाँ पर अपने पैसे डिपॉजिट किए, राइट, सेविंग अकाउंट में. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आई वुड से देर इज कैपिंग रिगार्डिंग मिनिमम बैलेंस ऑल्सो, राइट. सो ऑल्सो सॉर्ट ऑफ रिस्ट्रिक्टेड एक्टिविटीज आर देयर, राइट. द पॉइंट इज दैट बेसिकली व्हाई दे आर फॉर्म्ड बेसिकली सो दैट we can cultivate the habit of saving among the individuals or specifically regarding the members of these companies, right? So that is the idea. And this is about Nidhi companies, and they are basically regulated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now moving on to the next one. A company set up solely to hold investments in the shares of a subsidiary and associate companies, primarily for holding stake rather than trading, and its asset size is rupees 150 crore. It does not engage in other financial activities. Which NBFC category does it fall under? So कौन से टाइप की NBFC होगी if these are the features of that NBFCs that it deals with? Yes, mark your answers. Question number 15th, mark your answers. Yes, very good, Vartika. So B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? It is going to be the core investment company. Now, if you talk about the first one, which is NBFC, Finance and Credit Company, what does it do basically? This is a type of, I would say, broad category of NBFC. What it does basically, it basically provides active lending and financing, right? And basically, if you talk about the statement, the statement does not reflect these parameters, right? It does not reflect these characteristics which are associated with investment and credit company. तो ये तो नहीं हो सकता. If I talk about non-operative financial holding company, what do they do basically? They are specifically for promoters, right? If the promoter groups they want to set up a private bank, then basically there will be this non-operative financial holding company. So that cannot be the answer. If we talk about D1, standalone primary dealers, तो यहाँ पर क्या होगा? What do they deal with? We know that they deal with government security. ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता, ठीक है. If I talk about infrastructure finance company, तो जैसे नाम से पता चल रहा है that it provides basically loans for the infrastructure projects, right? But if I talk about these ones, basically core investment company, right? So basically what they do, they basically primarily invest in the shares, right? So that basically they can hold the stake in the group companies, right? But please remember that the intention is to hold the stake in these companies, not to trade them. ठीक है, इन शेयर्स को ट्रेड नहीं करना है, वो स्टेक को होल्ड करके रखेंगे, which basically means they are doing the investment, right? And asset size is what? It is 150 crore. So that is the idea, and that is why B is going to be the correct option. Now question number 16. What is the fundamental difference in role performed by business correspondent compared to business facilitator? So this is a question from this topic, financial inclusion. तो ये बता दो. Question number 16th. What is the fundamental difference in the role performed by a business correspondent compared to business facilitator? Mark your answers for question number 16th. Okay. Right. All right. So basically, if you talk about the banking correspondents, right? If you talk about banking correspondent का simple सा role होता है. इसको आप समझ लो agent. They are the agent, and what they do basically, they basically provide different type of banking services, right? तो if you have heard about Aadhaar enabled payment system, कभी इसका नाम सुना है आपने? Aadhaar enabled payment system, where with the help of Aadhaar card, your identity is verified, and apart from that, with the help of micro ATMs, what basically happens, you can avail different type of banking services. So who basically perform these roles? This is one of the roles of the banking correspondents, right? So banking correspondent क्या होते हैं? Basically they will help you to perform the transactions because they are authorized to do so. Why the bank basically enables this banking correspondent or the business correspondent? The point is that basically bank cannot open its branches everywhere, right? We know that India is huge, right? It is big. Now it is not feasible for the banks to open their branches in every part of in every corner of the nation, right? Especially in the rural areas. So what they do basically? They basically appoint these business correspondents, right? And these are basically, they have the proper license, इनको proper license मिलता है, they are professionals, and what they do basically, they promote financial inclusion services, right? And provide different type of services on the behalf of the bank, right? So that is the idea. That is regarding business correspondent. The key point is that basically they are authorized to perform transactions. For example, they are authorized to perform deposits, they are authorized to perform withdrawals, right? Remittances also, but on the behalf of bank. When we talk about business facilitator, अब बिजनेस फैसिलिटेटर का भी कुछ ऐसा ही काम होता है, बट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंस इज दैट दे आर नॉट इन्वॉल्व इन एनी काइंड ऑफ ट्रांजेक्शन. दे आर नॉट परमिटेड टू कैरी आउट एनी काइंड ऑफ ट्रांजेक्शन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू बैंक. तो इनका काम क्या होगा? दे आर बेसिकली द रोल इज बेसिकली टू ब्रिंग न्यू कस्टमर्स फॉर द बैंक. तो ये क्या करेंगे? घर घर जाएंगे, वहां पर बोलेंगे यार आपका बैंक अकाउंट खुला है? नहीं खुला, तो यार हमारा ये बैंक है जिसको मैं रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं, व्हाट यू कैन डू, यू कैन ओपन योर बैंक अकाउंट इन दिस XYZ बैंक, right? So that's what they do. But the most important thing is that basically they are not involved in any kind of financial transaction. ये ट्रांजेक्शन, ये ना आपको डिपॉजिट करके देंगे, ना आपको विड्रॉल देंगे, वो सब चीजें नहीं करेंगे. बेसिकली यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड इट लाइक दिस, दैट दिस बिजनेस फैसिलिटेटर, देयर मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इज टू रेज द अवेयरनेस रिगार्डिंग बैंक प्रोडक्ट्स. ठीक है, तो डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ बैंक प्रोडक्ट्स है, राइट, रिगार्डिंग बैंक इंफॉर्मेशन. दैट्स व्हाट दे डू, द कस्टमर इंटरैक्शन, right? So that is the idea, and based on that what is going to be the correct answer? So if I read the option, मैंने option अभी पढ़े नहीं, so ये नहीं होगा. So yes, this one, business correspondents can perform a banking transaction, whereas the facilitators, they can only provide support and guidance. So B is going to be the correct answer to this question. I hope it is clear to you. Now moving on to question number 17th. What is the primary functions of the RBI's अंतर्दृष्टि dashboard? So tell me, अंतर्दृष्टि dashboard का क्या function है? What is the primary function of the RBI's अंतर्दृष्टि dashboard? Try to make an educated guess अगर आपको आंसर नहीं आता है तो. Question number 17th. Okay. So regarding this, I would say if you talk about this Antardrishti initiative, basically it is a dashboard, right? And this dashboard basically it builds upon the financial inclusion index. ठीक है, तो financial inclusion से related है, and on the basis of multiple parameters, what it does basically, it tracks the progress of this financial inclusion, right? What type of indicators does it use in order to measure this progress? Basically 3 primary indicators are there, और ये वही indicators है जो आप financial inclusion index में भी use करते हो. Which are those? Basically the access of financial services, right? Apart from that, the usage, that how frequently the financial services are utilized by the individuals, and apart from that the third one is the quality, right? The what is the quality of the products and services that are delivered as a part of financial inclusion, right? So based on this access, usage and quality, what do? They basically track the progress of financial inclusion, right? So these are the metrics that are basically used as a part of Antardrishti dashboard. So that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 18th. What was the theme of the RBI's Financial Literacy Week observed in 2025? 2025 में what was the theme of Financial Literacy Week? बहुत ही फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन है. Question number 18th. Theme for RBI's Financial Literacy Week. So option A, make a right start, become financially smart, go digital, go secure, credit discipline and credit from formal institutions, financial literacy, women's prosperity, KYC, credit discipline and grievance redressal. So A, B, C, D, E. Which one is the correct option regarding this question? Okay, so the correct answer is going to be the D option, which is financial literacy, women's prosperity. By the way, this one was for 2024. ठीक है, 2024 की थी, तो इसके साथ कंफ्यूज मत हो जाना. मेक अ राइट स्टार्ट, दिस वाज फॉर द थीम फॉर RBI's literacy week, I would say in 2024, but for 2025 it is financial literacy, women's prosperity, right? So this one is the answer. So D is going to be the correct answer to this question. And what happens during this financial literacy week? कुछ नहीं होता यार, बहुत ही सिंपल है. फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन से रिलेटेड बेसिकली डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट्स को प्रमोट किया जाता है, अवेयरनेस प्रमोट की जाती है, एंड फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी इंप्रूव की जाती है, राइट? सो व्हाट दे डू बेसिकली, दे कंडक्ट डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ वर्कशॉप्स and different kind of, I would say, interactions with the people or the individual, primarily from the rural section of the society. That is what promoted during financial literacy week, right? So D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Moving on to question number 19th. What significant change occurred in the ownership structure of NHB as per Finance Act 2019? So National Housing Bank से related क्या significant change आया था? So it got jointly owned by RBI and government. Then RBI divested its stake and Government of India became the sole shareholder. NHB was privatized, with shares being sold to housing finance companies. Ownership was transferred entirely to NABARD, and the Government of India divested its stake, making RBI its sole shareholder. So question number 19th, what do you think is going to be the answer? Question number 19th. So basically the thing is that before 2019, this National Housing Bank, it was basically owned entirely by, it was wholly owned by RBI. ठीक है, it is before 2019. But after 2019, what happened basically? Now, what basically RBI did? RBI divested its stake, right? And what basically happened? Government of India became the sole shareholder, or you can say the owner of this National Housing Bank. तो अगर मैं पूछूं National Housing Bank की ownership किसके अंडर है? It is going to be basically under the Government of India. But if I ask you who regulates National Housing Bank, so now the answer gets changed. It is going to be RBI. ठीक है? So regulation is under RBI, but I would say the ownership is under the Government of India. So that is thus I would say small difference, and yes, B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 20th. Which section of the RBI Act 1934 grants the RBI the sole right to issue bank notes in India except one rupees note? तो ये तो बहुत ही factual question है. Which section? Yes, very good. Very good, Mohit. So yes, it is going to be basically section 22. Right? So C is going to be the correct answer to this question. ठीक है, ये बहुत ही factual है. If I talk about section 17, Then section 17 is I think it is regarding RBI business. ठीक है. So 21 तो मुझे भी याद नहीं आ रहा, but 22 is regarding, I would say, it is regarding issuing of banknotes, right? It is regarding issuing of banknotes, and I think 42 one is related to cash reserve ratio. ठीक है, something like that. So, but the correct answer is going to be the C option, right? And now let us move on to question number 21. The DICGC provides insurance cover for bank deposits. However, certain type of deposits are specifically excluded from this coverage. So, which of the following deposits is not covered by DICGC? Please remember, not covered. ठीक है? So, mark your answers. Which of the following is not covered by DICGC? Which of the following is not covered? So option A, savings deposit by individuals. Option B, fixed deposit by corporation. Option C, current accounts by private partnership. Option D, recurring deposit held by minors through guardians. And option E, interbank deposit. So which one is going to be the correct option? Yes, very good, Mohit. So E is going to be the correct answer. तो ये आपको पता होना चाहिए. First of all, what is DICGC? As I have already told you in one of the previous question, that it is the wholly owned subsidiary of RBI. ठीक है, which means RBI has 100% ownership with respect to that, right? Now, what role does it play? I told you that it provides basically insurance with respect to your different type of deposits, right? Is there any limit? The answer is yes, up to rupees 5 lakh, right? Now, if I talk about what type of deposits are covered, these are the type of deposits that are covered. But there are certain type of deposits that are not covered also. There are certain type of deposits that are not covered also. What type of deposits? For example, the interbank deposits. They are not covered. Apart from that, the deposits of the government, right? The deposits of the government, for example, the foreign, I would say the central government or the state government, or it can be a foreign government also. They are also not insured. राइट, वो भी DICGC कवर नहीं करता. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट बेसिकली द डिपॉजिट्स दैट आर आउटसाइड इंडिया, तो वो भी नहीं करेगा बिकॉज वो इंडिया में नहीं है, तो उनको भी कवर नहीं करेंगे. ठीक है, सो दैट इज द आइडिया एंड ई इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर. बाय द वे, मैंने इसको आई थिंक आपके लिए यहाँ लिख दिया था, सो कहीं लिखा होगा ये. यस, सो इट एक्सक्लूड्स डिपॉजिट्स ऑफ फॉरेन, सेंट्रल और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, डिपॉजिट्स ऑफ स्टेट लैंड डेवलपमेंट बैंक्स ऑल्सो. ठीक है, एक ये भी है, इसको भी याद रखना. एंड डिपॉजिट्स रिसीव्ड आउटसाइड इंडिया एंड अमाउंट स्पेसिफिकली एग्जेम्प्टेड बाय DICGC विद RBI अप्रूवल. ठीक है, तो ये थोड़ा सा ध्यान में रखना दैट दीज आर द डिपॉजिट दैट आर नॉट कवर्ड एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट इंटरबैंक डिपॉजिट्स आल्सो दे आर आल्सो नॉट इंक्लूडेड, राइट. एंड बाकी के जो हैं that rest of the deposits, all kind of deposits of a bank such as savings, current, recurring and fixed deposits up to the limit per depositor, regardless of whether the depositor is an individual, corporation, firm or minor, they are insured, right? They are insured under this DICGC. So that is why E is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to the next one, question number 22. Which of the following is not a non-fund based transaction? ठीक है, तो ये आपके RBI के क्वेश्चन में पूछा जा चुका है, तो एग्जाम बेशक सेबी का है बट क्वेश्चन बहुत बार ओवरलैपिंग होते हैं, ठीक है, क्योंकि सिलेबस ओवरलैपिंग ही है. सो टेल मी, which of the following is not a non-fund based transaction in this case? Sorry, non-fund नहीं, fund. Which of the following is not a fund based transaction? Yes, not a fund based transaction, यानी कि non-fund कौन सी हुई? Very easy question asked in PYQs. So basically we know about fund and non-based, fund based, right? So fund based basically means where the cash is directly involved. Non-fund basically means where the cash based transaction are not directly involved. Fine. तो non-fund के क्या example हो सकते हैं? For example, bank guarantee हो गया, right? For example, I would say a letter of credit. For example, I would say underwriting also. That can also be there. राइट. सो व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी द आंसर टू दिस वन? इट इज गोइंग टू बी द डी ऑप्शन. ठीक है, तो ये सब नॉन फंड होती है. फंड बेस्ड कौन सी होगी? जैसे कि आपके डिमांड डिपॉजिट, फिक्स डिपॉजिट, राइट, जहां पर कैश डायरेक्टली इन्वॉल्व होता है. सो दैट इज अ फंड बेस्ड. सो डी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन. नाउ द नेक्स्ट वन, Question number 24. Which of the following is not a non-negotiable instrument? अब ये क्वेश्चन सेबी के पीवाईक्यू में पूछा गया है, ठीक है, फेज 1 2020. सो दिस इज द लेवल ऑफ क्वेश्चन दैट इज देयर. बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल तो नहीं है, बट कुछ क्वेश्चन हो सकते हैं जो ज्यादा टेक्निकल हो. सो यू हैव टू गिव योर बेस्ट. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज अ नॉन नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट? ओके, सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल व्हाट डू वी मीन बाय नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट? ठीक है, नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट होता क्या है? सो नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट होता है बेसिकली दैट इज बेसिकली प्रोवाइड अ certain type of guarantee, right, with respect to the payment of a specific amount of money. ठीक है, और इसके लिए तीन जो फीचर्स होते हैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं, तभी हम उसको नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट कह सकते हैं. ठीक है, सबसे पहला फीचर क्या होता है? इट इज नथिंग बट इट इज ट्रांसफरेबल. कि अगर कोई भी चीज नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट होगी, सो इट इज गोइंग टू बी ट्रांसफरेबल, right, can be transferred from one person to another. The second is basically what? It is basically the right to receive payment. Right to receive payment का क्या मतलब है? That if there is a certain type of negotiable instrument that is getting transferred from one person to another, then the receiver has to right to receive it, right? Whatever payment that has been there, that has been backed through this negotiable instrument, the receiver has the right to receive it, right? If he does not receive that money within that proper amount of time, within that requisite amount of time are decided by the negotiable instrument, what is going to happen? This receiver, right, he can take the action. He can take the action against the second party, right, that is the sender, right? He can take the legal action against him. So that is why he has a right to receive that, right, which is backed by the legal system. The third is what? The third is transfer of title also. Title also get transferred. Right, but by title of transfer I basically mean to say that basically the title of the transferee, right, who is going to acquire that certain kind of negotiable instrument, the title is also going to get transferred. So if you see all these options, which one is going to be a non-negotiable instrument, which basically means, which does not means all these three important criteria. So it is going to be the currency note. ठीक है, तो currency note होगा. Currency note is, I would say, not a negotiable instrument as per, I would say, Indian Currency Act, right? And B is going to be the correct answer to this question because it is not meeting these criteria. ठीक है, तो करेंसी नोट्स में क्या टाइटल होता है? नोट्स अ टाइटल ट्रांसफर इज देयर. अगर आप किसी को नोट दे रहे हो तो यू आर नॉट ट्रांसफरिंग इट, राइट, यू आर नॉट ट्रांसफरिंग और चेंजिंग द टाइटल विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस नोट. नोट जिसके हाथ में है वो उसका ओनर हो जाता है, राइट. सो दैट इज व्हाई बी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन बिकॉज इट इज अ टाइप ऑफ नॉन नेगोशिएबल इंस्ट्रूमेंट. Right, now let us move on to the last question, question number 25. Now this question is also from PYQ only. 3-4 क्वेश्चन लास्ट के मैंने PYQ से डाले हैं so that you get a good idea what type of questions are asked. So identify the incorrect statement regarding NBFC. Identify the incorrect statement. Very easy question asked in PYQs. Question number 25. Okay, so NBFCs do not form part of the payment and settlement system. NBFCs cannot issue check drawn on itself. NBFCs deposit insurance facilities. The deposit insurance facility of DICGC is not available to depositors of NBFCs. NBFC is a company registered under Company Act 1956. NBFCs can accept demand deposit. तो कौन सा वाला इसमें से गलत है regarding NBFC? Yes, Vartika. So E is going to be the correct option because NBFCs cannot accept demand deposit. ठीक है, although there are certain type of NBFCs that accept deposits but not the demand one. They basically accept time deposits. ठीक है, on account withdrawal facility वो नहीं देते हैं. So let us begin, and this is the question number 1. So according to SEBI regulations, what is the maximum permissible difference between the floor price and the cap price in a book built issue, and on which value is dividend always calculated? Tell me. Is it calculated on issue price, face value, market price? And what is the difference between the floor price and the cap price? Mark your answers. So option A 20%, option B 20% face value, option C 15% market value, option D is what? Option D is 25% face value, and option E is 20% and issue price. So what do you think? Difference from the floor price, different from the cap price. Mark your answers. This is a very factual question. Either you know the answer or you do not know the answer, because this is provided as a part of the SEBI regulation mandate. So basically, if you talk about SEBI regulation, right? So SEBI regulation mandate that basically the difference between that, they mandate that the difference between the upper, which means basically the cap, and the lower, which means the floor, right? It should be what? The price band should not exceed what number? It should not exceed 20%, right? It should not exceed 20%, and it is calculated based on the floor price. तो यहाँ से आप सीधा देख सकते हो यार, B is going to be the answer to this question, right? And the second part of the question is that which value, on which value is dividend always calculated, right? So basically dividend is always calculated based on the face value, that is also known as the par value of the share, right? And not the issue price or the market price. So that is why B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 2. Which of the following documents is correctly paired with its function? Red herring prospectus, summary of final prospectus for a rights issue, letter of offer filed for a book built IPO with the final issue price, shell prospectus, single prospectus valid up to 1 year for multiple issues, abridged prospectus, which is preliminary document without final price and quantity, and red herring prospectus, which is used for private placement. So what is going to be the correct answer to this question? Mark your answers. I can see your answers in the chat box. Yes, everyone. If you don't know the answer, simply write I don't know, but please participate. Yes. So question number 2, mark your answers. Okay, so let us try to summarize. Let us try to summarize with respect to question number 2. Yes, most of you are giving the correct answer. So if I talk about the red herring prospectus, right? If I talk about the red herring prospectus, so what is red herring prospectus? Basically, it is the preliminary IPO document, right? So based on that, we can immediately cancel this one, because we know that it is preliminary IPO document, but it is saying that it is a summary of final prospectus of a right issue. That is not going to be the correct one. But if we talk about letter of offer, right? Letter of offer is what? It is for a rights issue, right? It is, and we know that it is a document that is without the final price, right? And that is why I would say that is again going to be the incorrect one. If we talk about shell prospectus, right? So shell prospectus, we know that it is a single prospectus that is valid to 1 year, and it is used by the company while issuing multiple shares, right? When it is issuing in multiple installments, like in 1 year, for example, if the company wants to issue 100 crore rupees, right? So firstly it is going to issue 20 crore, right? Then 20 crore more, then maybe 30 crore based on their need, right? And for that purpose, what they do, they utilize the shell prospectus. So yes, C is going to be the correct answer to this question. If you talk about abridged prospectus, prospectus, we know that it is a summary of the main prospectus only. तो ये भी आपका ये यहाँ लिखा without final price, so this is also going to be the incorrect one, right? So that is the idea, and E is of course the correct one. इसकी बात हम option A में ही कर चुके हैं. So C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 3. An investor's application for an IPO is for rupees 1,95,000. A second investor application is for rupees 2,05,000. A third investor is a mutual fund applying for rupees 12 crore. How will SEBI categorize these three investors respectively? So tell me what is going to be investor A, right, which is the first investor, then the investor B, the second investor, and then the third investor, right? So tell me how the SEBI is going to categorize them. Mark your answers. So this categorization is based on the application value with respect to these investors. So as per SEBI mandate, in which category these entities or these individuals, right, are going to fall? Is it going to be retail institutional investor, retail individual investor, and the third is qualified institutional buyer? So tell me. Okay, so basically if you categorize it based on, I would say, application value, right? तो तीन चीजें होती है, right? तीन चीजें होती है. The first is basically retail individual investor. The second is retail institutional investor, right? The second is retail institutional investor, and the third is basically qualified institutional buyer, right? So retail individual investor and the non-institutional investor, which is the second one, right? तो एक ये तीन चूज किए हमने, retail individual investor, non-institutional investor, and the qualified institutional buyer, right? So if we talk about the numbers in terms of application value as described under the SEBI mandate, right? So basically if the application value is less than rupees 2 lakh, if it is less than rupees 2 lakh, then in which category it is going to fall? It is going to fall under the retail individual investor category, right? And if you see the person A, investor A, you can see his application value is less than rupees 2 lakh only, which is 1,95,000. So he is going to fall into this category of retail individual investor, right? Now the second is what? Second is basically non-institutional investor. In non-institutional investor, what happens? What is the application value? It should be more than 2 lakh rupees, right? It should be more than rupees 2 lakh rupees, and you can see it over here that an investor application is for rupees 2,05,000, which is more than rupees 2 lakh. So it is going to be what? It is going to be non-institutional, I would say, investor. The third is basically qualified institutional investor, right? So if you talk about qualified institutional investor, these are basically big large institutions. For example, they can be mutual funds, they can be banks also, they can be FPIs also. So as you can see that this investor, it is investing, the application value is very large, it is 12 crore, and apart from that we have mentioned that it is a kind of mutual fund, right? So which one is going to be the correct answer? Yes, the correct answer is going to be the C option. So this is going to be the retail individual investor, the B person is going to be non-institutional investor, and the third one is going to be qualified institutional investor, right? So that is going to be the answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 4. A US based company wants to raise capital from Indian investor by listing on the NSE. An Indian company wants to list only on the London and Frankfurt stock exchanges. What instruments must they issue respectively? तो यूके बेस्ड कंपनी क्या इशू करेगी एंड इंडियन बेस्ड कंपनी क्या इशू करेगी, ये आपको बताना होगा, राइट? सो मार्क योर आंसर्स. ADR, GDR, JDR, IDR, right? American Depository Receipt, Indian Depository Receipt, Global Depository Receipt, or P notes. So based on that, basically, please mark your answers based on your understanding. So the US based company wants to raise capital from Indian investors by listing on the NSE. तो ये क्या होगा? Which one is it going to be? Which one is it going to be? Of course, it is going to be IDR, Indian Depository Receipt. Because what is happening? The foreign company is coming to India, and on Indian stock exchange, it wants to list its shares, right? And basically in Indian currency only, which is going to be invested by the Indian investors, right? Who are a part of, I would say, the NSE, right? Who are, I would say, who have the account, demat account in the NSE, right? So this is going to be what? This is going to be the scenario of IDR, because here the foreign company wants to raise capital from the Indian investors, right? The second is Indian company wants to raise only on the London and Frankfurt stock exchanges. So what it is going to be? It is going to be GDR, because in GDR what happens? A foreign company, what it does basically, it lists its share. The share gets listed on a certain type of stock exchange, and this type of stock exchange is going to be non-US stock exchange, right? अगर US होता तो क्या आंसर होता? अगर मैं बोलता कि यार यहाँ पर US हो जाए, so the answer would have been, I would say, ADR, right? But since it is only with respect to London and Frankfurt stock exchanges, which are non-US based, so the answer is going to be GDR. So C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to the next one, which is question number 5. Which of the following statements about an anchor investor in an IPO is correct? Which of the following statements about an anchor investor in an IPO is correct? So question number 5, mark your answers. Which of the following about anchor investor in an IPO is correct? First of all, we know that if you talk about anchor investor is a type of qualified institutional buyer, right? So based on that, please mark your answers. So option A is, an anchor investor is a non-institutional buyer who must invest a minimum of rupees 10 crore and has a 30-day lock-in for all shares. तो ये ऑप्शन तो डायरेक्टली गलत हो जाएगा, बिकॉज मैंने आपको अभी बताया दैट दे आर नॉट अ टाइप ऑफ नॉन इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायर, दे आर अ टाइप ऑफ क्वालिफाइड इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायर. ठीक है, दे आर नॉट अ टाइप ऑफ नॉन इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर. द सेकंड इज, एन एंकर इन्वेस्टर इज अ क्वालिफाइड इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायर हु इन्वेस्ट आफ्टर द पब्लिक इशू क्लोजेस टू 90% subscription. So what about this option? Of course, it is again going to be an incorrect one, because it is not after, but it is basically before, right? Before the public issue. Now the third is, an anchor investor can be related to the promoter group and is allotted up to 60% of the entire issue size. So is it going to be the correct one? No, this is again going to be the incorrect one, right? Because if you talk about anchor investor, basically they cannot be related to the promoter, right? That is the first thing. ये तो पहले गलत हो गया. Apart from that, if you talk about the 60% quota, right? It is not allotted up to 60% of the entire issue size, right? Basically, it is allotted up to 60% of the QIB quota. ठीक है, जो इनका QIB quota होगा, उसका 60% मिलता है, not the entire issue size that is there. So it is also going to be the incorrect one. D is, anchor investor is a QIB who must invest a minimum of 10 crore and subscribes to the issue before it opens to the public. अब ये देखो correct option है, ठीक है, यहाँ पर after लिखा था, but here we have before. So this is going to be the correct option with respect to this question, right? So I hope it is clear to you. Last क्या है कि anchor investor is a retail individual investor. तो ये तो यहीं पे गलत हो गया, because it is not a type of retail individual investor. I have told you that it is a type of QIB, qualified institutional buyer, right? So that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 6. A non-underwritten IPO for 5 million shares receives valid bids for 4.3 million shares. What is the most likely outcome according to SEBI regulations? Is the IPO is going to be successful or unsuccessful? Tell me. या फिर extend हो जाएगा, or there would be some other kind of parameter or conclusion with respect to that. Question number 6. An IPO for 5 million shares receives a value of 4.3 million shares only, right? What is the most likely outcome to SEBI regulations? Yes, very good, very good. So most of you are giving the correct answer. So basically we know that if we talk about SEBI regulation, right? If we talk about SEBI regulation, the mandate with respect to the public issue, the mandate is that basically during a public issue, it must receive minimum of 90% 90% of the offer. तो अगर 5 मिलियन का 90% कैलकुलेट करें कितना होगा, ठीक है, मुश्किल नहीं है. 5 मिलियन का 4.5 मिलियन हो गया, ठीक है. और ये 4.3 मिलियन जो है, is it up to 90%? The answer is not. The answer is no, right? It is less than 90%. And since it is less than 90%, it is not fulfilling the mandate of SEBI. So what is going to happen? What is going to happen? This IPO fails to get issued, right? So this IPO is declared failed. So that is why B is going to be the answer. अब जब IPO fail होता है उसके बाद क्या हो जाता है? What happens with respect to the amount, right? So basically the company must refund the entire subscription amount, right? And that is what happens, and B is going to be the correct answer to this question. ठीक है, तो सक्सेसफुल तो होगा नहीं. 90% वाला रूल आपको पता होना चाहिए. Based on that you can reach the answer, and most of you have given the correct answer only. Now moving on to next question, question number 7. What is the primary function of a clearing corporation such as NSCCL or ICCL in the Indian stock market ecosystem? ये तो easy question ही है, सब लोग आंसर कर देंगे इसका. It acts as a depository for holding dematerialized securities. It acts as a regulator that frames rules and penalizes manipulation. It acts as a broker executing trade for investors. It acts as a legal counterparty to all trades guaranteeing settlement by managing obligations, funds from buyers and securities from sellers. And it acts as a merchant banker managing a company's IPO process. तो ये तो बहुत easy question है, आप सब लोग कर दोगे, और language बहुत ही straight forward लिखी हुई है. Yes. So what is the function of this clearing corporation? So the function of this clearing corporation is that basically what it does in the transaction, one person is buyer and the second person is seller. So what it is going to do, it is going to receive all the funds from the buyer. So ये अगर CCL है तो ये बाहर से सारे फंड्स रिसीव करेगी, right? And what it is going to do, it is going to receive the funds from the buyers and securities from the seller, ठीक है? And it is going to act, you can say it is going to act as an interposer, एक interposition में आएगी, ठीक है? And based on that, what it is going to do, it is going to complete the settlement mechanism between the buyer and the seller. So that is the function of that, right? So D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 9th. A foreign investor who is not registered with SEBI wishes to gain exposure to the Indian stock market. Which instrument allows them to invest through a SEBI registered foreign portfolio investor? तो ये तो बहुत इजी क्वेश्चन है और बहुत ही स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड है. इसकी बात डेफिनेशन आपको पता होनी चाहिए, ठीक है? यू कैन इजीली रीच द आंसर. सो क्वेश्चन नंबर 9. Yes, very good. Everybody has given the correct answer. So it is going to be the D1, right? Participatory notes. So participatory notes क्या होते हैं basically? For example, if there is an overseas investor, कोई foreign investor है, and basically he wants to invest in the Indian market, but he don't want to register himself, right? So without registration only, what he's going to do, he with the help of P notes, what he can do, he can invest in the Indian stock market, right? So that is the idea. And ADR, IDR तो हो नहीं सकता, ये तो हमने previous question में भी देख लिया. ADR, IDR क्या होता है, और FDI तो बिल्कुल ही अलग टर्म है, ठीक है? वो तो लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट है, राइट? सो दैट इज व्हाई डी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन. क्वेश्चन नंबर 10. Which act of the parliament provides the primary legal framework for dematerialization and the establishment of the regulation of the depository such as NSDL and CDSL? तो ये I would say PYQ का क्वेश्चन है. ये सेबी में PYQ में पूछा था क्वेश्चन, और एक बार नहीं दो बार पूछ चुके हैं इस क्वेश्चन को, ठीक है? तो और इजी भी है, बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है. सो यू ऑल कैन आंसर. तो कौन सा एक्ट है वो? Yes, everybody. Great. So it is going to be the Depository Act 1996. ठीक है? तो ये एक्ट है जिससे कि बेसिकली it provides a legal framework for dematerialization, right? So that is going to be the answer. अब इसमें कोई explanation की जरूरत तो है नहीं. I would say straightforward information ही और easy question है. Question 11. What is the key distinction between a block deal and bulk deal? तो ये बता दो, सबसे मेन डिस्टिंक्शन क्या है? नंबर्स देके घबराना नहीं है. अगर आपका बेसिक कंसेप्ट भी क्लियर है तो आप कर लोगे इसे, ठीक है? सो ट्राई टू अटेम्प्ट दिस क्वेश्चन. So I can see your answers. Write your answers in the chat box. So if you talk about bulk deal, ठीक है, bulk deal किस पे focus करती है? Bulk deal basically focuses upon quantity, right? We know that it focuses upon quantity. And what amount of quantity? Is there any threshold? Is there a number? The answer is yes. Basically, it is any transaction where the quantity is more than 0.5%, right? That is the first thing. 0.5% of the company's equity shares, right? Now, if you talk about block deal does not focuses upon quantity. It basically focuses upon what? It focuses upon value, right? And what is the minimum value over here? It is 10 crore rupees. So based on that, if you try to read the options, so block deal must be a minimum of 10 crore, while a bulk deal be a quantity of greater than 0.5%, right? So this is going to be the answer. बाकी ऑप्शन से पढ़ लेते हैं. अब ये तो इसको उल्टा कर दिया बिल्कुल, तो ये तो हो नहीं सकता, ठीक है? एक्सचेंज रिवर्स कर दिए ऑप्शंस को. Then the option C is a block deal is done in the pre-open session, while a bulk deal is done is closing session, right? तो ये गलत है basically, because जो block deal होता है वो 8:45 to 9 तक होता है, right? And not this one. So 8:45 to 9, that is the correct timing, right? And if you talk about the fourth option, it says a block deal is primary market transaction while a bulk deal is a secondary market transaction. ये भी गलत होगा, because दोनों की दोनों secondary market transaction ही होती हैं, ठीक है? They are not primary market transactions. Both of them are secondary market transactions only. So that is why A is going to be the correct answer to this question. आगे चलते हैं, question number 12. When a member-owned stock exchange, historically owned by its broker members, converts into a shareholding company, the process is known as what? Dematerialization, disinvestment, demutualization, compulsory delisting, or capitalization issue. So what is going to be the answer to this question? बहुत easy है ये तो. Yes. So what is going to be the correct answer? C is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So even if you don't know the answer, even if you try to eliminate, तो ये बहुत ही basic terms दिए ऑप्शन में, तो अगर इनको भी आप अवेयरनेस है आपकी तो आप इजीली आंसर तक पहुंच जाओगे, राइट? सो व्हाट इज डीम्यूचुअलाइजेशन? बेसिकली डीम्यूचुअलाइजेशन का मतलब है कि मेंबर ओन्ड स्ट्रक्चर को आई वुड से शेयर होल्डर ओन कंपनी में कन्वर्ट करना. And this was a scenario that was there with respect to the stock exchange in our country. So पहले क्या होता था कि जैसे NSE है, BSE है, they were held by the members, right? They were owned by the members. तो जो members होते थे, for example, उनकी वजह से क्या होता था? There was a problem that there was some sort of monopoly from the side of the brokers. ठीक है, जिसकी वजह से स्टॉक मार्केट है वो कहीं ना कहीं unfair रहता था, right? It was not fair enough because of, I would say, the monopoly of the brokers, because basically it was a member owned structure. But later on government ने क्या किया? government ने इसको shareholding based पे convert कर दिया, right? And that basically helped in solving these problems up to a huge extent and promoted fair market practices. And this whole phenomena is what? This whole phenomena is known as demutualization, right? So that is the idea. Now question number 13th. According to SEBI IPO regulations, what is the maximum commission a company can pay for an issue of shares, and what is the maximum discount that can be offered to retail individual investors? तो ये भी factual question है, but इस तरह क्वेश्चन आ जाते हैं एग्जाम में. So question number 13th. Question number 13th. Yes. So what is the maximum commission you can pay for issue of shares? Yes, it is 5%, right? It is 5%. And what is the maximum discount that can be offered for retail individual investors? It is 10%. Great. But if I ask you what is the maximum limit with respect to debentures, so debentures के केस में क्या होगा? अगर shares के केस में 5% है, debentures के केस में है, it is what? It is basically 2.5%, right? तो ये भी आपको याद होना चाहिए. So based on that, if you see the answer, basically it is going to be 5% and 10%. So yes, B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? Now moving on to the next one, question number 14th. What is the primary operational advantage of the application supported by blocked amount facility for an investor in an oversubscribed IPO? What is the primary operational advantage with respect to application supported by blocked amount? Yes. So what is ASBA? What is ASBA? So ASBA is basically a mandate process that is set by SEBI with respect to public issue. ठीक है, तो अगर आप पब्लिक इशू में फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू आर अप्लाइंग फॉर आईपीओ और इफ यू आर अप्लाइंग फॉर एफबीओ, राइट, सो व्हाट बेसिकली हैपेंस इज दैट फॉर दैट यू विल हैव टू पे अ सर्टेन अमाउंट, राइट, इन ऑर्डर टू purchase that certain type of shares, right, to purchase certain type of assets. But earlier the problem was that basically, for example, you want to subscribe certain amount of shares, but the point was that your money used to get debited from your bank account. Okay, your money used to get deducted. Now once the money is deducted, let us say you were not able to subscribe these shares got oversubscribed. ठीक है, तो आपको shares नहीं मिले. So what is going to happen? The refund will be presented to you in your bank account after a very long time, and this whole task became very much tedious, right? Now in order to solve that, what basically SEBI did, SEBI basically mandated this ASBA process. Now as a part of this ASBA process, what basically happens, the amount is not deducted that is there required in order to purchase these shares. Instead of deduction, what happens, the amount gets blocked. It gets blocked, right? It gets blocked in your account only, and if the shares are allocated to you, then the amount is going to get deducted, and if the shares are not going to get allocated to you, then basically what is going to happen, then the amount is going to get simply unblocked, right? तो पैसे आपके अकाउंट से नहीं जाएंगे, बस वो जो अकाउंट पे पैसे ब्लॉक हो चुके थे अब वो अनब्लॉक हो जाएंगे. तो इससे क्या होगा, बेसिकली द फंड मैनेजमेंट task become easier, right? So based on that, what is going to be the correct answer? Yes, D is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? Now moving on to question number 15th. A company announces 3:2 bonus issue. A investor holds 800 shares for the company before the issue. How many total shares will the investor hold after the bonus issue? So try to solve it. Question number 15th. So investor holds how many shares? It holds 800 shares, right? So what is the bonus issue? Bonus issue is 3:2. Now what do you mean by this 3:2? How do we read it? Basically, it basically means that, it basically means what? That for every 2 shares that you already own, the company will give you 3 total shares, right? तो हर 2 शेयर के लिए कंपनी आपको टोटल 3 शेयर्स दे रही है. अभी 3 शेयर्स का क्या मतलब है कि इस 3 शेयर्स में बेसिकली 2 शेयर्स आर योर ओल्ड शेयर्स, राइट, एंड 1 शेयर is going to be what? It is going to be a new share. ठीक है, जो आपको बोनस के फॉर्म में मिला है out of the total, right? So how basically you are going to calculate the total shares that basically investor holds after the bonus? So basically investor के पास कितने हैं? 800 shares है, right? और हमने देखा कि हर 2 शेयर के लिए कितने शेयर मिल रहे हैं? बोनस में 1 शेयर मिल रहा है, राइट? तो यहां पर 2 के लिए 3 शेयर मिल रहे थे, बट ये टोटल था. अब ये 3 में से 2 पुराने और 1 नया है. सो फॉर एवरी 2 शेयर्स यू आर गेटिंग 1 शेयर. सो इफ द टोटल नंबर ऑफ शेयर्स आर 800, तो बोनस शेयर इसका मतलब कितना हो गया? 2:1 में अगर डिवाइड करें, सो सॉरी मेरा हाथ लग गया कीबोर्ड पर. कौन से क्वेश्चन पे थे हम? क्वेश्चन नंबर 3, yeah, this one. Yes. So if the total number of shares are 800, so हमने देखा कि for every 2 shares you are getting 1 share, 1 bonus share, right? So it is going to be what? So the total number of bonus shares is going to be half of that, which is going to be 400 shares, right? So after the bonus is issued, what is going to be the total shares that you will be getting if we I would say add the old share plus the new bonus shares? It is going to be 800 plus 400, which is going to be what? 1200 shares in total, right? So I would say B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? Now moving on to the next one, question number 16th. Which statement most accurately contrasts the core implications of the debt financing versus equity financing? This is a very basic question, ठीक है? So all of you can answer this question. somebody had written B, कोई D लिख रहा है, कोई C लिख रहा है. Different answers for the previous question. क्वेश्चन का नंबर भी लिखो साथ में ताकि कंफ्यूजन ना रहे. So what is going to be the correct answer with respect to this question? Yes, question number 16th, very good. So everybody has given the correct answer. It is the E1, right? तो ये तो बहुत ही straightforward question है, right? So that we know borrowing, it does not dilute the ownership, right? And it is basically, it creates a charge against profit, right? If you talk about equity, equity dilutes the ownership and dividends are an appropriation of profits, right? तो ये बहुत ही basic चीज है and this is the core implication with respect to that. So E is the most appropriate answer that fulfills the condition, right? So E is going to be the answer to this question. Now question number 17th. An investor buys a 91 days treasury bill with a face value of 10,000 for an issue price of 9,800. What is the approximate yield on this T-bill? Take your time, try to reach the answer. Yield का formula क्या होता है? How do you calculate it? So if we talk about treasury bills, we know that there are type of, I would say, zero coupon securities, right? But yield is based on the discount. So what is going to be the formula with respect to that? The formula is profit upon issue price into 100, right? So in this case, what is going to be the profit? Profit क्या होगा? Profit कैसे निकालोगे? Profit is going to be the difference between the face value and the issue price, right? What is the face value? It is 10,000. राइट व्हाट इज द इशू प्राइस इट इज 9800 तो डिफरेंस कितना हो गया प्रॉफिट कितना निकला 200 रुपीज राइट तो यील्ड कितनी हुई प्रॉफिट ऑन इशू प्राइस सो 200 डिवाइडेड बाय व्हाट 200 डिवाइडेड बाय व्हाट इज द इशू प्राइस इट इज 9800 राइट 9800 परसेंटेज पूछा है तो इनटू 100 राइट सो इफ यू ट्राई टू सॉल्व इट 2 पॉइंट कुछ आएगा इट इज गोइंग टू बी 2 पॉइंट समथिंग 49 है तो 2.0 या सो डी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन राइट सो आई होप ऑल ऑफ यू हैव गिवन द करेक्ट आंसर यस तो आई थिंक एक दो को छोड़ के बाकी सबने सही आंसर ही दिया ग्रेट साथ में क्वेश्चन नंबर भी लिखो यार साथ में क्वेश्चन नंबर भी लिखो ओके नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन Question number 18th. Which of the following statements regarding a certificate of deposit is incorrect? Incorrect पूछा याद रखना correct मत बोल देना. Question number 18th. Which of the following statements regarding a certificate of deposit is incorrect? So certificate of deposit can be issued by a scheduled commercial bank for a maturity of 1 days to 1 year. ठीक है इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है ये तो सही स्टेटमेंट है राइट A certificate of deposit can be issued by an all India financial institution for a maturity of 1 year to 3 years. Yes, बिल्कुल सही है ये भी. A minimum denomination for a single certificate of deposit issue is 5 lakh. Yes, it is 5 lakh only. Banks are permitted to grant loans against the collateral of certificate of deposit. अब क्या banks loan ले सकते हैं against collateral? By using certificate deposit as the collateral? The answer is no. They cannot do that. So that is going to be the incorrect option. Right? Last, they are transferable and tradable. Yes. This is something that is true, which is unlike the fixed deposit. Right? So that is why D is going to be the correct answer क्योंकि incorrect वाला पूछा हुआ है. So moving on to question number 19th. An LTRO means long-term repo operations. It provides long-term liquidity to the banking system. How does a targeted long-term repo operations fundamentally different from a standard LTRO? So mark your answers. किस तरह डिफरेंट है और ये बहुत ही इजी क्वेश्चन है बहुत ही बेसिक क्वेश्चन है मुझे पता है सब लोग आंसर देंगे इसका. What is the specific difference How does adding targeted with LTRO makes a difference? Question number 19th. Yes, very good. Right? So C is going to be the correct option. So basically targeted here means that they are oriented towards a specific sector, right? तो जो LTRO होते हैं basically they are provided to a specific type of sector, for example small and medium businesses, or it can be NBFCs, right? So that is the idea, because that is the only, I would say, significant difference between both of them, and C is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So let us move on to the next one. Question number 20. Which of the following is a feature of zero coupon, zero principal bond as per the regulations mentioned? Which of the following is a key feature of zero coupon, zero principal bond as per the regulations mentioned? The minimum issue size is rupees 1000 and the minimum application is rupees 50 lakh. The minimum subscription required from investors is 90% of the issue size. They are issued by highly rated corporates for long-term capital needs. The investor receives the principal back at maturity but no interest. The minimum subscription required for investor is 75% of the issue size. So what is going to be the correct answer? Mark your answers, take your time. Yes, so in case of zero coupon, zero principal bond, we know that basically the investor do not receive any coupon or principal repayment, right? And if you talk about the regulation, what is the minimum issue size? So ये जो term numbers से interchange कर दिए, the minimum issue size is not rupees 1000, right? It is not rupees 1000, it is rupees 50 lakh. It is rupees 50 lakh, right? And if we talk about minimum application, it is rupees 1000. तो ये interchange कर दिया दोनों numbers, so that is why it is going to be the incorrect one. Then they are issued by highly rated corporates for long-term capital needs, right? So that is again the incorrect option, because ये corporates usually issue नहीं करते, they are basically often issued by the primary objective behind the zero coupon principal bond is basically what they are issued by NGOs. ठीक है, they are issued by NGOs primarily for the purpose of social development, right? तो ये भी गलत हो जाएगा. Then the investor receives the principal back at maturity. तो यार ये तो बिल्कुल ही गलत है, because ये मैंने आपको ऑलरेडी बता दिया, जीरो कूपन प्रिंसिपल बॉन्ड का मेन चीज यही है, मेन प्रिंसिपल यही है that they do not receive, investor do not receive any kind of interest or principal repayment, right? तभी इसको हम जीरो कूपन कह रहे हैं. कूपन मतलब interest, no interest is there. That is why this is also going to be the incorrect. Then the minimum subscription required from investor is 75% of the issue size, right? तो यहाँ पर भी गलत हो गया, right? Because if you talk about this zero coupon bond, this is not the number, right? 75% of the issue size, ये भी गलत है, ठीक है? This is also going to be the incorrect one. So what is going to be the correct option? B is going to be the correct answer with respect to this question, which is the minimum subscription required from the investor is 90% of the issue size. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर 75% है, 75% नहीं होगा, it is going to be 90%, right? तो इससे ये भी गलत है, and B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to the next one, question number 21. An individual investor opens an RBI retail direct account. They wish to buy a newly issued government security in the primary auction, and then month later sell that government security to another investor. Which platform will they use for the purchase and the sale respectively? तो बता दो. This is also an easy one. Question number 21. Question number 21. What is going to be the correct answer? Yes, both a straightforward question, I would say. So if you talk about this question, the correct answer is going to be the B option, right? क्योंकि if you talk about e-Kuber, right? So e-Kuber किसके लिए platform है? Basically it is the platform for the primary market, right? And NSDOM, right, it is a platform for the secondary market, right? Now if you talk about, I would say, e-Kuber में क्या होता है? Basically it allows the investor to submit their bids for the new issue, right? So this is what happens in case of primary market, and this is what the e-Kuber, the facility that e-Kuber provides. And if you talk about NSDOM, right, what it does basically, it is a platform of secondary market. तो यहाँ पर trading होती है, right, where you can trade the existing securities, right? So this is mainly for the sale, right? So that is the idea, and that is why B is going to be the answer. और यहाँ पर हमने देख लिया that basically they wish to buy the newly issued government security, which is for the primary market, right? So it is through e-Kuber, and then a month later they sell that government security to another investor where the trading is happening. So this is going to be at NSDOM, right? So that is going to be the answer. B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Question number 22. Sorry, ये repeat हो गया, 21 ही आ गया, 22. What is the primary economic function of primary dealer in the government security market? ये भी PYQ का क्वेश्चन है, आई थिंक किसी तो एग्जाम में पूछा था ये. Question number 22. What is the primary economic function of a primary dealer in the government security market? Yes, ये तो सबको ही पता होगा, right? Question number 22. That basically, what is their job? The job is basically what they do, they buy the government securities from the RBI, right? And what they do, they resell them to the investor, thereby acting as a market maker and ensuring liquidity. So of course C is going to be the answer to this question, right? So they buy security directly from the RBI, and what they do, they resell to other type of buyers. So that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now question number 23. A bank borrows from another buyer for a period of 10 days. The transaction is classified as what? Call money, notice money, term money, CBLO और इंटर कॉर्पोरेट डिपॉजिट. अब इसमें कंफ्यूजन पहले 3 ऑप्शंस में ही होगी आप सबको, राइट? बिकॉज बाकी के 2 तो एलिमिनेट करना आसान से है, ठीक है? ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता बिकॉज इंटर कॉर्पोरेट है, तो ये कॉर्पोरेट्स के बीच में होता है, बट यहाँ पर बैंक्स के बीच में हो रहा है, तो इंटर कॉर्पोरेट डिपॉजिट तो भूल ही जाओ, राइट? सो 1, 2 और 3 के बीच में से आपको कंफ्यूजन होगी, आई नो दैट. सो व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर? So if we talk about call money किसके लिए होता है? Call money is for overnight borrowing, right? So it is up to 1 day, right? If I talk about notice money कितने दिन के लिए होता है? Borrowing for more than 1 day and less than 14 days, 1 to 14 days, right? That is notice money. If I talk about term money होता है notice money से बड़ा, that is basically the tenure is I would say longer. So in case of, I would say, term money, it is more than 14 days, right? So if you see the question, a bank borrows from another bank for a period of 10 days, तो ये किस में आएगा? Notice money में आएगा. That is why B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So I hope it is clear to you. Now moving on to the next one, question number 25. Due to global scandals, the RBI mandated a bank to stop using LIBOR and LIBOR linked rates such as before. Which alternatives rate from the United States has been adopted to create a modified MIFOR? So what is going to be the correct answer? ये तो बहुत इजी है, करंट अफेयर में ही पढ़ा होगा आपने, राइट? Yes, so it is going to be SOFR, right? SOFR, Securities Secured Overnight Financing Rate, right? तो ये US benchmark rate है, right? It is under US jurisdiction, and basically it is administered also by Federal Reserve only, which is the US central bank, right? And RBI has mandated that basically Indian banks also have to basically link the interest rate with this SOFR only, right? So that is why B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now question number आई वुड से, सो यू कैन सी इट ओवर हियर यार कि अलग अलग तरह के ऑल्टरनेटिव है. जैसे SOFR है वो यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का है, इसके साथ हमारा बेंचमार्क लिंक्ड है, राइट. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट सोनिया यूके का है. वी हैव टोनो ऑल्सो विच इज फॉर जापान. वी हैव ESTR फॉर यूरोजोन एंड वी हैव सेरॉन फॉर स्विट्जरलैंड. ठीक है, तो हम ये वाला फॉलो करते हैं. तो ज्यादा डिटेल में जाने की जरूरत तो नहीं है, बट बेसिक ये पता होना चाहिए. ठीक है, सो लेट अस मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन. क्वेश्चन नंबर 26. The Clearing Corporation of India Limited acts as a central counterparty for transactions in the government securities and money market. It guarantees settlement by becoming the buyer to every seller and the seller to every buyer. This process is known as what? This process is known as what? Question number 26th. Question number 26. Yes. सो ये पता ही हमें जो ये क्लियरिंग कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया लिमिटेड है, इसका ये किस तरह काम करता है, इसका मैकेनिज्म हमने अभी भी देख लिया था. ठीक है, सो द एंटायर मैकेनिज्म दैट वी हैव कवर्ड इन दैट प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन इज नोवेशन ओनली. नोवेशन क्या होता है बेसिकली? नोवेशन मींस बेसिकली व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द सेटलमेंट दैट हैपेंस बिटवीन बायर एंड सेलर, राइट. सो बेसिकली फॉर एग्जांपल इफ दिस इज बैंक 1, राइट, एंड दिस इज लेट अस से bank 2, right. Now let us say this bank 1 that is there, this bank 1 is a seller, right, and he wants to sell the bonds to bank B, and this bank is going to basically exchange the transaction with bank 1, right. So in between what will happen, there will be a certain entity that is CCIL. ठीक है, ये CCIL क्या करेगा बेसिकली? CCIL is going to become the buyer for every seller. Buyer for every seller का क्या मतलब है? That basically whatever he is selling to this bank 2, in this case buyer is in this case seller is bank 1, right. So he is selling the bond to bank 2, so what he will do, CCIL will become the buyer for the seller. It means he will get these bonds from bank 1 and basically he will become the seller for the buyer, right. So he will take the money from him, and what they are going to do then after that, he will it will make the transaction successful for both bank A and bank B, and this entire transaction is known as what? It is novation. ठीक है, it is novation. And why this novation is there? The only purpose is basically to make this transaction smooth. ठीक है, ऐसा ना हो कि यार कि एक पार्टी डिफॉल्ट हो जाए तो दूसरे को ट्रांजेक्शन हुई नहीं. ठीक है, ट्रांजेक्शन बीच में अटक गई या फिर दोनों के बीच में नेगोशिएशन कंप्लीट ही नहीं हो पा रही है, तो ट्रांजेक्शन स्मूथ हो तो उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी CCIL लेता है कि यार बायर जो बेच रहा है मैं ये सेलर तक पहुंचा दूंगा, सेलर जो बेच रहा है वो मैं बायर तक पहुंचा दूंगा, और जो बायर जो ट्रांजेक्शन देना चाहता है वो मैं सेलर तक पहुंचा दूंगा, राइट. सो CCIL बेसिकली एक्ट्स एज एन इंटरमीडिएट एंड दिस इज नथिंग बट द नोवेशन, राइट. आगे चलते हैं. द नेक्स्ट इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 27. A forex deal is contracted on Monday, that is October 5th, with settlement agreed to occur on Wednesday, that is October 7th, right. Assuming no bank holidays, what is this type of settlement? तो मतलब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हुआ है 5th of October को, राइट, एंड सेटलमेंट हुई है 7th of October को. सो दिस इज 5th एंड दिस इज 7th. ठीक है, तो क्या होगा ये? What type of settlement it is going to be? Question number 27th. So what is going to be the correct answer? Yes. So it is going to be what? It is going to be the D option, right? किसने लिखा है ये? Written by Mohit, right? So D is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? तो D क्यों होगा इसका आंसर? Because जब ये दो चीजें होती हैं, एक होती है basically when the contract is done, right. For example, if you are a certain entity, you go to a bank and basically what you want to do, you want to do any kind of forex transaction, so you are going to enter in a certain type of contract. One thing is contract. The second thing is the settlement of the contract. That is whatever agreed you have whatever rate you have agreed upon, right? On what certain day that entire settlement is going to happen successfully, right? That is a settlement, right? So whatever has been decided as a part of contract, the deal is gets successful on the settlement day, right? Now these settlement days can be of different types. If the contract and the deal is getting settled on the same day, then what it is going to be? It is going to be ready. Ready कोई cash भी कहते हैं हम, ठीक है, दोनों के सेम नाम है. रेडी को हम कैश भी कहते हैं. इट इज गोइंग टू बी रेडी फॉर्म ऑफ सेटलमेंट. द सेटलमेंट टाइमिंग इज ऑन द सेम डे, द डे ऑन विच द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वाज डन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू देयर फॉरेक्स ट्रांजैक्शन विद द बैंक. दूसरा होता है टॉम. टॉम का मतलब क्या होता है? टुमारो, विच इज व्हाट? द नेक्स्ट वर्किंग डे. द नेक्स्ट इज स्पॉट. स्पॉट मीन्स व्हाट? स्पॉट बेसिकली मीन्स इफ रेडी इज टी, if ready is T, ready or cash is T and Tom is T plus 1, the spot is going to be T plus 2. ठीक है, मतलब 2 दिन बाद, right? And forward का मतलब क्या हुआ? Any day after spot. And what is happening over here कि 5th को contract हुआ, 7th को deal sign हुई, तो मतलब T plus 2 हो गया दोनों के बीच में. And that is why it is going to be what? It is going to be spot type settlement, right? And that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to the next one, question number 28. An Indian resident asks their bank for a direct quote of euros. Which quote would be the bank provide? Which quote would the bank provide based on the definition in the text? ठीक है, तो डायरेक्ट कोट में बताओ यार क्या होगा. ये तो बहुत इजी क्वेश्चन है. ठीक है, इंडियन रेजिडेंट है और इसको बैंक के पास गया यूरोस के लिए, तो कैसे करेंगे डायरेक्ट कोट? व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी द डायरेक्ट कोट? सबसे पहली बात तो क्लियर है कि इनमें से कोई आंसर नहीं हो सकता. ठीक है, ये तो क्लियर होगा सबको, क्योंकि ट्रांजैक्शन हो रही है यूरो और आईएनआर के बीच में, तो ये सब करेंसीज नहीं चलेंगी. ठीक है, ये तो पहली बात होगी. दूसरी बात है व्हाट, हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू रिप्रेजेंट द डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट कोट. डायरेक्ट कोट का मतलब क्या होता है? द क्वांटिटी ऑफ लोकल करेंसी दैट इज नीडेड टू परचेज, राइट, 1 यूनिट ऑफ फॉरेन करेंसी. ठीक है, कि एक लोकल करेंसी के लिए फॉरेन करेंसी कितनी खरीदनी पड़ेगी. सो इन दिस केस व्हाट यू वांट टू डू बेसिकली, हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू कोट इट डायरेक्टली, which one is going to be the direct quote and which is going to be the indirect quote. क्वेश्चन नंबर भी देखो यार साथ में. Yes, very good Vartika. So with respect to question number 28, A is going to be the correct answer. तो ये होता है डायरेक्ट कोट, ठीक है, और ये होता है इनडायरेक्ट कोट, राइट. सो दैट इज वाई यहां पर डायरेक्ट के बारे में पूछा है. सो A is going to be the correct answer, right. Now moving on to question number 29th. What is the key difference between chips and fed wire with US based payment systems? Question number 29th. What is the key difference between chips and fed wire with US based payment systems? Right? Both are a part of US based payment system only. Difference क्या है? So chips settles payment on a net time basis, fed wires on gross real time basis. Chips is operated by Federal Reserve while Fed wire is privately owned. Fed wire handles forex settlements while chips handle only domestic payments. Chips processes retail transactions while Fed wire handles wholesale transaction. Fed wire settles payment at the end of the day while chips settles them instantly. तो क्या होगा 29th का? What is going to be the correct answer? The key difference. Yes. So as most of you I would say are writing, so A is going to be the correct answer to this question. If we talk about chips, chips क्या करता है, जो सेटलमेंट होती है वो ऑफसेट हो जाती है. व्हाट डू यू मीन ऑफसेट? की वो नेट बेसिस पे होती है. फॉर एग्जांपल ऐसे समझो, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू वांट टू डू ट्रांजैक्शन विद चिप्स, तो ये आपका मान लो चिप्स आ गया, ठीक है, एंड दिस इज लेट अस से सम बैंक ए एंड दिस इज बैंक बी एंड दिस इज बैंक सी और बैंक डी, ठीक है. अब बैंक ए को मान लो कि बैंक ए को इसे 1 करोड़ देने हैं, बैंक बी को इसे देने हैं लेट अस से बैंक ए को, ठीक है, ये किसको दे रहा है? बी को दे रहा है, और बी ए को दे रहा है लेट अस से 50 लाख देने हैं इसे. अब बैंक डी भी आ गया बीच में, तो इसको भी बी को देने थे लेट अस से 10 लाख, इसे देने मान लो 30 लाख, ठीक है। तो आपस में एक दूसरे का बैलेंस है इनका। तो चिप्स क्या करेगा बेसिकली, चिप इस पूरी ट्रांजैक्शन को ऑफसेट कर देगा। सो वट एवर ट्रांजेक्शन इज द नेट ट्रांजेक्शन बिटवीन बैंक ए एंड बैंक बी, वो इन दोनों में से जो भी होगी, मान लो इसको 1 करोड़ देने, इसको 50 लाख देने, बैलेंस बचा 50 लाख, ठीक है। तो ये क्या करेगा, इसको सिर्फ 50 लाख दे देगा और ये कुछ भी नहीं देगा। बैंक बी इज नॉट गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड एनी ट्रांजेक्शन। दिस इज व्हाट, दिस इज ऑफसेटिंग। दिस इज ऑफसेटिंग दैट हैपेंस इन केस ऑफ चिप्स। व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट फेड, फेड में पूरा का पूरा इंडिविजुअल ट्रांजेक्शन चल जाती है। जैसे कि मान लो दिस इज फेड वायर, दिस इज फेड वायर। सो बैंक ए हैज टू गिव 1 करोड़ टू बैंक बी, राइट, एंड बैंक बी हैज टू पे 50 लाख। तो 50 लाख देगा, 1 करोड़ देगा, कोई नेट सेटलमेंट नहीं होगी। देयर इज नो सॉर्ट ऑफ ऑफसेटिंग, राइट। एवरीथिंग इज एवरी ट्रांजेक्शन इज गोइंग टू हैपन इंडिविजुअली, and that is why A is going to be the key difference between chips and fed wire, right, where in case of chips the payment happens on a net basis, in fed wire they are settled on a gross real time basis, right. So I hope it is pretty much clear to you that what is the difference between this net basis and the gross basis, ठीक है। तो net मतलब offset करना, net payment जाना, net balance, and gross का मतलब है the individual transaction that happens। यार यहाँ पे आंसर आई थिंक गलत आ गया है, दिस इज नॉट बी, दिस इज ए, ठीक है। तो देख लेना, एक्सप्लेनेशन मैंने आपको दे दी है। सो ए इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर। अब मैंने एक्सप्लेनेशन पढ़ी नहीं है क्योंकि मेरे पास भी इतना टाइम नहीं था ये सब का, लेकिन दिस इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर, ठीक है। एक बार देख लेना। नाउ क्वेश्चन नंबर 31, द वैल्यू ऑफ अ करेंसी फॉल्स ड्यू टू मार्केट फोर्सेस। ये तो बहुत ईजी क्वेश्चन है। द वैल्यू ऑफ अ करेंसी फॉल्स ड्यू टू मार्केट फोर्सेस। इन कॉन्ट्रास्ट, when a government deliberately lowers the currency under a fixed exchange rate system, what are these two events respectively? Two events समझ रहे हो कि एक event है ये event 1 and this is the second event. So tell me what is going to be the answer. ये बहुत ही बेसिक चीज है, ठीक है, बेसिक कंसेप्ट है, ये पता होना चाहिए आपको। somebody is saying कि सर उसमें डी भी सही लग रहा है। ये डी में तो ये लिखा है रिटेल ट्रांजैक्शन और होलसेल ट्रांजैक्शन करती है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। ट्रांजैक्शन सारी की सारी जाती है, कोई भी ट्रांजैक्शन हो वो चली जाएगी, चिप से भी चल जाएगी, होलसेल भी चल जाएगी, दोनों इंटरनेशनल लेवल की आई वुड से यूएस बेस्ड ट्रांजैक्शन पेमेंट सिस्टम से डील करते हैं। तो होलसेल और रिटेल वाला इसमें कोई कंसेप्ट नहीं है ऐसा, ठीक है। जो मेन डिफरेंस है, सबसे बड़ा की डिफरेंस है, वो है नेट और ग्रॉस सेटलमेंट का, दैट इज द आइडिया, ठीक है। होलसेल ट्रांजैक्शन होती है ना, बड़े बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन ट्रांजैक्शन करती है, ऐसा नहीं है। It basically, that is not the key difference between them. So tell me the answer with respect to this question, question number 31st. Yes, so with respect to question number 31st, when the currency falls due to market forces, right, due to market forces only, it is going to be depreciation. And when a country's currencies falls down due to गवर्नमेंट, बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट डेलिबरेटली डज सो दैट इज गोइंग टू बी डिवैल्यूएशन, ठीक है। तो यही फर्क है, और इसका ऑपोजिट रिवैल्यूएशन हो जाता है, जहां पे करेंसी की वैल्यू राइज होती है बिकॉज ऑफ मार्केट फोर्सेज, और जब गवर्नमेंट उसको इंटेंशनली इंक्रीज करती है, दैट बिकम्स रिवैल्यूएशन एंड हियर इट बिकम्स एप्रिसिएशन, ठीक है, एप्रिसिएशन एंड रिवैल्यूएशन। बट यहाँ पर लो वैल्यू गिर रही है, सो ए इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर। नाउ क्वेश्चन नंबर 31, व्हाट इज द प्राइमरी डिस्टिंक्शन बिटवीन एनआरई अकाउंट एंड एफसीएनआर अकाउंट, राइट। सो एनआरई एंड एफसीएनआर, हाँ लिमिट होती है बस कन, बट यहां पर लिमिट वाला ऑप्शन नहीं दिया हमने स्पेसिफिकली। यहां पे बोले कोर डिफरेंस क्या है, तो सबसे बड़ा जो कोर डिफरेंस है वो नेट और ग्रॉस का ही है, दैट इज द मोस्ट अप्रोप्रिएट आंसर। व्हाट इज द प्राइमरी डिस्टिंक्शन बिटवीन एनआरई अकाउंट एंड एफसीएनआर अकाउंट, ये हमने कल भी देखा था। इफ यू हैव अटेंडेड यस्टरडे सेशन, वहां पर भी हमने इसके बारे में थोड़ी बहुत बात की थी। क्वेश्चन नंबर 31, so NRE is for Indian income, FCNR is for foreign income. NRE is repatriable, FCNR is not. NRE is taxed in India, FCNR is tax free. NRE is rupee denominated and FCNR is currency denominated account. NRE can be savings account, FCNR cannot be a term deposit. तो बता दो ये what is going to be the answer? Yes. So basically, if we talk about this one, A is going to be the correct answer to this question. Because hota kya, for example, this is person A, right? Now this person A earns some sort of foreign income, right, in dollar. Now what he wants to do, he wants to deposit this money. He wants to deposit this money somewhere in India, क्योंकि ये है तो ये इंडियन रेजिडेंट है, ठीक है, ही इज एन एनआरआई. लेकिन he is basically the point is that he is residing abroad, but he is citizen of India only, right? So what happens basically, let us say he has some foreign income and he wants to send this foreign income to India in some Indian bank account, right? Now if this is an NRE account, what is going to happen, he will be able to send the money, no doubt regarding that. But what will happen, this money that is there in the form of dollar, it is going to get converted into the form of rupee, ठीक है, और उसके बाद ये डिपॉजिट हो जाएगी बैंक अकाउंट में. बट द पॉइंट इज दैट, लेट अस से मार्केट में बहुत ज्यादा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रेट फ्लक्चुएशन होती है रुपये और डॉलर के बीच में. अब उससे क्या होता है, जब बहुत एक्सचेंज रेट फ्लक्चुएशन होगी, उससे क्या नुकसान होगा कि ये जो पैसे जब ये दोबारा रिपैट्रिएट करेगा टू द फॉरेन कंट्री, व्हाट इज गोइंग टू हैपन, ही माइट फेस सम सॉर्ट ऑफ लॉस, ठीक है. तो अगर मान लो डॉलर डेप्रिशिएट हो रहा है, बाद में एप्रिशिएट हो रहा है, तो इस तरीके से व्हाट इज गोइंग टू हैपन, ही इज गोइंग टू सी अ लॉट ऑफ फ्लक्चुएशन. बट with the help of FCNR account, what is the advantage, this money that is in dollar, when it goes to India, right, now the money does not get converted into rupee, the money is in the FCNR account in the dollar currency only. So this type of fluctuation where risk is not there, ठीक है. तो risk से बचने के लिए FCNR account is useful and that is the precise difference. NRE is for Indian income, whereas FCNR is for, I would say, the foreign income, right? So that is the idea. Now let us move on to the next one. Question number 32. Which of the following statement is false with respect to peer-to-peer lending? This question is a PYQ. RBI में पूछा था, सेबी में नहीं, लेकिन still you can see the type of question. तो क्वेश्चन यार ज्यादा बहुत घुमा फिरा के नहीं होते हैं. इन रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन को समझना मुश्किल नहीं होता, लेकिन वो क्या करते हैं, बहुत बार क्वेश्चन बहुत ज्यादा फैक्चुअल पूछ लेते हैं, ठीक है. अंडरस्टैंडिंग में इशू नहीं होगा, आई वुड से डेप्थ में क्वेश्चन ज्यादा नहीं आते हैं, क्वेश्चन की जो ब्रेथ होती है वो बहुत ज्यादा होती है, ठीक है. तो बहुत सारी चीजें पढ़नी पड़ती हैं. हाँ, कुछ चीजें हैं जो डेप्थ में पढ़नी पड़ेंगी, जैसे कि जो रेगुलेशंस हो गई, ठीक है, सर्कुलर्स हो गए, वो सब चीजें थोड़ा डेप्थ में पढ़नी पड़ती हैं. बट आई वुड से जहां तक कंसेप्चुअल चीजों की बातें हैं, वहां पर आई वुड से डेप्थ ज्यादा मैटर नहीं करती यहाँ पर, बट ब्रेथ ज्यादा मैटर करती है. सो क्वेश्चन का जो नेचर होता है, आई वुड से बहुत ज्यादा इनडायरेक्ट नहीं होता है. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट इज फॉल्स विद रिस्पेक्ट टू पीयर टू पीयर लेंडिंग? तो ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज अ वेरी इजी क्वेश्चन. यू कैन सी, ये मैंने बस इसलिए डाला है ताकि आप देखो कि यार किस तरह के क्वेश्चन आते हैं, राइट. तो मैं और भी लेके आऊंगा क्वेश्चन, आपको और भी PYQs दिखाऊंगा अपकमिंग सेशंस में. सो फॉर क्वेश्चन नंबर 32, ऑफ कोर्स इफ यू टॉक अबाउट पीयर टू पीयर लेंडिंग, इट इज रेगुलेटेड बाय RBI, वी नो दैट, राइट. सो यहां पर पूछा है इनकरेक्ट वन, सो दिस इज गोइंग टू बी द आंसर, राइट, बिकॉज यहां पर नॉट डाला हुआ है, राइट. सो दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द आंसर टू दिस.
Let us move on to the question number 1. So the question number 1 is, a non-government company is incorporated on January 1st. A non-government company is incorporated on January 1st. The board of directors fails to appoint the first auditor by January 31st, right? And what is the correct subsequent procedure for the appointment? So the non-government company is incorporated on January 1st and the board of director fails to appoint the first auditor by January 31st. So what is the correct subsequent procedure for the appointment? Option A, the board must inform the members who shall appoint the auditor at an extraordinary general meeting within 30 days of the company's incorporation. Option B, the board gets an additional 60 days to appoint the auditor, failing which members shall appoint. Option C, central government will appoint the auditor within 30 days. Option D, the appointment shall be made at the first annual general meeting. And option E, the board must inform members who shall appoint the auditor at an EGM within 90 days from the date of the board's failure. So the options are a bit lengthy, but I would say very easy question it is, right? A very easy question from chapter 10 of your Companies Act. So please write your answers. Yes, I can see your answers to the question and I can see right answers also. Sorry, in the chat box. Yes. So if we talk about the first auditor of a non-government company, we know that it has to be appointed by board of director within 30 days, right? Within 30 days of registration. Now, if you see this question, it is saying that the board of directors has failed to do so within 30 days. That is between the period of 1st of January till 31st of January. So, what is going to be the subsequent step? So, basically, if the board fails to do that, then it must inform the members who shall appoint the auditor at an extraordinary general meeting within 90 days, right? And keeping that in mind, what is going to be the correct answer? As few of you have written in the chat box, yes, A is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? Now let us move on to question number 2. XYZ and Associates, an audit firm. So XYZ and Associates is an audit firm which completes two consecutive terms of 5 years each as the auditor of a large listed company. When can XYZ and Associates, which is this audit firm, be reappointed as the auditor of the same company? So it has already completed two consecutive terms of 5 years, right? So when it can appoint it for the next time for the same company? So option A, immediately, as the rotation limit applies only to individual auditors. Option B, cooling off after a cooling off period of 1 year from the completion of their term. Option C, after a cooling off period of 3 years from the completion of the term. Option D, after a cooling off period of 5 years from the completion of the term. And option E, never. The firm is permanently barred from auditing that company. So what is going to be the correct answer to that question? Yes, I would say this is a factual question and an easy one, right? So if I open the chat box, write the question number also along with the answer. Whatever answer you're writing, write the question number to that answer also. So what is going to be the scenario when it can get reappointed as the auditor of the same company? Yes, if you don't know the answer, simply write I don't know, so that we can move on and I can begin with the explanation. Yes, so if we talk about this question, basically we know that if we talk about it, audit firm, so audit firm can be appointed for a maximum 2 terms of 5 consecutive years, right? 2 terms of 5 consecutive years. Now once this term has been passed on, right, when this term has been completed, what happens after that? This audit firm cannot get immediately reappointed in the same company, right? Because over here we have a cooling period, we have a cooling off period. And what is that cooling off period? It is of how many years? It is of 5 years, right? 5 years from the completion of your terms. So that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? Now moving on to question number 3. The auditor of a company, the auditor of a government company originally appointed by CAG dies, right? So the auditor of a government company dies, creating a case of casual vacancy. Now the CAG fails to fill this vacancy within the stipulated 30 days period. What happens next if he is not able to fill this vacancy within 30 days? Try to apply your memory. What happens after that? So option A, the members must fill the vacancy at an extraordinary general meeting within 60 days. Option B, the central government must fill the vacancy within 30 days. Option C, the board of directors shall fill the vacancy within 30 days. Option D, CAG gets an automatic extension of 30 days, which is an extension apart from this 30 days period. And option E, the government must wait for the next AGM for a new auditor to be appointed. So what is going to be the correct answer to this question? Mark your answers. Oh, sorry. Yes, question number 3. Mark your answer. Do write the question number also. Do write the question number also along with the option that you are selecting. Yes, question number 3. what is going to happen if the CAG is not able to fill this vacancy in this government company? If there is a case of casual vacancy when the auditor has died, what is going to happen? Who is going to fill the vacancy? So if you talk about Companies Act, again this question is from chapter 10 only. So it says that basically if the CAG is not able to do so within next 30 days, what is going to happen? Now the board of directors is going to come into action, right? So the board of directors is going to fill that vacancy in the next 30 days, and that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So if the CAG is not able to do so, then the board of directors, they are going to make the decision, right? They are going to take the decision with respect to the filling of this vacancy. So that is why C is the correct answer. और एग्जाम में भी ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछे जाते हैं. आई विल शो यू द पीवाईक्यूज आल्सो. ठीक है, हम पीवाईक्यूज भी देखेंगे. मैं आज पीवाईक्यूज भी लेके आया हूं. सो वी आर गोइंग टू सी 5 to 6 पीवाईक्यूज आल्सो विद रिस्पेक्ट टू डिफरेंट चैप्टर्स दैट वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस टुडे. नाउ क्वेश्चन नंबर 4. दिस क्वेश्चन इज आल्सो रिलेटेड टू ऑडिटर. An auditor resigns from a government company on November 10th. An auditor resigns from a government company on November 10th. To which authorities must the auditor submit a statement in form ADT3 stating the reasons for resignation, right? तो वो resignation के reason कौन से statement में submit करेगा, right? To which authority is going to submit and within what time frame, right? Option A, the company and the registrar within 60 days. Option B, the company, the registrar, the NCLT within 30 days. Option C, the company, registrar and CAG within 30 days. Option D, the company and the CAG only within 60 days, and option E, the company and the registrar only within 30 days. So mark your answers in the chat box. If the auditor is resigning, to which authority is going to submit a statement with respect to the reasons of his resignation and under what time frame? So this question is from section 140, right? Section 140 और एक हमारा रूल 8 भी है. सो अगर आप उसको कंबाइन करके पढ़ोगे, सो यू शुड रीच द आंसर, right? So when the auditor of a government company resigns, first of all, what is the first step? What he will have to do? First of all, he will have to fill this AD3 form, right? सबसे पहले फॉर्म भरना पड़ेगा, right? And in this form, what he is going to do? He is going to state the reason. ठीक है, ये फॉर्म का नाम भी आपको पता होना चाहिए, ADT3, in which he is going to state the reasons with respect to his resignation, right? Now what is going to happen? To whom he is going to basically give this statement within 30 days with respect to the explanation of the resignation. So basically, as per section 140, I think it is subsection 3 or subsection 2, please verify it. Subsection 2 है शायद या 3 है, whatever it is, but as per section 140, what he is supposed to do? He basically has to file this statement with the company, right, with the registrar and with the CAG, right? And within how many days? Within how many days? As I told you, as I told you, within 30 days. So which is going to be the correct answer? It is going to be the C option. So the company, the registrar and the CAG within how many days? Within 30 days. And apart from that, you need to know about this ADT3 form also, where basically he is going to state the reasons for his resignation, right? So that is the idea. Now moving on to question number 5. An auditor is appointed for ABC Limited. So there is this company ABC Limited where auditor has been appointed. Which of the following services is the auditor also permitted to render to ABC Limited? So apart from being an auditor, what other type of service he can provide to ABC Limited? So mark your answers for question number 5. Yes, very good, Vartika and Skant, regarding question number 4. So mark your answers regarding question number 5 also. Himanshu is saying D, design and implementation of any financial information. ठीक है, तो और बताओ, what about others? Permitted, ठीक है, permitted पूछा है, not permitted नहीं पूछा है, permitted पूछा है, permitted to render to ABC Limited. Skand is writing B. What about others? Please participate. In case you do not know, just simply write, I don't know the answer, so that we can move on. Okay, so with respect to question 5, basically this question has been asked from section 144. ठीक है, ये section 144 में से पूछा गया है. Now if you read section 144, if I read it for you over here as a part of the explanation, what you can see is that section 144 provides that an auditor cannot provide certain specified services, right, either directly or indirectly to the company, its holding company or its subsidiary. अब वो कौन सी तरह की सर्विसेज है जो वो नहीं प्रोवाइड कर सकता ऑडिटर? इट कैन बी अकाउंटिंग ऑल्सो, ये भी अलाउड नहीं है. ही कैन नॉट ऑल्सो परफॉर्म प्रोहिबिटेड सर्विसेज इंक्लूड इंटरनल ऑडिट, डिजाइन एंड इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम, इन्वेस्टमेंट एडवाइजरी, investment banking, management services and other as may be prescribed matlab as provided by the rules, right? So that is why basically all these services cannot be are basically prohibited. They are not being permitted to the auditor, and that is why with respect to this question E is going to be the correct answer, right? E is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to the next one, question number 6. Question number 6. An auditor whose remuneration is ₹10 lakh. तो ध्यान से पढ़ना इस क्वेश्चन को, कंफ्यूज बिल्कुल मत होना, जो पूछा है उसी के बारे में सोचना, ठीक है. An auditor whose remuneration is 10 lakh is found guilty for a violation under Companies Act 2013, intended to willfully deceive the company and its shareholders. What is the maximum fine he can face for its offense? What is the maximum fine he can face for its offense? Read the question carefully. What is the maximum fine he can face for its offense? His remuneration is ₹10 lakhs, and he has basically found guilty for a violation where he was intended to willfully deceive the company and its shareholders. So question number 6. Himanshu is writing A, Skand is writing C. So what is going to be the correct answer? So basically there are two types of fine that are applicable in this situation. The first is minimum fine and the second is maximum fine. ठीक है. When we talk about minimum fine, it is what? It is ₹50,000. ठीक है, that is the minimum fine. But when we talk about maximum fine, there are two types of situation. The first situation is basically 8 times of remuneration, 8 times of remuneration, right? The second situation is what? It is 25 lakh rupees, right? It is 25 lakh rupee. And what does the rule says? What does the law says? The law basically says that out of these, whichever is lesser is going to be applied as a part of this fine, right? Whichever is lesser. So in this case, if you compare these two scenarios, first is 8 lakh of remuneration, 8 lakh into remuneration. So इसकी remuneration कितनी है? 10 लाख. तो 8 into 10 कितना हो गया? 80 लाख हो गया. ठीक है. दूसरी सिचुएशन क्या है? या फिर 25 लाख. तो दूसरा कौन सा हो गया? 25 लाख हो गया. अब दोनों में से कम कौन सा? Which one is lesser? The law says whichever is lesser. So it is basically 25 lakh, right? Between 80 and 25 is lesser. So that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So for question number 6, D is going to be the correct answer. I hope it is clear to everyone, right? Now let us move on. Let us move on to question number 7. Which of the following forms of remuneration is an independent director prohibited from receiving? Which of the following forms of remuneration is an independent director prohibited from receiving? A. Sitting fees for attending board of हिमांशु, पेनल्टीज में बहुत ज्यादा नंबर से याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है, बट थोड़ा सा कंसेप्ट को समझो. यहाँ पर विच एवर इज लेसर वहां पर लिखा हुआ था और स्टूडेंट यूजुअली 8 टाइम्स वाला याद रखते हैं, ठीक है, क्योंकि वो याद रखना आसान है. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई एडेड दिस क्वेश्चन. बट ये नहीं है कि आप सारी पेनल्टीज याद रखो, ठीक है, ओनली द इंपॉर्टेंट वंस अगर रखनी भी है तो. बट आई वुड से ज्यादा क्वेश्चन आते नहीं है यहाँ से पेनल्टी वाली साइड से, फाइन या पेनल्टी से. बट जो अगर याद रखनी भी है तो ओनली द इंपॉर्टेंट वन, सभी याद नहीं करनी है. विच आर द फॉलोइंग फॉर्म्स ऑफ रेम्यूनरेशन इज एन इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर प्रोहिबिटेड फ्रॉम रिसीविंग? A. Sitting fees for attending board meetings. B. Profit related commissions as approved by the board. C. Reimbursement of expenses for participating in meeting. D. Stock options. E. All of the above permitted. ठीक है, ये थोड़ा इजी क्वेश्चन है एंड ये पढ़िए आपने प्रोविजन, तो यू शुड नो द आंसर फॉर क्वेश्चन नंबर 7. This is from section 149, I guess. 148 or 149. Okay, mark your answers, please. Yes, as all of you are giving the correct answer, yes, it is going to be the stock options, right? He is prohibited from receiving stock option. Baki sitting phase, of course, he can take profit related commissions also and reimbursements also, right? He can, but he can basically include that, but not the stock options. Now, question number 8. Which of the following are not eligible to be an independent director? अब ये PYQ का क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है? SEBI Grade A Phase 2 2024. So please mark your answers. Solve it carefully. Which of the following are not eligible to be an independent director? Question number 8. Yes. Okay, so if you talk about the eligibility with respect to an independent director, यहाँ पे दो चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सबसे पहली बात ये है कि this independent director, first of all, he should not have any kind of material relationship with the company. That is the first thing, right? He should not have material relationship with the company, or you can say with the promoters also and with the directors also. There should be no form of material relationship. Apart from that, basically, he should not be the managing director, he should not be the whole time director, and he should also not be the nominee director. ठीक है, तीनों में से कोई भी नहीं होना चाहिए, and that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So all of the above होगा, right? क्योंकि independent director का independent रहना बहुत जरूरी है, और अगर वो इनमें से पहले कुछ भी रह चुका होगा, right? So what is going to happen? That will invite the favoritism in this case, right? That will invite biasness with respect to decision making, which we do not want regarding independent director, and that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Right? Now moving on to question number 9. What is the maximum number of directors a company can appoint, and by what process can this limit be exceeded? What is the maximum number of directors a company can appoint, and by what process can this limit be exceeded? Question number 9. Yes, yes. As most of you are giving the correct answer, as far as I can see in the chat box. So yes, for this one, basically, B is going to be the correct answer. So basically, company law says that, section 149 says that the maximum number of directors a company can appoint is 15, right? And by what process this limit can be exceeded? This has to be exceeded by special resolution, right? Not by an ordinary resolution. और एक पॉइंट है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का, तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का भी कोई अप्रूवल नहीं चाहिए होता है यहाँ पर, right? With respect to these directors, no approval of central government is required. So just and just we require the special resolution. ठीक है, क्राइटेरिया थोड़ा मुश्किल लगा क्योंकि स्पेशल रेजोल्यूशन को पास करना ऑर्डिनरी रेजोल्यूशन के कंपैरिजन में मुश्किल होता है, राइट? तो जब अगर आप लिमिट एक्सीड करिए कोई कंपनी, तो उसको स्पेशल रेजोल्यूशन से पास करना ही होगा. एंड बेसिकली व्हाट इज द ऑर्डिनरी लिमिट? इट इज बेसिकली 15, राइट? नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 10. एवरी कंपनी, ये भी PYQ है, PYQ फ्रॉम 2024 phase 2 SEBI. Every company shall inform the registrar with how many days of the receipt of the director identification number. Every company shall inform the registrar within how many days of the receipt of the director identification number. So tell me. So I hope you know about director identification number, which is basically issued to a director, right? Director of a company. Why is it is issued? So that basically there can be transparency and accountability, right? That is the idea. And how many digits are there in this DIN? There are basically 8 digits. This is also you need to know. Apart from that, you also have to know that which ministry issues it. It is issued by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. ठीक है, तो ये छोटी सी बेसिक चीजें ये पता होना चाहिए. But the question is, every company shall inform the registrar within how many days of the receipt of DIN. So option A 7 days, option B 10 days, option C 15, option D 30, and option E 45. Yes, so the correct answer is going to be 15 days, right? तो मुझे ये भी बताओ कि कौन सा फॉर्म भरना पड़ता है इसके लिए, which form is used, right? Which form is used when the registrar is being informed by the company? Which form is being used for this purpose? It is going to be which form? It is going to be DIR 3C form, right? This is the form that is used. Now let us move on to question number 11th. What is the minimum period a director must stay in India during a financial year to be classified as a resident director under the Company Act? To be classified as the resident director under Company Act. Minimum period a director must stay in India to be classified as a resident director under Company Act 2013. So mark your answers, please. Okay. So basically, what is the minimum period a director must stay in India during a financial year to be classified as a resident director? So basically, it is a period of not less than 182 days. ठीक है, तो 182 days से कम नहीं होना चाहिए, and that is going to be the answer. So if you see the options over here, yeah, A is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? And in the chat box also, I would say most of you have given the correct answer. Now moving on to question number 12. If a company's article of association do not name the first directors, who shall be deemed to be the first directors of the company? Yes, there are two classes. Thema Muthanaf. Two classes are there. Question number 12. If a company's article of association do not name the first director, who shall be deemed to be the first directors of the company? Option A, the individual subscribers to the MOA, the directors appointed by the board within 30 days, the directors appointed by the central government, the directors elected at the first extraordinary general meeting, and the company cannot be incorporated without naming its first director in AOA. So what is going to be the correct answer to question number 12? Yes, so the correct answer is going to be the A1, the individual subscribers, right, to the memorandum of association. They are basically going to be the first directors of the company, but what is the time frame? Up till what time they are going to be the first directors? Basically till the time until the directors are appointed. ठीक है, जब तक directors appoint नहीं हो जाते तब तक basically they are going to be the first directors of the company, right? Now question number 13th. In a company, what fractions of the rotational director shall retire from the office at every annual general meeting? In a company, what fraction of the rotational director shall retire from the company after at every annual general meeting? Option A, 1/3, 2/3, 1/2, all rotational directors and the number closest to the third. So what is going to be the most appropriate answer to this question? So it is going to be the A option, right? It is going to be 1/3. It is going to be 1/3, but if the number is exactly not 1/3, ठीक है, अगर number exactly 1/3 नहीं आ रहा, 1/3 से थोड़ा कम है, then whatever number nearest to the 1/3, whatever number that will be there, those number of basically directors are going to be retired, right? Those number of rotational directors are going to be retired, whatever numbers that is nearest to the 1/3, but the general rule is basically 1/3, right? So that is going to be the most appropriate answer, and A is going to be the correct answer to this question. Question number 14th. An alternate director can be appointed for a director during his absence from India for a period of not less than dash. तो अब ये भी देख लो, PYQ का क्वेश्चन है, बहुत ही स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन है, या ऑल्टरनेट डायरेक्टर की एब्सेंस में कितने पीरियड तक अपॉइंट किया जा सकता है. So mark your answers for question number 14th. Question number 14th. Yes, very good, Himanshu. Yes, so it is going to be what? It is going to be 3 months, right? So basically, if that he can act as a director during his absence for a period of not less than 3 months. So C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now question number 15th. If a company adopts the principle of proportional representation for appointing a directors, what is the specified term of office of such directors? So those directors that have been appointed through principle of proportional representation, what is going to be the term? That is by single transferable vote, right? So what is going to be the term? So yes, B is going to be the correct answer to this question. So basically these type of directors that have been appointed to principle of proportional representation, they shall hold the office for a fixed term of 3 years, right? That is the first thing. Apart from that, basically if you talk about the retirement rules with respect to rotational directors, right? These type of retirement rule by rotation, they does not apply to these type of directors, right? So this is also you need to know, but B is going to be the correct answer as far as this question is concerned. That is 3 years only. Now moving on to question number 16th. What is the maximum number of public companies in which a person can hold a directorship, and what is the nuance for this calculation? Option A, 20, and this limit includes all company types. Option B, 10, this limit includes private company that are holding or subsidiary of a public company. Option C, 10 company, this limit includes all private companies. Option D, 20, this limit excludes section 8 companies. And option D, 10, this limit includes directorship but excludes section 8 companies. So question number 16th. Okay, so ऑप्शन नंबर ए इज 20, दिस लिमिट इंक्लूड्स ऑल टाइप ऑफ कंपनीज. तो ये तो सीधा गलत है, ठीक है, सारी कंपनीज नहीं होती है. What are the exceptions? The exception is basically Section 8 companies. Section 8 companies are not included, right? And apart from that, the dormant companies are also not included. So all companies हो ही नहीं सकता. Option B is 10, and this limit includes private companies that are holding or subsidiary of a public company, right? So yes, this is going to be the correct answer. This is going to be the correct answer because a person can hold basically directorship of 20 companies at a time, right? Maximum of 20 companies at a time, and basically out of these 20 companies, the directorship in public companies cannot exceed 10. राइट, इट कैन नॉट एक्सीड 10. और ये जो 10 वाला नंबर है, इट बेसिकली इंक्लूड्स प्राइवेट कंपनीज डाटा होल्डिंग और सब्सिडरी ऑफ पब्लिक कंपनी. तो अगर एक पब्लिक कंपनी अगर उसकी को होल्डिंग है और वो प्राइवेट कंपनी है, राइट, दैट इज सब्सिडरी ऑफ अ पब्लिक कंपनी, राइट, दिस प्राइवेट कंपनी, सो दैट इज ऑल्सो गोइंग टू बी काउंटेड अंडर दिस maximum limit of 10 only, right? That will be categorized as a public company only. Uski counting 10 के अंदर ही होगी. That is the capping that is there, right? So B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Question number 16th. Now question number 17th. Company A has failed to pay a declared dividend for over 1 year, resulting in the disqualification of one of its director under section 164 subsection 2 of the Companies Act 2013, right? तो क्या हो गया? Disqualification हो गया. क्यों? क्योंकि कंपनी A ने डिविडेंड पे नहीं किया, right? Or due to which director got disqualified under section 164. The same individual also serves as a director in company B and company C, which are not in default. What will be the effect on his directorship? So this is a good question. Try to answer it. So company A में वो director है, he is a director in company B also, he is a director in company C also, right? Now company A got defaulted. Right? Because of which this director got disqualified, right? Disqualification of one of its directors. Now tell me what is going to be the impact of that. From where he is going to vacate the office? Is he going to vacate the office for company A, company B and company C, or he will vacate the office in company B and C but not in company A, or he is going to vacate his office in company A, B and C, right? Or he will vacate his office in company A only, or he does not vacate offices any but is barred from reappointment and he vacates office only in company A and company B. ठीक है, तो एक बार देख लो ऑप्शंस ध्यान से and mark your answers. So mark your answers. Yes. So सबसे पहले बात कर लेते हैं डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की, राइट? सो इफ यू टॉक अबाउट डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, व्हाट कैन बी द क्राइटेरिया फॉर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, राइट? सो इफ द कंपनी फेल्स टू पे डिविडेंड्स, ये तो आपका क्वेश्चन वाला ही आ गया, दैट द कंपनी हैज फेल्ड टू पे डिविडेंड, राइट? और क्या क्राइटेरिया हो सकते हैं? फॉर एग्जांपल इट फेल्ड टू रिडीम डिबेंचर्स, ठीक है, डिबेंचर्स में रिडीम नहीं किए. और क्या क्राइटेरिया हो सकते हैं? इट फेल्ड टू रीपे डिपॉजिट्स, राइट? इट फेल्ड टू रीपे डिपॉजिट्स. These type of criteria can be there for 1 year or more. So tell me what is going to happen. So basically if we talk about this question, so B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? He will have to vacate his office in company B and C and not in company A. Now what could be the reason behind it? Because of course now this company A has been defaulted, right? Default तो company A हुई, लेकिन vacate office करना पड़ेगा company B और C में से, not company A से. Why? Because once this company has defaulted, we need people to run this company or to revive that company. राइट, वी नीड पीपल टू रिवाइव दैट कंपनी. अगर इसका डायरेक्टर इसको छोड़ के चल जाएंगे, उस कंपनी को चलाएगा कौन आगे जाके, है ना? फिर तो कंपनी शट डाउन ही हो जाएगी. अभी तो सिर्फ डिफॉल्ट ही हुई है. सो दैट इज व्हाई वी नीड डायरेक्टर्स in order to run this company, to revive this company, and basically whatever these criteria are there. For example, डिविडेंड पे नहीं किया था तो आपको एक स्पेसिफिक टाइम फ्रेम के अंदर डिविडेंड पे करना होगा. अगर डिपॉजिट रिपे नहीं किया था, so under specific point of time, period of time, you will have to pay the deposit also. So we need directors in order to revive its functioning, right? So that is why A से तो vacate नहीं होगा. तो vacation कहां से होगी? vacate होगा ऑफिस B and C में से. क्यों? Why B and C? Because of the reputation. Because जो भी कंपनी का डायरेक्टर होता है उसकी रेपुटेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दैट कंपनी, बिकॉज ही इज रिप्रेजेंटिंग दैट कंपनी, एंड इफ बिकॉज ऑफ हिम बीइंग अ डायरेक्टर ऑफ अ कंपनी, स्पेसिफिक कंपनी हैज बीन डिफॉल्टेड, उसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं उसकी जो रेपुटेशन है वो थोड़ी नीचे हो जाती है, ठीक है, रेपुटेशन डाउन हो जाती है, और जो बाकी कंपनी जो होती है वहां से उसको विकेट करना पड़ता है, बिकॉज इस रेपुटेशन की वजह से इस कंपनी को भी इंटरेस्ट को इफेक्ट हो सकता है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई बेसिकली द इन्वेस्टर्स हु आर गोइंग टू इन्वेस्ट इन दैट कंपनी, दीज इन्वेस्टमेंट कैन ऑल्सो गेट फ्लक्चुएटेड, राइट। ये तो छोटा सिनेरियो बता रहा हूं, और भी बहुत सारे रिपोकर्शंस हो सकते हैं, राइट। सो बस छोटा रैशनल याद रखो, एंड दैट इज व्हाई ही इज गोइंग टू विकेट ऑफिस इन बी एंड सी एंड नॉट इन ए, सो दैट इज व्हाई बी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन। मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन, क्वेश्चन नंबर 18th नाउ. So tell me. Yes, financial statement for 3 year. वो भी पॉइंट है. Yes, स्कंद. So question number 18th. So question number 18th is an independent director of a company is reappointed for a second term. तो second term के लिए अपॉइंट हुआ है, एक इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर रीअपॉइंट हुआ है. What type of resolution is required to remove this director before the expiry of the second term? ठीक है, तो second term के लिए उसको रिमूव करने के लिए कौन सा रेजोल्यूशन चाहिए होगा? Question number 18th. Yes, very good. Yes. So if we talk about the general scenario regarding the director, so in the general scenario, director can be removed with an ordinary resolution only. But when we are talking about independent director, right? When we are talking about independent director, in order to remove him, right, before the expiry of his term, what do we require? Basically, we require a special resolution, right? तो यहाँ पर independent director को additional safeguard दिया गया है. आप देख सकते हो, because हम नहीं चाहते कि independent director को company कभी भी निकाल दे, right? Because he is somebody who is expected to be independent and to take the decision ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ मेरिट, राइट. तो अगर वो कंपनी के फेवर में डिसीजन नहीं दे रहा तो कंपनी किसी भी तरह से निकाल देगी उसको. सो दैट इज व्हाई हमने एक एडिशनल सेफगार्ड दिया है कि यार किसी भी टाइम उसको ना निकाल दे, राइट. इफ ही वांट्स टू, if he has to be removed, so this special resolution criteria has to be passed, right? 75% of the voting. So that is the idea. Question number 19th. The auditor can be removed before the expiry of his term by which of the following? तो ये PYQ आ गया, तो आप 2-3 PYQ है लास्ट वाले, तो जल्दी से कर दो, ठीक है. You will get an idea that what type of questions are asked. और इसी तरह के क्वेश्चन ही आते हैं. क्वेश्चन बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं होते हैं और बहुत ज्यादा डेप्थ में नहीं पूछे जाते, बहुत ही डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चंस होते हैं, ठीक है. तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा रट्टा भी मारना पड़ता है. So the auditor can be removed before the expiry of his term by which of the following? तो बहुत ही बेसिक क्वेश्चन है. Mark your answers. Auditor can be removed by which of the following? So we know that if we talk about the removal of auditor, right? So they are removed by whom and when? They are removed in the general meeting. अब general meeting में कौन होता है? Basically the shareholders are involved as a part of it, right? The shareholders are involved. So it is going to be the B option, that is going to be the shareholders, right? And of course, apart from that, central government का एक prior approval भी लगता है, ठीक है? Approval लगता है central government का, but basically who is going to take the decision? It is the final decision maker is going to be the shareholder in the general meeting, right? So that is how it is going to work. Yes. Great. So I would say most of you have given the correct answer. So what basically happens as a part of it? First of all, board of director, they are going to pass the special resolution, right? Then the prior approval of the central government is going to be taken, and then the matter is going to be, once it is approved, then the matter will be passed on to the shareholders in the general meeting, where they are going to pass an ordinary resolution in order to basically remove this specific auditor, right? So B is going to be the correct answer. So ये PYQ का क्वेश्चन है, देख सकते हो आप. क्वेश्चन नंबर 20. Auditor appointed as AGM, auditor appointed at AGM annual general meeting shall hold the office from the conclusion of the first AGM till the conclusion of what? तो ये तो बहुत ही बेसिक क्वेश्चन हो गया चैप्टर 10 में से, तो बता दो जल्दी से. PYQ का क्वेश्चन है, you can see. फेज 1 का क्वेश्चन है, फेज 1 2022 SEBI Grade A. So mark your answers. Yeah, very basic question. So what is the tenure of auditor? it is of 5 years, right? So if the tenure is 5 years and he is being holding the office from the conclusion of first AGM, तो plus 5 करेंगे कितना होगा 6th, तो 6th AGM तक he is going to basically hold the office, right? So from first AGM till 6th AGM, right? Because the tenure is of 5 years. So B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So moving on to question number 21. All the directors of a company have resigned or vacated their offices, leaving the board completely vacant, right? So what has happened? All the directors of the company have resigned. What is the immediate legal remedy? Immediate पूछा है. Immediate legal remedy available to ensure the company, available to ensure that the company functions to continue, right? Available to ensure that company continues to function. So what is the immediate legal remedy? Option A, the company must wound up by the NCLT. Option B, the central government must appoint directors within 15 days. Option C, the registrar of company takes over the company's management. Option D, the company's promoter shall become the director, or if there is no promoter, the central government shall appoint the required directors. And option E, the shareholders must convene on EGM with 30 days to reappoint its director. तो easy question ही है ये, कवर किया होगा आपने जरूर. I want the correct answers. Yes. So we know that company cannot operate without board of directors. So if the board of directors, if all the board of directors have resigned, so we need some immediate remedy, right? तो immediate remedy क्या हो सकती है? सबसे पहले भाई promoters को बुला लो जिन्होंने कंपनी स्टार्ट की थी, ठीक है? तो promoters को पहली प्रेफरेंस देंगे, पहली प्रायोरिटी देंगे. They are going to run the operations. But let us say the company's promoters are not there as a part of the company, right? क्या पता उन्होंने अपने सारे शेयर बेच दिए, अब वो प्रमोटर कंपनी का पार्ट है ही नहीं. They are not interested to run the company, or the promoters are not available, right? Then what is going to happen? Now in this case, basically the central government is going to come into action. Central government will appoint the new directors, right? Central government will appoint the new directors, and these new directors are going to hold the office, right, until the new regular directors are appointed in the annual general meeting, right? So पहली प्रायोरिटी देंगे प्रमोटर को, फिर देंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जो कि अपॉइंट करेगी डायरेक्टर्स को, और ये डायरेक्टर्स कब तक रहेंगे? जब तक नेक्स्ट जनरल मीटिंग में रेगुलर डायरेक्टर्स अपॉइंट नहीं हो जाते, राइट? सो दैट इज द मैकेनिज्म, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट डी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन, as most of you have written, right? Question number 22. I think this is the last question. या फिर 23 भी है शायद, चलो देख लेते हैं. According to section 141 of the Company Act 2013, who is eligible to be appointed as an auditor of a company? So tell me, who is eligible to be appointed as an auditor of a company? अब ये easy question है, but मैंने नहीं बनाया बिल्कुल, ये SEBI Grade A का question है, ठीक है? According to section 141, who is eligible to be appointed as an auditor of a company? So PYQ का question है. Yes, so he should be a qualified what? He should be a qualified chartered accountant, right? And should also have the certificate of practice, right? Issued by ICAI, right? And that is why A is going to be the correct answer to this question. तो PYQ question है और बहुत ही basic question था. Moving on to the last question. ये भी PYQ question है. Asked in phase 2, 2024, SEBI Grade A. In a special case, an auditor of a company can be removed by an auditor from which authority? In a special case, an auditor of a company can be removed by an order from which authority? Option B, A, tribunal. Option B, central government. Option C, district court. Option D, shareholders. And option E, none of the above. So mark your answers. So basically there are two type of provisions, right? एक तो हो गए normal provision यानी कि normal circumstances में, एक एक हो गया स्पेशल केसेस में, राइट. सो नॉर्मल केसेस में क्या होता है, हु बेसिकली रिमूव्स दिस, आई वुड से auditor of a company. So they are basically, it requires what? It requires the shareholder approval apart from the prior consent of the central government, right? This is what happens. But in case of special cases, what happens? For example, if there is a person who is an auditor and he has been found guilty of any kind of fraud, right? So what is going to happen? He can be basically also charge some sort of criminal liability in this case. And who is going to do that? Who is going to remove this entity by an order? It is going to be basically the tribunal. Okay? So tribunal can basically remove that. They can debar that person. So A is going to be the correct answer to this question. So the question number 1 is, a newly incorporated company holds its first board meeting 25 days after its incorporation, and the second board meeting 130 days after the first. Right? So it says first board meeting 25 days after its incorporation, and the second board meeting 130 days after the first, right? So as per section 173 of the Companies Act, which provision has the company violated, right? So you have to tell that violation. So option number A, the first board meeting as the maximum gap is 120 days. Option B, the second board meeting as the maximum gap between two meetings is 120 days. Option C, the first board meeting as it must be held within 15 days of incorporation. Option number D, both the first and the second meetings. And option E, neither. The company is in full compliance. So mark your answers. Yes, take your time and please mark your answers with respect to question number 1. Okay, so if you talk about section 173, right, section 173 specifically subsection 1, so basically it says that, just wait a second. Yes, so basically it says that if you talk about section 173 subsection 1, it says that basically when the first board meeting happens, it basically should be conducted within 30 days of incorporation, right? So if the first board meeting in our case if it is in 25 days, then it is fine, no problem with that, right? Now the second thing is that basically if you talk about the gap between two consecutive board meetings, then we know that it must not exceed 120 days, right? But over here in our question it is 130 days. So it means basically that this gap has been violated, and that is why if you see the options over here, so yes, option B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So now let us move on to question number 2. A public company has a total of 10 directors. A public company has total of 10 directors. What is the minimum quorum required for a valid board meeting as per the Companies Act 2013, right? So it has 10 directors. So what is the minimum quorum that is required for a valid board meeting as per the Companies Act 2013? After this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you some PYQs also, and you will see that how questions have been asked from this context, right? You will get a better clarity. So write your answers. A company has total 10 directors. What is the minimum quorum that is required for a valid board meeting as per the Companies Act 2013? Question number 2. Okay, so if you talk about the quorum of a meeting, we know that if you talk about section 174 only, the same section, okay, earlier one was 173, so this one is 174, right? So if you talk about section 174, it says that basically with respect to the quorum, how many members the meeting should have? Basically the meeting should have 1/3 of the total strength, right? Either one third of total strength or 2 directors. So whichever is higher, whichever is higher, that shall be considered qualified for the quorum, right? Now if you talk about this example or this question, it is saying that it has total 10 directors. So 1/3 of 10 is going to be what? It is going to be somewhere 3.33, right? 3.33. So if it is in decimal, what the rule says? The rule says that it has to be rounded off, right? It has to be rounded off. So 3.33 becomes what? It becomes 4 in this scenario. So what is going to be the answer? C is going to be the correct answer, which is 4. Right? I hope it is clear to you. Now moving on to question number 3. A board meeting is adjourned due to lack of quorum and is rescheduled for the same day, same time and place in the following week, right? However, the day happens to be a national holiday. According to the Company Act 2013, when will the meeting be held? So this is, I would say, very basic question. ये तो बहुत ही basic question है. पढ़ने में लंबा लग रहा है, but intent इसका बहुत ही basic है, right? So if it is a national holiday, then according to Companies Act, when will the meeting be held? Option A, it is cancelled and new notice must be sent. Option B, the next day, which is not a national holiday, at the same time and place. Option C, the day before the national holiday. Option D, the next Monday at the same time and place. And option E, the remaining directors can pass a resolution by circulation. So what do you think is going to be the answer? Very basic question. Question number 3. Write the question number also whenever you are writing the answer. Yes, very good, Himanshu. So basically, the answer to this question is going to be the B option, right? So very basic question basically. So if the board meeting is adjourned, right? So what is going to happen? What is going to happen? And if it is a case of national holiday, then the meeting shall automatically, it gets adjourned to the next succeeding day, right? So next day, which is not a national holiday, at the same time and place. So B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 4. What is the minimum number of directors required to constitute an audit committee, and what is the rule regarding the majority of its members under the Company Act 2013 and SEBI Regulations 2014? So you have to tell two things. First, the minimum number of directors, and secondly, the rule regarding the majority of its members, right? So out of these directors, the majority of this number belong to which category? You have to tell that also. So question number 4, mark your answers. I can see your answers in the chat box. Okay, so if you talk about this audit committee, the first and the foremost thing is that, first of all, it should have minimum of 3 directors, right? It should have minimum of 3 directors. Now, these directors should be what? What type of directors they should be? They should be, of course, independent directors. Independent directors. And what else does the section says? It also says that if we talk about the chairman of the audit committee, then this chairman should also be an independent director only, right? And all these directors should be financially literate, right? So that is the idea. So based on that, the correct answer is going to be 3 directors and independent ones. Yes, so C is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? Now let us move on to the next question. Question number 5. Which of the following is not a function of the audit committee under section 177 of the Companies Act 2013? Which of the following is not a function of the audit committee? Question number 5. Himanshu is writing A. Okay. Anyone else who would like to contribute? If you don't know the answer, simply write I don't know. But please contribute, those of you who are watching the session. Don't watch it in a passive manner. Okay, so basically the thing is that if you talk about these points, right? So I would say except one. All these points are the function of the audit committee only, and which of the following is not a function of audit committee? So it is going to be the D. Why? Because when we talk about formulating the criteria for determining the qualification of the director, it is not done by audit committee. So it is done by which committee? The question could be that it is done by basically nomination and remuneration committee, right? They basically determine the qualification, I would say the criteria with respect to the qualification of a director, and not by the audit committee. So the nomination and remuneration, right? So that is why the name of the committee is also, it deals with the function of remuneration as well as a nomination also. So this is basically a function that is similar to a nomination role, right? And that is why D is going to be the correct answer. It is not the function of an audit committee, right? So let us move on to question number 6. Which of the following companies are required to establish a vigil mechanism, that is whistleblower policy, under the Companies Act 2013? Question number 6. Yes, question number 6. Option A, all listed companies and all private companies. Option B, all listed companies and companies that have borrowed from the banks in excess of rupees 50 crore. Option C, only Section 8 companies. Option D, only companies that have accepted deposit from the public. And option E, all companies with a turnover greater than rupees 100 crore. कीवर्ड से फोकस करना, all, only, ठीक है? तो इस पे थोड़ा ध्यान देना before writing your answer. Okay. So basically with respect to this question, the correct answer is going to be what? It is going to be the B option. Why the B option? Because if you talk about this section, right, if you talk about this specific section with respect to vigil mechanism, what does it say? It basically says that every company which is pursuing these two type of functions, they basically have this mandate to establish a vigil mechanism. Now which two type of functions or which two type of roles? The first type of role is that if that particular type of company is accepting deposits from public, that is the first condition. But apart from that, the second condition is that, right, that can be the first condition, either first or either second. So out of one, any two can be fulfilled, right? So they will have to establish vigil mechanism. What is the second role? The second is that basically if it is a type of listed company, and it has borrowed from any type of bank or maybe a financial institution with an amount of more than rupees 50 crore, right? So if this is there as a part of that company's role, then basically it has to establish a vigil mechanism, or if this criteria is there, right? So if you see point number D says only companies. Only का मतलब है कि इसके सिवाय कोई और company नहीं होगी. Only companies that have accepted deposits. So even if this option is true, but it is true in a partial manner, right? तो ये only वाला हम काट दे, तो क्योंकि इसके सिवाय second criteria भी है, but ये वाला point general है, that is more appropriate, right? So that is why B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? So I hope it is clear to you. So why this provision is there? If you are wondering that why do we have this vigil mechanism, it is just basically in order to promote the transparency, so that basically employees of that companies, they can report genuine concerns in a safe manner, right? So that is the intention behind this, and these are the two type of companies that have been mandated to do so. Now moving on to question number 7. What is the required composition of a nomination and remuneration committee as per the Companies Act? नॉमिनेशन रेम्यूनरेशन कमेटी इंपॉर्टेंट कमेटी है इस बार. आई थिंक पीएफआरडी में, आईएफएससी में, आई डोंट रिमेंबर, वहां पर क्वेश्चन आया था डायरेक्ट नॉमिनेशन रेम्यूनरेशन कमेटी से. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कमेटी, और पीवाईक्यू में भी आपको इससे क्वेश्चन मिल जाएंगे अच्छे खासे. यस कृतिका, I think you have written your answer for question number 6, right? So write for question number 7. Everybody. What is the required composition for the nomination and remuneration committee as per Companies Act? So 3 or more directors, all of whom must be independent. 3 or more non-executive directors, at least 50% of whom must be independent. 5 or more directors with a majority of being financially literate. 3 or more directors with a majority of being majority of being executive directors. 3 or more independent directors, and the company CEO must be the chairman. So which of the following fulfills that criteria? Okay, so the correct answer to this question is going to be the B option, right? Because if we talk about this section, it basically clearly says that the nomination and remuneration committee, what it shall consist of? It shall consist of three or more non-executive directors, right? And out of these non-executive directors, I would say at least half of them must be independent directors. So that is the idea, right? So at least half must be independent. Apart from that, if you want to know about chairman also, so what about chairman? What is the criteria about chairman? Anyone? What is the criteria about chairman? Yes, so chairman should also be an independent director, right? And basically he can be a member of the company, right? Even if he is not an independent director, but if he becomes a chairman, then for that purpose he will have to be independent director only, right? So unless he or she does not become an independent director, he cannot become a chairman, right? So that is why B is going to be the correct answer, although the option is not mentioning about chairman, but this is something additional point, right? Now moving on to question number 8. Under section 180 subsection 1A of the Companies Act 2013, what is the definition of an undertaking that the board of directors cannot sell, lease or otherwise dispose of without obtaining a special resolution? So I'm repeating the question, I'm rereading it. So as per this section, what is the definition of the undertaking? How will you define an undertaking that the board of directors cannot sell, they cannot lease or otherwise dispose of, right? They cannot dispose of without obtaining a special resolution from the shareholders. ठीक है, तो वो कौन सी undertaking हो सकती है? Which cannot be sold without that special resolution. So option A, an undertaking in which the company's investment exceed 20% of the net worth or which generate 20% of the total income. An undertaking that represent 10% or more of the company's total asset. Any subsidiary or associate company. An undertaking that generates 50% of or more of the company's total income. And option E, an undertaking in which the company's investment exceeds 50% of its net worth. So what is going to be the answer to this question? Question number 8. So section 180 subsection 1A. So first of all, if we talk about the objective of the section 181A, why this subsection is there, why this section or subsection is there? The point is that basically it is there to protect the interest of the shareholders, right? Because if the company is selling certain type of undertakings, right, without the permission of the shareholder, what it is doing, it is basically compromising the interest of the shareholders, right? So to make sure that the major decisions of the company, right, that can affect the asset or income of the company, right, shareholder can also come and they can participate with respect to decision making, and not through an ordinary resolution, that too through the special resolution. This is how the shareholders' interests are being protected through this provision. So what is the idea? What is the what could be the answer to this question? So the correct answer is the A option, right? So any undertaking in the company's investment which exceeds 20% of its net worth और which generates 20% of the total income. तो ऐसी कोई भी कंपनी होगी जो 20% से ज़्यादा नेटवर्थ होगा, और सॉरी अंडरटेकिंग होगी जिसका 20% से ज़्यादा नेटवर्थ होगा या फिर टोटल इनकम होगी, सो उसके लिए स्पेशल रेजोल्यूशन पास करना पड़ेगा ताकि शेयर होल्डर्स पार्टिसिपेट कर सके. बिकॉज क्योंकि अगर 20% है उसका शेयर, सो इट मींस इट इज गोइंग टू अफेक्ट द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ शेयर होल्डर्स इन अ सिग्निफिकेंट मैनर. इट इज गोइंग टू अफेक्ट द एसेट एंड इनकम ऑफ द कंपनी इन अ सिग्निफिकेंट मैनर. सो शेयर होल्डर्स शुड बी गिवन द राइट to participate in the decision making, right? To participate in that specific decision making. So that is the idea. Now moving on to question number 9th. For how long is a company required to preserve the notice of general disclosure of interest through form MBP1 received from its directors under the Companies Act 2013? So I repeat, how long For how long is a company required to preserve the notice of general disclosure of interest? ठीक है, जो disclosure of interest करते हैं under this Company Act, for how long it has to do that? It has to preserve that from its directors under the Company Act 2013. That is received from the directors under the Companies Act 2013. So 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, so permanently. So what is the answer? So either you know the answer or you do not know the answer. ठीक है, ये तो बहुत factual सी चीज है क्योंकि So what is going to be the answer to question number 9th? Question number 9. For how long they are required to preserve that? Okay, so if you talk about Companies Act, basically it says that every company that is there, it must keep all notices of disclosure of interest. ठीक है, तो disclosure of interest के जो भी notices मिले हैं उसको preserve करके रखना होगा, right? They will have to preserve them through form MBP1, right? Form MBP1 provides a format with respect to this disclosure of interest, right? So through form MBP1, what they will have to do, they have to preserve it. And for how many years? Basically for 5 years. 5 years from the end of the financial year, right? So B is going to be the correct answer to this question. यहाँ सी लिख दिया गलती से, सॉरी, ये बी आएगा, ठीक है. So that is the idea. Now let us move on to question number 12th. एक सेकेंड. Okay, question number 12. A bank which is engaged in the ordinary business of giving loans provides a loan to one of its directors. To qualify for the exemption under section 185 of the Company Act, what is the minimum interest rate it must charge? Right? So a bank is there which is engaged in ordinary business of giving loan. तो ये लोन देने का काम करता है बैंक, ठीक है, and it provides a loan to one of its directors. तो एक डायरेक्टर को उसे लोन दे दिया. So to qualify for the exemption under section 185, what is the minimum interest rate it must charge from this director? So tell me, what is the minimum interest rate? So that there is no case of favoritism, right? नहीं तो डायरेक्टर है तो उसको सस्ते में लोन लग जाएगा, and बहुत हाई अमाउंट का लोन है तो it becomes risky, it becomes, right, it has risk to get converted into NPA in future. तो उस प्रोविजन से बचने के लिए, so that there is no misappropriation of fund, there is the minimum interest rate which they have to follow. So which is that interest rate? What is the interest rate? Question number 12. Is it repo rate? Is it something that should not be less than the prevailing yield of government securities? 10% per annum. The interest rate must be 0% as it's an employee benefit. तो ये तो होगा ही नहीं यार, ये तो हमने पहले क्लैरिफाई कर लिया, ठीक है, ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता. And the bank's prime lending rate. So what type of interest rate it is going to be? Okay, so the correct answer is going to be the B option, right? So such kind of rate of interest with respect to these type of loans to the director, it should not be lower than the prevailing yield of government securities, right? Right? So that is the idea. And what is the intent? The intent वही है कि यार favoritism ना हो, किसी तरह का favoritism ना हो, misappropriation of fund ना हो. That is the intent with respect to it. I hope it is clear, right? So B is going to be the correct answer. So question number 13th. Under section 186 subsection 1 of the Companies Act, a company is prohibited from making investment through more than how many layers of the investment companies? So how many layers? A company is prohibited from making investments through more than how many layers of the investment? ठीक है, तो मान लो ये पेरेंट कंपनी है, इसके नीचे एक सब्सिडरी है, राइट, दूसरी उसके नीचे और सब्सिडरी है, राइट, different subsidiaries are there. So this is layer 1, this is layer 2, and so on, right? So the question is asking, a company is prohibited from making investment through more than how many layers of the company? So maximum कितना हो सकता है? Mark your answers. More than how many layers of the company? Question number 13th. Okay, Himanshu is writing B. What about others? Okay. Yes, Himanshu has given the correct answer, so it is basically 2 layers. ठीक है, तो 2 layers से ज़्यादा नहीं कर सकते, but इसमें भी exception है, ठीक है, सभी companies पे apply नहीं होता. There are exceptions क्या हो सकते हैं? For example, if it is an investment subsidiary, ठीक है, अगर investment subsidiary हुई तो फिर उस पर रूल अप्लाई नहीं होगा, फिर आप कर सकते हो, फिर तो 2 के बियॉन्ड भी आप जा सकते हो, नो डाउट रिगार्डिंग दैट. या फिर कोई ऐसी कंपनी हुई हु इज इनकॉर्पोरेटेड इन अ फॉरेन टेरिटरी, ठीक है, हु इज इनकॉर्पोरेटेड इन फॉरेन टेरिटरी दैट इज आउटसाइड इंडिया, तो उस पर भी ये रूल अप्लाई नहीं करेगा, ठीक है, मैक्सिमम 2 वाला. तो ये याद रखना, एक्सेप्शन थोड़ा सा याद रखना, बट जनरल रूल क्या है? जनरल रूल 2 लेयर्स ही है. दैट इज द आइडिया. सो मूविंग ऑन टू नेक्स्ट वन, क्वेश्चन नंबर 14th. For the purpose of the section 186 of the Companies Act 2013, an investment company is defined as one whose assets in investment outside at least what percent of a total assets. तो ये वही मैंने आपको बताया जो लास्ट पॉइंट में हमने इन्वेस्टमेंट सब्सिडी की बात की, इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनी की बात की, तो उसको कैसे डिफाइन करेंगे हम. इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनी इज डिफाइंड एज वन हुज एसेट्स इन इन्वेस्टमेंट्स कॉन्स्टिट्यूट एटलीस्ट व्हाट परसेंटेज ऑफ टोटल एसेट, कि उसके टोटल एसेट्स कितने परसेंटेज ऑफ एसेट्स है वो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स में इन्वॉल्व होने चाहिए. सो व्हाट इज दैट नंबर? क्वेश्चन नंबर 14th. What has to be the principal business with respect to the investment? So it should be at least what? It should be at least 50%. ठीक है, तो अगर 50% से कम assets जो I would say investments business में involved नहीं है, so that cannot be considered as an investment company. तो किसी भी company को in order to be qualified as an investment company, minimum 50% of the total assets shall be involved in the investment business, right? So that is the idea, right? That is the idea. So it can be investments in shares also, it can be in debentures also, or in other form of securities, but total जो है वो 50% होना ही चाहिए. So that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Moving on to question number 15th. Under section 186 of the Company Act 2013, a company must record particulars of every loan or investment made in the register form MPP2. Within how many days such a loan or guarantee or investment must these entries be made? So within how many days these entries shall be made in context to section 186, where they are keeping the record of every loan or investment. ओके, सो बेसिकली द इंटेंट बिहाइंड दिस सेक्शन इज टू मेंटेन ट्रांसपेरेंसी. ठीक है, जो भी रिकॉर्ड्स है वो एक प्रॉपर रजिस्टर में मेंटेन हो, राइट, और एक प्रॉपर टाइमलाइन हो जब वो मेंटेन हो रही है, राइट. So basically this section 186 basically what does it say? It basically says that every company has to maintain a register. ठीक है, जो भी लोन के रिगार्डिंग या फिर कोई गारंटी दी है या फिर कोई सिक्योरिटी है, राइट, ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स, इसके रिगार्डिंग कंपनी शेल मेंटेन अ रजिस्टर. ठीक है, और वो रजिस्टर कौन से फॉर्म में होगा? एज पर विच फॉर्म्स फॉर्मेट? इट इज एज पर फॉर्म MBP2, राइट. नाउ उसके बाद ये क्या कहता है कि वॉट एवर एंट्रीज आर बीइंग मेड, राइट, वॉट एवर एंट्रीज आर बीइंग मेड विद रिस्पेक्ट टू लोन or with respect to guarantees or with respect to securities, right, they shall be made by the company within 7 days. ठीक है, 7 दिन के अंदर, राइट, एंड सो दैट बेसिकली दे आर बीइंग मेंटेन्ड इन अ प्रॉपर मैनर, इन अ कंप्लीट ट्रांसपेरेंट मैनर, एंड दीस टाइप ऑफ रजिस्टर्स ऑफ द कंपनीज दे आर ओपन टू इंस्पेक्शन ऑल्सो. ठीक है, तो इनमें इंस्पेक्शन एंड ऑल भी की जा सकती है, एंड दे शैल बी मेंटेन्ड एट द रजिस्टर्ड ऑफिस ऑफ द कंपनी सो दैट एनी टाइम हेजल फ्री inspection can be done, right. So B is going to be the correct answer, which is 7 days. Now moving on to question number 16th. The provisions of the section 186 of the Companies Act 2013 do not apply to which of the following transactions? So question number 16th. the provisions of the section 186 of the Companies Act do not apply to which of the following transactions? So this section 186 is basically related to limit and approvals that is required for loans investment, right? So they do not apply to which of the following: a loan given by manufacturing company to its suppliers, a loan given by an IT company to its wholly subsidiary, an investment made by retail company in another company, a guarantee given by the company for a loan taken by a director, or a loan given by a company to its employee. So basically, if you talk about section 186, right, so there are certain type of, I would say, list of companies that are mentioned over here, right? So it is saying that it does not apply to which of the following, right? So if you will see it over here, so section 186 subsection 11, so it does not apply to banking companies, insurance companies, housing finance companies, companies engaged in business of financing of or providing infrastructure facilities, right? And any loan or any loan that is made by a company to its or in its wholly owned subsidiary or joint owned subsidiary, right? So that is why wholly owned subsidiary is there, and that is why I would say B is going to be the answer to this question. ठीक है, तो subsection आपको थोड़ा देखना होगा, and because these are the kind of exceptions that are there, and I will show you the PYQs also, then you will be getting a better idea. So B is going to be the correct answer, right? Wholly owned subsidiary. Now moving on to question number 17th. A director enters into a related party transaction without obtaining the required approval of the board of directors. So he has entered RPT without obtaining any kind of approval from board of directors, and the transaction is also not ratified within 3 months from the date on which it was entered into. What is the status of this contract under the Companies Act 2013? ठीक है, तो पहली बात है अप्रूवल नहीं लिया और 3 महीने तक ये जो ट्रांजेक्शन हुई है, दिस रिलेटेड पार्टी ट्रांजेक्शन, वो रेटिफाई भी नहीं हुई है, राइट? सो रेटिफिकेशन हैज नॉट हैपेंड within 3 months. So what is going to be the status of this contract? Is it valid or is it considered void? So mark your answers with respect to question number 17. So question number 17th. Okay, so question number 17th has been framed, I would say, from section 188. ठीक है, तो ये क्या कहता है? ये कहता है कि basically if any kind of related party transaction is happening, right? So the first point is that basically the transaction has to be approved by the board of directors, but because of certain circumstances it was not able to get approved by the board of directors, then what is supposed to happen? This transaction has to be ratified within 3 months. But let us say now within the 3 months also it has not been ratified. So what is going to happen? Then this type of transaction is going to be considered as void. ठीक है, ये voidable होगी, and इसके regarding penalty भी हो सकती है, and this type of person, this type of director who is entering in such form of transactions and is not even getting it ratified, he will have to face the repercussions, right, with respect to that. So based on that, basically, if you see all the options, valid, no, it is not valid, automatically void, it is voidable at the option of the third party, voidable at the option of the company, right, at the option of the company. So D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 19th. Under section 189 of the Companies Act, a member requests an extract from the register of contract or arrangements in which directors are interested. So within how many days must the company provide this extract? Within how many days must the company provide this extract? 3 days, 7 days, 15 days, 20 days, or 45 days? Question number 19th. So for example, if there is a register, right? There is a register, and from this register, from not the entire register, okay, from a certain portion of the register, you want to have a copy of that. You want to have a copy of a portion of the register. So that is nothing. That is something we call as extract. Ab, agar if you are requesting an extract, if you are requesting that certified portion of the register, right? So within how many days the company has to provide you this extract if you are the member, right? So that is what the question is asking. So within how many days? So it has to be within, yes, it has to be within 7 days, right? It has to be within 7 days, 7 दिन के अंदर. So for example, कोई register है, you and register में अलग अलग तरह के details लिखी है. For example, name of the company, name of nature of the interest, you know, the different type of particulars that are there, and you want a copy of that. ठीक है, आपको कॉपी चाहिए तो 7 दिन के अंदर कंपनी को आपको देनी होगी, right? So that is the idea, and this also ensures a transparency with respect to the transactions in the company. Now question number 20. A non-cash transaction is proposed between a company and a director of its holding company. A non-cash transaction is proposed between company A, right? Not our company, but company A. ठीक है, company A है. So non-cash transaction हुई है between the company A and the director of its holding company. What approvals are required under the Companies Act 2013? तो क्या अप्रूवल चाहिए होगा? A resolution from company A only, a resolution from the holding company only, a resolution from company A and the resolution of the holding company, a resolution from the board of company A only. ठीक है, ये तो ये इजी क्वेश्चन भी डाला है. तो इजी क्वेश्चन तो यार ये नहीं भी पढ़ के जाओगे तो तब भी बहुत ही ऑब्वियस है, और ऑप्शंस में शायद काफी इजी फ्रेम हुए हैं. सो यू शुड बी इन अ पोजीशन टू आंसर इट, राइट? Yes. So with respect to this one, C of course is going to be the answer, क्योंकि दोनों parties से who are getting involved, they will have to pass the resolution, right? They will have to pass the resolution. So resolution is required, and that is why C is going to be the answer to this question, right? And again, this basically ensures what? This basically ensures that there is no misuse of the एसेट्स ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट्स. ठीक है, तो कॉर्पोरेट के कोई भी एसेट्स है उनका मिसयूज ना हो. सो इसीलिए कोई भी अगर नॉन कैश ट्रांजैक्शन हो रही है, कोई एसेट अगर ट्रांसफर हो रहा है, राइट, ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग्स, सो फॉर दैट पर्पस रेजोल्यूशन इस पार्टी के थ्रू भी पास होगा, राइट, एंड इस पार्टी के थ्रू भी. सो बोथ होल्डिंग कंपनी एज वेल एज द मेन कंपनी, द कंपनी ए, राइट. सो दैट इज द आइडिया. नाउ लेट अस मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन. Question number 21. A one-person company enters into a contract with its sole member. Enters into a contract with its sole member who is also the director. ठीक है. So एक one-person company and it enters into a contract with a sole member, and the sole member of course is going to be a director only because it's a one-person company. And after the board approves the contract, within what period must the one-person company inform the registrar of the companies? So tell me. 7 days, 15 days, 13 days, 45 days, 60 days. और ऐसे क्वेश्चन पूछे गए हैं, डेज वाले क्वेश्चन पूछ लेते हैं एग्जाम में. मैं आपको पीवाईक्यू दिखाऊंगा. Within what period must the OPC inform the registrar of companies if such kind of contract is happening? Okay, so if such kind of transaction happens with respect to one-person company where it enters into a contract with a sole member, right, and the sole member is also a director of that company, so two things have to be done. This entire contract must be recorded in writing. ठीक है, लिखकर ये contract record करना होगा. And apart from that, basically this वन पर्सन कंपनी मस्ट इन्फॉर्म द रजिस्ट्रार। अब वो कितने दिन में रजिस्ट्रार को इन्फॉर्म करना होता है? इट इज विद इन 30 डेज, एक महीने के अंदर इसको इन्फॉर्म करना होगा। क्यों है ये प्रोविजन? प्रोविजन इसलिए टू अवॉइड द कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, क्योंकि एक पर्सन ही कंपनी को रन कर रहा है और वो उसका डायरेक्टर भी है, सोल मेंबर भी है, राइट? सो देयर इज नो केस ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस कंपनी, दैट इज व्हाई इट मैंडेट्स द डिस्क्लोजर ऑफ सच काइंड ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन टू द रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ द कंपनी, राइट? एंड वो कितने दिन में करना होगा? इट हैज टू बी डन विद इन 30 डेज। सो सी इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर। अब कुछ पीवाईक्यूज भी कर लेते हैं। क्वेश्चन नंबर 22, सो यू कैन सी सेबी ग्रेड ए फेज 1 2024। तो ऐसा पीवाईक्यू पूछा गया था, अंडर सेक्शन 186 सबसेक्शन 4 ऑफ द कंपनी एक्ट विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज नॉट कवर्ड। तो आप देख सकते हो कितना ये सेक्शन बेस्ड क्वेश्चन है, राइट? सो द कंपनी शेल डिस्क्लोज इन द financial statements the particular of the loans given. The company shall disclose in the financial statement the full particulars of the investment made. The company shall disclose in the financial statement the full particulars of the guarantees given or securities provided. The company shall disclose in the financial statement the purpose of which the loan or guarantee or securities proposed to be utilized by the recipient, or option E, co-option of the directors. तो बता दो इसका क्या आंसर होगा? क्या आंसर होगा? टेक योर टाइम, आराम से पढ़ लो। सो इज नॉट कवर्ड, ठीक है? नॉट कवर्ड पूछा हुआ है, ये ध्यान में रखना। ओके, सो को ऑप्शन ऑफ डायरेक्टर का क्या मतलब होता है? को ऑप्शन का मतलब होता है बेसिकली अपॉइंटिंग अ डायरेक्टर इन ऑर्डर टू फिल अ कैजुअल वैकेंसी, ठीक है? तो कैजुअल वैकेंसी फिल कर रहे हो या फिर कोई एडिशनल मेंबर लेके आ रहे हो किसी कमेटी में, राइट? दैट इज व्हाट वी अंडरस्टैंड बाय को ऑप्शन ऑफ डायरेक्टर। एंड इफ यू टॉक अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन 186 सबसेक्शन 4, सो अगर आप पढ़ भी लोगे यार, इन सभी पॉइंट्स को भी देख भी लोगे, तो आप देखिएगा आपको कि यार ये सारे पॉइंट्स इंटर रिलेटेड ही है। तो अगर लोन में करेंगे तो इन्वेस्टमेंट में क्यों नहीं करेंगे पर्टिकुलर डिक्लेयर, और गारंटी में क्यों नहीं करेंगे, राइट? तो ऑफ कोर्स इट मेक सेंस एंड यू कैन इजीली एलिमिनेट दिस ई ऑप्शन ओनली, ठीक है? थोड़ा अलग से दिखने वाला ऑप्शन है और ये कवर्ड भी नहीं है, इट इज नॉट कवर्ड अंडर सेक्शन 186 सबसेक्शन 4, राइट? सो दैट इज द आइडिया। ऑल दिस प्रोविजंस आर देयर इन ऑर्डर टू मेंटेन द ट्रांसपेरेंसी, बट इट इज नॉट देयर विद केस ऑफ, आई वुड से, section 186 subsection 4, it is not related to that. So E is going to be the correct answer to this question, और आप देख सकते हैं PYQ का क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है? क्वेश्चन नंबर 24 अगेन फ्रॉम PYQ, ये भी PYQ का है 2022 का। As per the provision of the Companies Act, the board meeting shall be called by giving not less than how many days notice in writing? पीवाईक्यू क्वेश्चन है, मैंने आपको बताया ये डेज एंड ऑल पूछ लेते हैं वो, दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू शो एनी टाइप ऑफ मर्सी इन द एग्जामिनेशन, तो ये याद रखना पड़ेगा डेज कितने थे, राइट? टाइमलाइन कितनी थी, ये सब चीजों से क्वेश्चन बनते हैं। सो क्वेश्चन नंबर 24 पीवाईक्यू, So as per provision of the Company Act, the board meeting shall be called by giving not less than how many days notice in writing? तो 7 days होता है, ठीक है? 7 दिन का नोटिस देना पड़ता है राइटिंग में to every director if the meeting has been called, right? And urgent केसेस में शॉर्ट नोटिस भी दिया जा सकता है, राइट? बट उसमें इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स होना चाहिए, ठीक है? सो एटलीस्ट एक इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर मीटिंग में प्रेजेंट होना चाहिए। अगर शॉर्ट नोटिस पे करना है, मान लो कोई अनसर्टेनिटी आ जाती है, राइट? सम सॉर्ट ऑफ अनसर्टेनिटी दैट इज गोइंग टू अफेक्ट द फाइनेंसेस ऑफ द कंपनी, द ऑपरेशंस ऑफ द कंपनी, तो शॉर्ट नोटिस पे भी इस तरह की मीटिंग्स लाई जा सकती है, राइट? बोर्ड मीटिंग कैन बी कॉल्ड सो फॉर दैट पर्पस, बट एटलीस्ट वन इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर शुड बी देयर। ऐसा नहीं है कि मीटिंग कर दी और इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर बैठा नहीं और कंपनी खुद से ही एक बाइस डिसीजन लेके move on कर गई, that shall not happen, right? So that is the idea. And let us say if no independent director is present, कभी कभी हो सकता है कि यार मान लो इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर भी नहीं है, कोविड जैसा टाइम आ गया, राइट? देयर आर, आई वुड से, सम स्ट्रिक्ट नॉर्म्स दैट आर देयर, सो द पॉइंट इज दैट दिस डिसीजन मस्ट बी रेटिफाइड बाय द इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर लेटर, ठीक है? तो बाद में इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स को रेटिफाई जरूर करवाना है, राइट? सो दैट इज द आइडिया, सो दैट इज व्हाई ए इज गोइंग टू बी द करेक्ट आंसर। ऑर्डिनरी, इन ऑर्डिनरी सर्कमस्टांसेस इट इज 7 days. क्वेश्चन नंबर 24 अगेन अ पीवाईक्यू, ठीक है, ये भी एक पीवाईक्यू है एंड लेट अस सॉल्व इट. सॉरी, दिस इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 25 होगा ना, ये 24 तो लास्ट वाला था. यस, ये क्वेश्चन नंबर 25 होगा. सो क्वेश्चन नंबर 25. If a company or a director wish to establish a mechanism for solving matters in 1000 stakeholders or more, what is the mechanism called? सो यस, नाम से पता चल रहा है, इट इज गोइंग टू बी स्टेक होल्डर कमेटी, राइट. सो वो ये तो बहुत इजी है, सब लोगों ने सॉल्व कर ही लिया होगा. स्टेक होल्डर कमेटी, सो दिस इज जस्ट टू गिव यू एन आइडिया, राइट. इट इज आई थिंक अंडर सेक्शन 178. सो स्टेक होल्डर कमेटी, राइट. नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू द लास्ट क्वेश्चन. सो ये क्वेश्चन नंबर 26 होगा, ठीक है. द quorum of a meeting of the board of directors shall be what? It shall be what? Yes, everybody, write your answers. The quorum for a meeting of the board of directors shall be what? अब आप देख सकते हो, दिस इज ऑल्सो पीवाईक्यू. दिस इज ऑल्सो पीवाईक्यू. आज PFRDA ग्रेड ए फेज 2. Option A, 1/3 of the total strength of the board. Option B, 2 directors. Option C, 1/4 of the total strength of its board. Either A or B, whichever is higher, or either B or C, whichever is higher. तो ये PFRD में पूछा, सेबी में तो नहीं पूछा, लेकिन मुझे लगा कि यार एग्जाम तो रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज की हैं, तो इसे भी ऐड कर लेते हैं, ठीक है. सो कोरम क्या होगा? ये तो इजी क्वेश्चन है. Yes, so basically it is going to be the D option, either A or B, whichever is higher, right? Whichever is higher. So it says that basically either there can be 1/3 of the total strength for the quorum, or there can be 2 directors. ठीक है, तो 2 डायरेक्टर्स हो सकते हैं, ठीक है. तो जो भी इसमें से हायर होगा वो होगा. तो मान लो कोई कंपनी को एग्जांपल लेते हैं, मान लो किसी कंपनी में 7 मेंबर्स है, ठीक है. तो 7 का 1/3 कितना हो गया? 7 का 1/3, इट इज गोइंग टू बी समवेयर अराउंड 2 point something, right? 2.3 something, 2.33. सो इस केस में क्या होगा? राउंड ऑफ कर देंगे, तो कितने हो गए? 3 डायरेक्टर्स हो गए, राइट. तो 3 और 2 में से हाई कौन सा हुआ? हायर कौन सा हुआ? 3 हुआ, राइट. सो नॉट, तो इस केस में 3 डायरेक्टर्स आर गोइंग टू बी देयर, नॉट द 2 डायरेक्टर्स, राइट. सो दैट इज व्हाई D is going to be the correct answer. This is what this provision says. So it can be either 2 directors, or I would say 1/3 of the total strength of the board. ठीक है, तो इसमें जो भी हायर होगा, that is going to be the answer to that question, right? That is going to be meet the criteria. That is going to meet the criteria of the quorum. So that is it. Also, so let us begin with question number 1. Which of the following is the minimum qualification required for a person to be appointed as the president of NCLT under the Companies Act 2013. Now we are going to include some new MCQs also, as well as the PYQs also, right? So this question is from PYQ, SEBI Grade A Phase 1 2022. So the minimum qualification for a person to be appointed as the president of NCLT. So mark your answers. Let me open the chat box. Yes. So please write your answer in the chat box. So judge of a high court for 5 years, judge of a high court for 10 years, judge of a district court for 5 years, judge of a district court for 10 years, or none of the above. Yes. So this is a very basic question, right, which is regarding the minimum qualification of NCLT, and PYQ में पूछा गया, and this is an important part, right? This is an important part, and the correct answer to this question is going to be the A option, right, which is judge of the High Court, and it has been mentioned under section 140, section 409, right, not 149, section 409, and the correct answer to this question is going to be the A question. Very basic and very straightforward question, right? So let us move on to question number 2. The president of NCLT, now this is again from PYQ only, right? The president of NCLT, chairperson of NCLT and judicial members are appointed by the government in consultation with dash. So A, President of India, B, Law Minister, C, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, D, Chief Justice of India, and E, SEBI Chairman. So mark your answer with respect to question number 2. Yes, everyone. If you don't know the answer, simply write I don't know, so that we can continue with the explanations to this question. So the president of NCLT, chairperson of NCLT and judicial members are appointed by the government in consultation with dash. Yes, so basically the president, chairperson, person, judicial member, they are appointed in consultation of the Chief Justice of India, right? So over here, the government is going to consult with Chief Justice of India, and based on that, basically, government is going to take the decision regarding the appointment of these entities, right? Which is the president, the chairman, and the judicial members. So that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now, question number 3. The technical members of the NCLT are appointed on the recommendation of which authority? Now, this is not from PYQ, so this is a new question. So, technical members of the NCLT are appointed on the recommendations of which authority? Option A, Chief Justice of India. Option B, President of NCLT. Option C, Selection Committee chaired by the Chief Justice of India or his nominee. Option D, Secretary in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And option E, Parliament of India. Yes, everyone. So the technical members are appointed on the recommendation of. Write your answers. Okay, so basically when we talk about the appointment of this technical members, right? Now, first of all, this technical members appointment is done by whom? It is done by the central government. But central government does not do it alone, because central government basically takes the recommendations also, right? And who is going to pass on this recommendation? This recommendation is going to pass on by the selection committee, right? This selection committee, and that selection committee is going to give the recommendation to the central government, based on which these technical members, they are appointed, right? So that is the idea. Now, who is the chairman of the selection committee? If I ask you the question, so basically the chairman of the selection committee is going to be the Chief Justice of India, right? Or his nominee. So that is what the question says. So the selection committee chaired by the Chief Justice of India or his nominee, right? And it can include other members also. For example, the representatives from Ministry of Corporate Affairs, they can also be there. But this is the primary fact regarding the selection committee. So moving on to question number 4. Yes. So within how many days can a person appeal against an order of NCLT to the NCLT Appellate Tribunal under the Companies Act 2013? So this is again a PYQ. So this will give you a good idea that what type of questions are asked in the examination, right? So you can see very direct, very straightforward questions are there from the Company Act. ज़्यादा घुमा फिरा के नहीं पूछते हैं वो. If you have read the section, if you have covered it, you will be able to answer the question. So within how many days can a person appeal against an order of NCLT to the NCL Appellate Tribunal? Yes, write your answers, those of you who are live. Okay, so if we talk about Company Act, basically as per Company Act, it says that within how many days a person can appeal against an order of NCLT. So basically as per Company Act, it is 45 days. That is the first thing that you need to know. But apart from that, this can be extended also. For example, if the appellate tribunal feels that the appellant, he has some sort of sufficient cause, right, and because of which he could not file his appeal within this 45 days. So 30 days extension can also be provided, right? But question is not asking about this part. Question is only asking about normally how many days, within how many days he can appeal. So that is 45 days. So A is going to be the answer. But you also need to remember that apart from 45 days, 30 days extension can also be there, right? So A is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 5. NCLT was constituted as a result of recommendations made by a 1999 committee led by whom? So what was the name of this committee on the basis of which NCLT constitution was made, right? It was recommended. Question number 8. Sorry, question number 8 nahi, question number 5th. Wait a second. Yes, question number 5th. So Justice V. Balakrishna Committee, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, the Supreme Court, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, or the Debt Recovery Tribunal. It was based on which recommendations? Actually इस क्वेश्चन में ऑप्शंस थोड़े से अजीब से फॉर्म हो गए जल्दबाजी में, ठीक है, इससे अच्छे ऑप्शंस हो सकते थे, बट बेस्ड ऑन दैट बेसिकली सिंस द नेम ऑफ द कमिटी इज फॉर्म्ड, ऑफ कोर्स इट इज गोइंग टू बी जस्टिस वी बालाकृष्णन कमिटी, राइट? सो दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द आंसर. बट यस, आई एक्सेप्ट दैट कि ऑप्शंस थोड़े ठीक नहीं है, इससे अच्छे ऑप्शंस फ्रेम किए जा सकते हैं, राइट? आई कुड हैव रिटन द नेम ऑफ द कमिटी, बट आई वुड से I couldn't see that, right? So based on that, basically A is going to be the correct answer to this question, because basically on the basis of the recommendation of this Justice V. Balakrishnan committee, this committee was formed basically with respect to, providing the recommendations for the insolvency of the companies, right? So on the basis of the recommendation, basically it talked about the National Company Law Tribunal also. It says that there should be a specific type of tribunal should be there in order to deal with such kind of cases, right? So based on that, basically NCLT was formed. So yes, A is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now question number 6. NCLT handles insolvency resolution for corporates. Now which body is responsible for handling resolution for partnership firms and individuals, right? So NCLT is for corporates, you know that, but what about partnership firms and individuals under the IBC? Who's going to handle that? Question number 6. Yes, everyone. Question number 6. This is a very easy question, I would say. Very basic question, right? So if you talk about NCLT, we know that NCLT handles insolvency resolution with respect to corporates. But if you talk about partnership firms, or if you talk about individuals also, they are not handled by NCLT, they are handled by Debt Recovery Tribunal, right? So Debt Recovery Tribunal is going to be the adjudicating body with respect to these entities, which is the partnership firms and tribunals. ये तो बहुत basic question है, right? So C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Question number 8. What is the minimum experience required for a practicing chartered accountant to be qualified as a technical member of the NCLT? So what is the minimum experience that is required by a chartered accountant to be qualified as a technical member of the NCLT? So question number 8, mark your answers. कितना एक्सपीरियंस चाहिए मिनिमम? Question number 8. Yes, so basically with respect to chartered accountant, in order to get qualified as a technical member, he should have experience of minimum 15 years. So 15 years is going to be the answer to this question, right? So moving on to question number 9. The NCLAT, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, serves as the appellate tribunal for all the following bodies except, so for which of the following NCLT does not serve as appellate tribunal? ये बताना है आपको, ठीक है, क्योंकि except लिखा हुआ है. So for which it does not serve as an appellate tribunal. So NCLT, IBBI, Competition Commission of India, National Financial Reporting Authority, or Debt Recovery Tribunal? So question number 9th. Question number 9. Ajay is saying D. What about others? What about others? Okay. So NCLAT serves as the appellate tribunal for all of the following except which one? So if you talk about basically these entities, they are basically the appellate body for them is NCLAT. But if I talk about debt recovery tribunal, right? So for that purpose it is not NCLAT, it is basically Debt Recovery Appellate Tribunal, right? So DRAT is there, for which is basically a separate entity with respect to the appellate mechanism, right? So E is going to be the correct answer to this question. So for rest of the entities, NCLAT is going to hear the appeal, but not for DRT. DRT, for this purpose we have DRAT, which is Debt Recovery Appellate Tribunal. So E is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question number 10th. If the National Company Law Tribunal is winding up a company, so if NCLT is winding up a company and needs to take up possession of its property, books or documents, it may seek assistance from whom? As per company law. So the local police station, the chief metropolitan magistrate, the registrar of companies, the official liquidator only, or the SEBI. So if the winding up of company is happening, so it may seek assistance from whom? As per Company Act. So everyone, write your answers. Okay, so basically if NCLT is winding up a company, so in this case what has happened, it basically authorizes an official liquidator to take the possession of the company's different type of property, books, documents, or whatever assets they are. But if the liquidator is facing any kind of difficulty, right, if he is facing any kind of difficulty, then what is going to happen basically? Then basically NCLT can request the assistance from the chief metropolitan magistrate, right? But apart from the chief metropolitan magistrate, there can be, I would say, district magistrate also, ठीक है, क्योंकि वो भी बराबर का status होता है दोनों का. So he can also be his assistance can also be taken, or there can be chief judicial magistrate also. So तीनों में से कोई भी हो सकता है, ठीक है. So based on that, B is going to be the correct answer to this question. It is as per section 279 of the Companies Act, right? So that is the idea. Now question number 11th. Under section 184 of the Companies Act, a director is considered interested in a specific contract with firm B if he holds what minimum shareholding in firm B? So interest rate इस क्राइटेरिया में कौन फुलफिल करेगा, राइट? सो 2% शेयर होल्डिंग, मोर देन 2%, 5%, मोर देन 5%, और 10% शेयर होल्डिंग. सो मार्क योर आंसर्स. Question number 11th. Himanshu is saying A. What about others? So basically the minimum shareholding in this case, in order for director to be considered interested in a specific contract, the minimum shareholding shall be more than 2%, right? So B is going to be the correct answer. The minimum is more than 2% of the shareholding. So that is why B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now question number 12. When a company gives guarantee loan or investment under section 186 of the Company Act within the prescribed limits, what specific approval is required at the board level? So what type of specific approval is required? तो यहाँ पर majority पूछी और मैं आपको बता दूं PYQ में इस type के question पूछे हुए हैं where they are specifically asking about the type of majority in different type of situations. तो इसकी आपको थोड़ी clarity होनी चाहिए, ठीक है? I will show you the PYQ also. Some questions I have already shown you. कुछ और questions भी है PYQ. I will show it to you. Then you will get a good idea. So when a company gives loan, guarantee or investment under section 186 of the Company Act, what specific approval is required at the board level? A resolution at a board meeting with the consent of all directors present, which means unanimous decision. A simple majority resolution at a board meeting. Then a resolution passed by circulation. Approval from the audit committee only, or approval from the chairperson of the board. So mark your answer for question number 12. Yes, very good, Prasad. So regarding question number 12th, A is going to be the correct answer, right? It has to be a unanimous decision. It has to be the unanimous decision. So if in any manner, basically, if there is some kind of loan or guarantee, right? Or if there is, I would say, investment, it has been proposed, right? And this investment is within the prescribed limits. So what is going to happen? It requires a specific approval of the board. And what type of approval it should be? It should be a resolution that it has to be passed with the consent of all directors that are present, which basically means unanimous decision making, right? Unanimous consent has to be taken, then only it shall be passed, right? So that is the idea, or A is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now question number 13th. Under section 187 of the Companies Act 2013, a company must hold all its investment in its own name. Which of the following situations is not a valid exception to this rule? Is not a valid exception. So under Company Act, a company must hold all in investment in its own name. And which of the following is not an exception to that? Which basically means for that purpose it is mandatory. Yes, everyone. Question number 13th. Yes, very good, Ajay. Ajay has given the correct answer. So the correct answer to this question is going to the B option, right? So ये भी allowed है, ये भी allowed है, ये भी I would say है. But when we talk about basically this one, holding shares in a director's name for ease of trading, right? For ease of trading. Now ease of trading is not allowed, right? Holding shares is allowed, but it shall be with the depository, right? But it cannot be done for the purpose of trading, right? In the name of the director. And this is what this point says. So if I read the points for you as per this section, so you can see under section 187, a company must hold all in its investments in own name, except in case of circumstances, for example, depositing shares and pledging shares as a security and holding with a depository. But if you talk about holding shares in the name of director merely for ease of trading, it is not a valid exception, right? It is not a valid exception. So that is why B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now moving on to question 15th. A transaction with a related party is conducted in the ordinary course of business and at an arm's length price. What approval is required under section 188 of the Companies Act 2013? So board resolution, ordinary resolution, special resolution, or no approval requirement is required, or the audit committee approval only. Yes, everybody. Question number 15th. Yes, very good, Prasad. So basically, if you talk about this question, which is specifically regarding section 188, and basically section 188 says that if a transaction or related party transaction is happening, right, in the ordinary course of business, right, at an arm's length price, so over there no approval is required, right, so the approval is exempted. It is asking specifically about section 188, but ऑडिट कमिटी अप्रूवल चाहिए होगा, बट इट इज नॉट एट वर सेक्शन 188, ये सेक्शन 177 के हिसाब से है, ठीक है, यहां सेक्शन 188 की बात हो रही है. सो एज पर सेक्शन 188 इट क्लियरली सेज दैट बेसिकली द अप्रूवल shall be exempted, right, it will be automatically exempted, right, so no approval requirements are there in ordinary course of business, right, so with respect to related party transaction at an arm's length price, right, so the fair price is there, so that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now question number 16th. At a general meeting, a related party is usually not allowed to vote on a resolution approving a related party transaction. Under which circumstances can a related party member be permitted to vote on such resolution? Right? So usually he is not allowed to vote on a resolution with respect to related party transaction. But are there any circumstances where he can be permitted to vote? So question number 16th. Ankita is writing E. What about others? Ajay is writing A. So A option is if 90% or more of the members are related parties, if the transaction is with the wholly owned subsidiary, if they are independent directors, if their vote is counted at 50% weight, and no exceptions are there. So what is going to be the correct answer regarding question number 16th? So basically B is going to be the correct answer to this question, right? B is going to be the correct answer. So if the transaction is with the wholly owned subsidiary, right? So in this case also basically that shall be approved by special resolution. ठीक है, जो holding company के shareholder है वो इसको special resolution से approve करेंगे, right? And if this transaction is approved, so basically this transaction is allowed with respect to related party transaction. Now why? What is the reason? Because it does not lead to conflict of interest, right? इसमें conflict of interest नहीं होता because basically it is with respect to the entire corporate group, right? So that's why they are allowed over here, provided that the special resolution permission has been taken, and that is why B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Question number 16th. If you want to read more about it, you will have to read Rule 15. Rule 15 of company meeting of boards rules, right? So over there you will find the answer in a detailed manner. But B is going to be the correct answer to this question. Question number 17th. Reduction of share capital can be done with the approval of dash. Now this is a PYQ 2020. PYQ में आप देख लो जितने भी क्वेश्चन अभी तक बहुत ही डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन है, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन पूछे गए हैं. हार्डली एक दो क्वेश्चन छोड़कर रेस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस आर वेरी डायरेक्ट एंड स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड. So if you have covered the act properly, you should be in a position to answer it. I would say maximum majority of the question you will be able to tackle in the examination. घुमा फिरा के क्वेश्चन आई नहीं है ज्यादा. So reduction of share capital can be done with the approval of what? SEBI Board of Directors, Central Government Special Resolution. So reduction of share capital, very important. Share capital reduce करना कोई आम बात नहीं है. It is a very rare thing, right? Because it basically changes the entire capitalization with respect to that company, right? And if and it clearly and straightforwardly impacts the interest of the shareholders. So it is not a minor decision. So for that purpose, what do we require? We require a special resolution, right? We require a special resolution. And why special resolution is there? Basically, it reflects that basically the members' approval is basically respected, right? Because their interest is getting compromised over here if the reduction in share capital happens, and that is why special resolution is special resolution is necessary for that, for this, I would say, approval, right, in order to reduce the share capital. And that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question. And this special resolution also happens after obtaining the approval from NCLT only. ठीक है, तो डबल लेयर आप देख सकते हो किस तरह इसको restrictions रखी हुई है, so that it cannot be done very easily, right? And the interest of the shareholders is secured, right? And that is why D is going to be the correct answer to this question. And this was asked in PYQ, right? Question 18th. As per section 54 of the Companies Act, what is the lock-in period for sweet equity shares? What is the lock-in period for sweat equity shares? Yes. So if you talk about sweat equity shares, basically they are provided to the employees and they are a type of reward, right? They are a type of reward to the employee. They are a kind of, I would say, non-cash considerations that are there, right? In order to basically they're a kind of, you know, reward for the employee for the intangible contributions. For example, if the employee has been working for a very long time, right, and he has provided expertise to the company, he has shown his commitment, he has aligned with the values of the company, so sweat equity shares can be issued. And what is the lock-in period? Lock-in period is basically 3 years, right? So C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Question number 19th. Under which condition do preference shareholders obtain the right to vote on all resolutions placed before the company? So preference shareholders obtain the right to vote on all resolutions. Question 19th. Ajay is writing 19th A. What about others? Okay, so basically when we talk about preference shareholders, we basically know that basically they are entitled with fixed returns, right? So when this type of entitlement is compromised or when it is neglected by the company, right, and that for 2 years or more, so what basically happens? They basically obtain the right to vote on all resolution. Normally it does not happen, but since their right has been neglected, right, for 2 years or more, so in this case what is going to be happen? They will obtain this right to vote on all resolutions that are placed before the company, right? So this basically protects the preference shareholders interest, right? So that is the idea, and A is going to be, of course, the correct answer to this question, right? Normally they do not do that, but under such kind of circumstances where the dividend has not been paid for the period of 2 years or more, so under those circumstances they will obtain this right to vote on all resolution, right? So A is going to be the correct answer to this question. Question number 20. When a shareholder pays share capital in advance, so when a shareholder pays share capital in advance of it being formally called up, right, that is calls in advance, then what voting rights does the shareholder have for the amount? So the shareholder pays the share capital in advance. What voting right does the shareholder have for that amount? Question number 20. Will he be getting any voting rights? Okay, so when we talk about calls in advance means what basically? It basically means that it is a money that the shareholder pays to the company, right? It is a money that the shareholder pays to the company, right, before the company has officially requested for that money, right, or the payment. So in this case, what is going to happen? This money that is received by the company, is it treated as a paid up capital? The answer is no. It is not treated as a paid up capital. It is basically treated as this calls in advance, right? So this is treated as what? This amount is treated as the liability of the company. And since it is a liability, not a part of paid up capital, that is the reason there are no voting rights that are available in this case, right? That is the rationale behind it, because it is considered as a liability. And that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question. No voting rights in respect of the amount until it is called up, right? So that is the idea. Since the company has not requested that payment, the shareholder is giving it on its own, right? So it is considered as a liability of the company. So he does not get any voting rights with respect to that, right? Yes. So my question is, will there be any kinds of interest that will be earned with respect to it? The interest will be earned. Yes, the interest will be earned. The interest will be there. And what about voting rights? Will there be any kind of voting rights in this case? The answer is no. The voting rights are not available, right? Because it is not considered as a type of paid up capital. That is why. Now question number 21. Under section 52 of the Companies Act 2013, which of the following is not an allowed use of the securities premium account? So security premium account cannot be used for which of the following purpose? Yes, very good. Ajay, Nachiket, Prasad. Now question number 21. Yes, everybody mark your answers for question number 21. Okay, so if you talk about securities premium account, first of all, why security premium account is basically created by the company. It is created by the company basically when a company issues shares at a price higher than the face value, right? So in this case, basically the company is going to create the securities premium account, right? Now this securities premium account cannot be used for paying dividends. Why? Because dividends are something that are paid from the profits only. They are paid from the profits only, right? And security premium account cannot be used for that. No doubt that it can be used to, you know, pay bonus to the shareholders for all sorts of things, but not for paying the dividends. ठीक है, तो bonus pay कर सकते हैं. It can be used for writing of preliminary expenses also. तो उन सब purpose के लिए use कर लो, but not for the dividends. It is strictly not allowed, right? Because it is not considered as a type of profit of the company. And अगर profit करना ही था, तो फिर उसको directly हम capitalization में include करते, right? But the point is that we have created a separate account for that, which is securities premium account, right? And it is not used for paying the dividend to the shareholder. So that is why C is going to be the correct answer to this question. Now question number 22. For how long from the date of incorporation can a startup issue sweat equity shares up to 50% of its paid up capital? So this is a very factual question. Yes, everyone, question number 22. Yes, as Nachiket is writing, D is going to be the correct answer to this question. So you have to remember that earlier it was 5 years, then it was increased to 7 years, and later on it has not been increased to 10 years also, right? So 10 years हो गया as per Ministry of Corporate Affairs guidelines, right? So it is going to be 10 years as per the rules of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Yes, same to you, Nachiket. Thank you. Right? So question number 23. For, okay, not this one. Repeat, okay. Okay, nahi, yeah. Yes. Okay, basically the point is that ये slide मुझसे miss हो गई. यहाँ पर question change करना था मुझे. So I had added the answer to this question, but question I think मैं paste नहीं कर पाया. Let me check. Yeah, it is not there.
So finally, my friends, you have completed multiple MCQs in the video. I hope you enjoyed this particular video, and thank you for being there to solve multiple MCQs. I hope your confidence would have increased once you solve multiple MCQs with EduTap. Now, just to let you know that EduTap is currently having phase 2 test series and phase 1+2 test series, which will help you to solve multiple MCQs, and we are also providing phase 1+2 live crash course, which will help you to access live classes plus summary sheet plus quiz plus the mocks also. So it's totally up to you that which particular course you have to take. If your objective is to practice MCQs, then I think test series is good, right? But if you want to practice with live classes also, teacher interaction is needed, so definitely you can go with the live crash course also. That's it, my friend. Have a great day ahead.